So now we've taken all the products that we offer in New Bethlehem to Slippery Rock, which includes home, auto, all the toys that you buy. We have a full array of companies that we work with for your home and auto. What's important about that? We do all the shopping for you. We also review our customers as they come up for renewal, and we take a look at what's going on in the marketplace. And all you have to do is call one number, 888-CP-LEACH, L-E-A-C-H.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Mariners 6-4. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon, 4:05 from PNC Park. Jared Jones on the bump for the Pirates, and he will take on Chase Burns of Cincinnati. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedar Brook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, Shooters Golf, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Clearly, I am not Malsey, although at times I wish I was, especially on the golf course. Craig Menkins, PGA professional. Yes, I do wish I was Malsey. There are times, especially when I'm in the tee box, that I wish I was him.
Yeah, absolutely. Malsey's a good little golfer.
Isn't he?
Yeah. Yes,
how did that happen? Just through practice, or does he have natural talent?
I think he was just an athlete and can play, but, Malsey's at that age, the bones don't hurt yet, Joe, unlike you and I, but,
I know.
Things start to happen. Things, we still think we're young, but, yeah, got to do some stretching.
I know. You said you were stiff this morning. I'm stiff this morning from playing so much golf this week. Yeah. Both of us, right?
Yep.
Do you play every single day?
No.
Every other day?
I wish. Sometimes golf's funny. You'll go in spurts where you can play, and, things work out where you can get out and play a bunch. And then there's times where you just can't. And you know what always happens? You start to play really, really good. And then all of a sudden you can't play 3 or 4 days in a row. Then you go back out thinking you have it.
I know.
And then you feel like, what's this instrument in my hand?
I know. I quit yesterday after 9 holes at a certain place because it started to get backed up. I went after work, after the long work week. I was all excited, and then I ran out of steam real early, blew up like the Bills in a Super Bowl after a couple bad shots. And then we pulled up to the 10th tee, and there was a backlog, and I just said to the guys that I was playing with, I didn't know them. I just got matched with them. I'm like, I'll see you guys.
I'm out.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
What a great decision that was. Sometimes it's the right decision to take a break, isn't it?
You're right. 100% right. Yeah. You can get burnt out. I usually never did get burnt out. I could play, like when I was a kid, I'd play every day. My parents, I went over to see them, my dad on Father's Day, and we played, and we were kind of laughing about it. We played the little course where I always played, and they could drop me off, and I'd go around there all day, and I'd find, like when I was a kid, there weren't a lot of kids that played golf. It wasn't as popular. And I'd play with the senior league. I used to play this guy by the name of Cy Caprera. We used to play a nickel a hole. And 9 times out of 10, he was paying me. But boy, when he beat me, he'd go, Mankins, you owe me 10 cents.
Yeah, we could all play games all day long back then. And now here we are. But man, do we love golf. All of us. You said people are playing today. I had a tee time at Butler Country Club today. I love that place. Oh. And we decided the guy decided we'll play Tuesday instead, which I'm very excited about. Yeah, but this is like a kid waking up with I have a Little League game today, and it's raining. I'm depressed this morning.
Yep. Big shout out to all the PGA professionals out there, all the superintendents, all the members of all the clubs, because I know there's a lot of events. This is the heart of the golf season. This is when the member guests are going. This is when the members are going. This is when, all that stuff is going on. I was talking to quite a few of my PGA buddies. I know Steve, my buddy Steve at Mon Valley. He's got an event. I know Zach Turk at Westmoreland Country Club. They have their member.
And they're going to forge ahead.
Yep, I know.
I love that.
Yeah, you have to play. Yeah, Brian Dunaway at Willowbrook has a big invitational. They have, 2-man teams, and they'll play the 5 9-hole matches. So it's a grind. You got to get your rain gear. You got to get these are great days to play because a lot of people don't like to play in the rain. I always liked playing in the rain because I knew majority of the rest of them don't like it.
I have had some great rounds in the rain because nobody's on the course. Yes. I play my best golf when nobody else is on the course. Yeah. Seriously.
Well, if you play, you said you play a lot by yourself, so if you can fly around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You get in a rhythm.
One of the 3 best rounds of my life was at Bedford Springs. I think we talked. Did you play there before?
Oh, yeah, I played.
Oh, what a course that is.
Yeah, that's beautiful there.
Woke up in the morning, and I wasn't supposed to be first off the tee, but there were a couple of groups, and the guy says, why don't you just go ahead of everybody?
Yeah.
I was the happiest person who ever walked the planet. And plus, you get in a rhythm. I get in a rhythm. I don't have to wait for anybody. It's just shot. I'm done in 2.5 hours.
Yep.
And I was in the 80s, which for me is heaven.
Yep, that's good. No, that's really good. And that happens. Getting in a rhythm, relaxed, no rush, no waiting.
I remember one day at Conley's out toward Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Similar thing. It was raining. I'm like, should I play? And then I get out there and it's just misty, not really raining.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's on the course.
It's like Caddyshack. You're like the priest in Caddyshack.
Right? Yeah. Except that day, it never really rained. So I had a course to myself on a pretty good day. You're not baking in the sun or anything like that. That's the other thing when it's rainy.
Well, here's the funny part. When I was a kid and I knew it was a golf day, I'd open the window and look outside to see what the weather was. You know what people do now? They look at the phone.
Right.
And if it says 95% chance of rain means it's going to rain during the day. Doesn't mean it's going to rain all day.
Means 5% no rain, too.
Well, correct. And, you might have a 4-hour window. You might have a 5-hour window. We laugh about it. I have some friends that thoroughly go by the phone and the weather app.
Yeah.
And then I have other ones that still do it the old school way. And I try to use a little of both.
Yeah, these weather people out on the course, I constantly looking at the hour. The next hole, it's going to do that. I don't care. Just please let me play. Stop checking weather apps, right?
That's exactly right. You need to use, a good friend of mine always said, whatever you're doing, do it faster.
Right, exactly. But the peeking out the window up at the sky, that was me with Little League Baseball all day long, trying to guess what was going to happen and if we were actually going to play.
I know. Yeah, it's hey, you're excited to go golfing on a golf day, you know?
Any golf day.
Yes.
I'll play in anything. Like the Priest and Caddyshack. I'll play through anything. I've played on ice before. I went with my stepson to a public course in Washington, D.C., and it was basically a skating rink, and we played anyway. Yeah. The frozen tundra.
Yeah, you get a cold night, and then, you know, I did it many a times. I don't anymore. I'm not so excited about playing when it's cold like that.
What's your degree line you won't cross degree-wise
the
to play?
Mendoza line.
Yeah, the Mendoza line.
So my Mendoza line's funny. It's not so much the temperature. There's two things. If the sun's out, that'll always warm me up.
Yeah.
But the big thing when it's cold, the wind.
The wind. Yeah.
The wind. It could be 62 degrees and cloudy, and it's darn cold.
Right.
And it could be 45 and not an ounce of wind.
That's
and
true.
Sunny.
Yeah.
And it's not bad. You can handle it.
Those are also some of my favorite days. I've gone up to Moon in the wintertime when it's like 37 degrees or 40 degrees. There's nobody out there. I have a course to myself. It's not that cold. I wear gloves on both hands. Let's go.
Get some exercise, get some air.
Right.
Yep.
God, I love that. Yeah. One thing we won't be talking about today is Phil Mickelson, Craig. Oh, my God.
I know. Phil. Woo.
Phil, what are you doing? Of course, we've asked that a lot through his career.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You can go to basically any website and see what allegedly happened when he tried to seduce Pat Perez's wife and how he tried to do that. Have you ever met him? You ever talked to him?
So myself being from Canton, Ohio, they always had the tournament, the Bridgestone at Firestone.
Yeah.
And this is interesting because we knew some people that were members at Glenmore, which is a country club right down the road in Canton, Jack Nicholas. And every year somebody would rent out. It used to be, I believe it was a monastery, and they turned it into the clubhouse and built this unbelievable course. So the clubhouse was massive with lots of rooms and things. But Tiger Woods rented it out. Phil Mickelson's rented it out. And one of the big things I heard about Phil was when Phil came in, he rented it out, but he made sure he tipped every person. It was only all good things that I ever heard about Phil. And, you know, and he actually thanked a lot of the people, you know, the people that, you know, you might not normally thank, you know, the people that are changing his bed sheets, the people that are, you know, taking out the garbage, you know, all of them. He was really good in that sense, which was a good thing to hear. But I know
we've also heard some other things, unfortunately.
There's some things in there.
I don't think he's a big fan of Alan Shipnuck because that's the guy who wrote the Mickelson book, which I thought was pretty riveting. I don't know if you read that.
I did not read it.
And he's the guy that broke this story about what allegedly happened way back, I think, in 2015.
And that's the part you just don't know. You know, does this guy have an axe to grind? Is he going after him? There's obviously, you know, where there's some smoke, there's a little bit of fire. There's got to be something that's not really good. But yeah, hey, listen. You know, what's the old saying? Don't throw stones in glass houses or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Everybody's got something, so we'll just wait and see. Let that play out.
It makes for interesting reading. I'll say that. In the meantime, Craig, here's where I wanted to go today. The name of the show is Going Low.
Right.
And we've seen some ridiculous scores just in the last day. Ina Yoon at the Women's PGA Championship with a 9 under 63.
Yes.
And that's matched the best score in the history of that tournament, a 9 under 63. And then there's Scotty, who at the Travelers Championship shot a 60.
Yes.
And he was a 25-foot birdie putt away from shooting a 59. What's happening here? And as he said, after the round, he said that would have been great. And then I saw where somebody else, Jim Furyk, shot a 58 at this tournament on this course.
Yep.
What's going on here?
Well, after a major, they always seem to, like after the Masters, they go to where? They go to Heritage at, in Hilton Head, and somebody shoots something ridiculously low. After the U.S. Open, they go to the Travelers, and here's the difference. They just played a golf course that is brutally, brutally tough.
Yeah.
And now they go to this place where it's like throwing darts. And for these guys, this just goes to show if the conditions are wet, like there's a lot of people out there, and I'm sure a lot of people listening can really relate to this, where there's a kid that, really thinks he could be on the PGA Tour. But if these guys came in to their course, the scores that they would shoot, they would just absolutely murder these places, right? I mean,
yes,
they're so good. And if there is no wind, if there is no rain, if there are no conditions that really give them, unbelievable challenges, they're going to shoot these scores.
So if Scotty showed up at I won't even name a course, just pick a random public course that most people think is pretty easy. He pulls up on a nice day, a perfect golf day, to play that course. What's he capable of?
Oh,
low 50s?
Well, I wouldn't say low
mid 50s,
but they're capable to shoot 60 every time. Like my son, when he caddied for Mark Getz, and Mark would constantly shoot at Hannestown, would shoot, mid 60s all the time to 60s and things like that. And this is the type of tour level type of golf that if you want to aspire to be on a tour, you have to shoot that all the time at your home course.
Oh my God.
I know. Like Joe, it's really unfathomable for the, I laugh about it because I've seen these guys hit the balls. I've, gone to the tour events. I've watched them. And now since the equipment has changed and the ball has changed, like they've literally made some courses obsolete.
Obsolete.
And the ball is so good. Like back when I first started, I don't think you were golfing yet, but when they had the Balata ball, like literally we'd go through a sleeve.
The what?
The Balata, Tour Balata, which was basically the rubber band ball. It had rubber bands around the liquid-filled centers. And
like a gobstopper in the old days.
But if you think about it, if you came up on a sand wedge and you caught it with the blade, that golf ball would look like it was smiling at you. It would be oblong. It would be, it looked like an egg. Like, I'll bring one in next time when I'm at the range, because laugh.
I'd like to see it.
You go to a range, you'll laugh and go, this was legitimately a golf ball, because they're all out around now. But you find one floating around every now and again, but they're soft. You can actually feel them. But now the golf ball is really, really hard.
Yeah. Have you heard of these Encore golf balls? Unique to Buffalo, I hear. I hear it's big. I was just playing in Buffalo. They said Josh Allen uses this ball. Immediately, I started using it. I could make a joke that everything went wide right, but it didn't. I started playing well, and then the confidence kicks in, and confidence is real on the course, right?
It's real. Well, if you think it helps you, it helps you. And if you think that Encore ball is good, there's a lot of knockoff. I don't want to say knockoff golf balls, but they are. There's only so many golf ball patents.
Yeah.
And which, Titleist still has a stronghold as far as the golf ball market goes. And it's really a credit to them that they've stayed on top of it. But there's like some other, I think, Vice balls, My buddy plays one, and he laughs. And it's got like it's not a rainbow color, but it's like a teal color where it goes all the way around the ball. And I always laugh. I go, I tell him, I go, Mike, you got to quit using this ball. when I find it in the water, I know whose ball it is.
But back to low scores.
Yes.
That's where I want to go today, on going low. I want to go to our lowest score that we've ever had, because we remember it like the birth of our child.
Yes.
It was 2 years ago at Cranberry Highlands. I was out there with two guys I'd never met. I like to go out alone and just meet people and play. And people are going to laugh at my low score. But for me, this was Scotty Scheffler shooting 60. This was Johnny Miller with, what did he have at the U.S. Open?
63, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
This was my day. at Cranberry Highlands.
What was it?
83.
Nice.
I couldn't.
Louis Lips.
I couldn't miss Andre Reed. I couldn't miss. I was just in a groove, and every single hole, it felt like I had at least a decent chance to par. Yeah. Everything was working. I had these guys sign the scorecard afterward. I have it up at my house, an 83 at Cranberry Highlands 2 years ago. And that's now the white whale or whatever people chase for the rest of their lives. That's what I'm chasing. How about you?
Well, no, here's a question though. Before that. What could you have done to make it John Stallworth in 82? Because I know there was a shot. There had to be one.
Made putts.
Yeah.
Including, you're right.
That's a beautiful thing. As good as it was, I guarantee you there's a putt where you're going, if I would have made that.
No doubt, including the 7-footer on 18.
Absolutely.
What a beautiful day that was.
Yeah. That's awesome. My best ever was after my freshman year of college at IUP. I went to a tournament. It was called SCAGA, the Stark County Amateur Golf Association in Canton, Ohio. We played bobolink. We were the last tee time. I played with my good buddy, Jeff Matthews, who played college golf at American. And it was a better ball. He played his ball. I played mine. Whichever one of us got the better score, we counted it.
Yeah.
I shot 61.
Holy ostrich milk. 61?
Yeah. Now, here's the best. We came in. You could play. It was like local golf pros like myself now. 2 pros could play, a pro and an AM could play, or 2 AMs. Well, usually the 2 AMs never won, but we won. And the best was, I'll never forget, because my dad was a school administrator in Canton City Schools. He was at Canton McKinley forever. But the gentleman I played with was Jim Mono, who he had in school. And after I played, and I shot 61, and we shot as a team. My buddy Jeff helped me. We shot 59, and we won the event.
Wow.
And there were low scores there.
Do you still have the card?
I went home to look for it. We used to keep it. We have a kitchen hutch where my mom would keep some dry goods and some things. And it's either in my drawer upstairs in my old dresser drawers.
Yeah.
But I used to be down there. I was looking for it the last time. I couldn't find it. But it's floating around the house somewhere. But anyways, I made Jim sign the card because I was so happy and so proud. I wanted to show it to my dad and go, Dad, Jim Mono played with me. Like, this is legit. This is what I shot. And then it was in the newspaper article and we won. I'll never forget. I thought I won $1 million. We won $500 in pro shop credit each, or $450. Nice. And I was telling somebody, I said, I bought my first Ping putter brand new, and it cost $55.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought I was spending it was like winning the Price is Right, winning a shopping
That's how much the teas cost now when you go there.
Yeah.
That is incredible. That's what I want to hear, Jolie, is low scores. Let's take some calls, shall we? Because like I said, we remember these like the day our children were born. And I still have that baby signed. So 412-928-9370, 928-9370. I picture some of you out there angrily or sadly sitting in your cars waiting to start your round, but you can't because it's raining, right,
well,
Craig?
And this is a good day for all these guys that are going out to play in their tournaments to get that frame of mind right. That, hey,
it's possible.
Go back, and this is what you have to do in golf. You got to think back to that feeling.
I can do it.
I shot this unbelievable round.
I can do it.
Yeah. And sometimes you need that little motivation when the weather's not so nice out there.
Exactly.
Yep.
Except I can't do it. That's the problem. And I haven't done it since. Now I'm getting depressed all of a sudden. Do you see how my brain works?
How long ago did
2 years ago, approximately.
2 years ago?
Yep.
Oh, I can't believe you, because you hit the ball so well when you played with me at Longview.
For a while.
It's coming.
I don't know.
Well, the trick is you're going to have those 12 holes you hit the ball well.
Right.
Golf it's never how good you hit your good shots, Joe. It's how good do we hit our bad shots.
I know. And now I'm starting to think back to yesterday when the ball went out sideways on one of my shots. What am I doing? It was like when Limits lines up for a drive. He hit the ball directly to his right. These things spring out of nowhere that just start happening that have never happened in 5 years. Why am I chipping the ball and it's going directly to the right? What happened?
Oh, boy. Well, little focus, probably just something very fundamental.
Man, you should have seen me that day when I shot that 83. I drove right over to Eddie Wittmeyer's place, which is he's the one who taught me to tell him.
Good PGA pro, Eddie Wittmeyer. One of the best.
One of the greatest ever. He was watching me yesterday take some shots over there.
Was he?
Of course, on the range, I'm Tiger Woods. Then I get on the course and my brain kicks in. And it's just, why is that? How do we control our brains here? Why can't I do that?
Well, that's why you come up with a routine. Setup, grip, everything. You have to do it. If you
like a robot.
You do it the same over and over and over.
Yeah.
And what happens is that helps control your heart rate, your frame of thought, what you need to be thinking of. I always tell my students, aim small, miss small. If you aim at that pole right out there, you might miss a little right, a little left, but it's in play.
Right.
But if you say, I'm just going to hit it out there, it never goes out there. It goes somewhere you don't want it. The other thing is, like for people out there, when there's water, if you focus on the water, I just want to get over the water. The brain doesn't know, don't hit it in the water. It just hears water.
Right.
That's what happens. That ball goes in the water or out of bounds, all that stuff. But when and you can probably attest to this, when you go, I'm going to hit this one right there by the flag. All of a sudden you hit one by it. That's what makes golf so amazing. Some of the shots we hit, especially in relation to how far they actually go and how close you hit them to the pin.
Oh, my
it's really
God.
pretty amazing.
You should have seen some of the shots I hit at Nevillewood the other day.
Oh, Nevillewood, great golf course.
It was shots that a pro would have been proud of.
Yep.
But then one thing goes wrong. Thurman fumbles, and there I go. I'm the Bills again.
Yeah.
Turnovers left and right, sacks. I fall apart, and I can't control it.
Yeah. How fast those greens are at Nevillewood?
I played Oakmont maybe a month and a half ago. The greens were faster at Nevillewood.
Yeah, they're
at
fast.
least as I saw them.
They're fast.
Might have just been my putting.
Those two courses in our section, there's a few of them that their greens get fast, and Nevillewood's one of them.
You would have been proud of me on some holes, though, I'll tell you. From like 110, I put it within maybe 3 feet of the hole on one of those. I got out of a sand trap and almost put it in and had a tap in.
Yep.
Why can't I do that more? What's the key to consistency? What's the key to repeating a swing?
Well, again, routine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It goes down. Practice, and you go to the range and you practice with Eddie, but routine, doing the same thing over and over. And the more you hit those shots, it does become automatic. And yeah, that makes it repetition. Mm-hmm.
Jolie, are we getting any calls on low scores or no? Is it too early in the morning? Are people driving to the golf course today? Can we put them on the air? I want to hear some stories. I want to hear about low scores. They don't call it going low for nothing, Craig, do they?
Yeah, no, that's right. My phone's blown up. Some of my buddies are texting me, so they need to
give me some stories. Do they have stories?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody shot in the 50s?
No, they're not texting. They're just texting me how their brain works and all kinds of things.
Brain works. Mine does not work well on the course.
Yeah. Here's the funny part. I have a good friend of mine who's a really good basketball official. He's the guy, he's my mentor, showed me how to officiate basketball because that's what I do in the winter.
Yeah.
He told me, he goes, his brain works like those golf shots. If I tell myself I'm going to call a technical foul on that guy over there, gosh darn it, I call a technical foul on that guy over there. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, Ron.
I like that.
Oh, that's a good one.
See, yesterday, things went south right away, and then I never got it back, and it was a lack of confidence. But man, that day at Cranberry Highlands, if you would have checked in with my brain at one point in that round, the world was a good place. Everything was good. I knew every shot was going to be good. Yep. Almost every shot I took that day was good. If I could putt, I would have been in the 70s.
Yep.
Easily.
Yep.
But I didn't. Jolie, let's go to the phone lines. Give us a person or two on the low score of their career.
Caleb in North Hills, lead us off.
Hello, Caleb in the North Hills.
Hi, Caleb.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Real good.
Good. I heard the IUP reference. I went to IUP myself, and I worked at, do you know Meadow Lane?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Spatafor, old Skippy.
Yeah, so I worked out there from, it was probably 2012 to 2015.
Nice.
And then I golfed. I got got into some pretty low scores then. Not my best was par there.
That's good.
I got 370s, 35, 35, another one a 38, 32, and then a 32, 38 on the back.
So if you could have put those 32s together, you could have had a 64.
That was always the thing, if the driver was going real well, the irons were going well, the short game was kind of a little off. If the short game was on, the irons were on, the driver was a little off. So now I got back into it recently, and I got my 17-year-old, and my daughter doesn't play so much anymore. She's 16. But my 6-year-old, him and I go out to Scally's quite a bit. And we go out there and we hit golf balls out of the range, and he likes to watch a plane fly over, so that's a big plus for him.
That's a beautiful thing. Well, thanks for the call, man.
Thanks, Caleb.
Shooting pars, nothing to sneeze at.
I think we lost him.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, now here's the funny part about Meadow Lane. That's good playing. It's tight. Meadow Lane's very, very tight. You'll laugh. Here's a funny story about IUP. I was in a fraternity when I went to college, and my college golf coach was going to kill me because I joined a fraternity. But then being in the fraternity, I was one of the big ones in intramurals. I helped, I was the intramural director for our fraternity, so I played in everything. Well, when the golf came around, they're like, Craig, you got to play. But I was on the college golf team. I really wasn't allowed. So then my good friend, Frank Condino, who's the athletic director, I snuck in and played, right? And I think I might have used a different name, but I shot 69 at Meadow Lane.
69?
Yeah, and I beat everybody. And then Frank came to me and said, hey, Craig, we had a guy from ATO's shoot 69. I go, oh, that's pretty good. He goes,
good.
He goes like this, Craig, that wasn't you, was it? I started smiling, and he started laughing. He said, Craig, I was in a fraternity too. I know they probably made you play. I go, I had to play or I'd be in big trouble, Frank. And he goes, I know. He goes, we just can't count your score, Craig. I go, okay, that's good.
That might still be the record
so,
on
hey,
that course.
No, it wasn't a record, but wash my hands of it. I didn't get in any trouble. But that's good shooting for Caleb. I mean, if you could have put 32, 32, 64, I don't know what the record is there, but
if I ever get in the 70s, I might quit. Here's the other thing. Well, let's talk about this in a minute. We have to go, Jolie, don't we? We'll be back on Going Low. We want your stories on your lowest score ever. And I have a question for Craig on getting too excited on the golf course. I had a 39 on the front nine at Moon recently, and then again fell apart. And there's something about getting too excited on the course, and there's also, for me, of course, I can't believe I'm alone either.
No.
We're all a bunch of basket cases out there. There's something about going from the little break. I don't want to take a break after the ninth hole. I hate when we stop and we get food. I don't want any, except for Oakmont. Those hot dogs they have are unbelievable.
And transfusions.
Yeah, Malsey had one of those, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't like the stopping when I'm in a rhythm. And we'll talk about it in a minute.
Sounds good.
Okay? It's Going Low, powered by Bowser, with the PGA professional, Dr. Craig Menkins.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Noblestein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fans' 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your Fan Headlines. Game 2 of the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds is Saturday, first pitch at 4:05. Jarrett Jones takes the mound for Pittsburgh, and Chase Burns for Cincinnati will start. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65.
England looks to shake off their disappointing draw earlier in the week, and a win over Panama sends the Three Lions into the knockout round. Panama is eliminated and cannot advance no matter what. Ghana can also win the group, but that requires a win over Croatia and some help. I'm Mike Conti.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Brazil comes in hungry after years without a title, led by a dynamic young striker and supported by a technically gifted midfield. Their blend of flair, pace, and tactical versatility makes them one of the most dangerous sides in the tournament.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook at 93.7 The Fan on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. This is going to be a really big deal for the USA match against Turkey this week. The final match in group stage, the U.S. has already clinched its spot, number one seed coming out of this group. That means that they're probably going to do a lot of substitutions, and we're going to see a lot of different faces for this last game. So protect yourself. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Now I have to go play golf.
Back to more Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Everybody's going low these days. Welcome back to Going Low. My name is Joe Starkey. Made famous by Bob Pompiani on the show Pompin' Joe. And I'm sitting here with Craig Menkins, PGA professional. He's the guy who knows golf in the building right now and can play it. And again, Going Low, powered by Bowser. I mean, look around in Cromwell, Connecticut. Scotty Scheffler shoots a 60 and was 125-foot birdie putt away from a 59 on the same course where our very own Jim Furyk once shot a 58, a PGA Tour record 58. He shot that at the Travelers Championship. And then over on the women's side, Ina Yoon matched the best score in the history of the Women's PGA Championship with a 9-under 63 down in Minnesota. So...
Up in Minnesota.
Up in Minnesota. Yeah, right. Up in Minnesota. Why did I think... Yeah, I don't know. Up in Minnesota. So we're talking about our low scores. For Craig, it was a 61. Where again?
Yeah, Bobolink. It's not even, the golf course is gone.
They retired it after your round.
It was more valuable as land right there. Can't know how.
They definitely should have a plaque up for that 61. I'll tell you that much.
I'm probably not the only guy to shoot a low one there. But here's the funny part. I made every putt. The hole looked like a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't miss. And my buddy Jeff Matthews, he played great. And there were 2 holes he could help me. And he stuffed them in there to about 8 feet. And what he do? He missed them. But I made so many putts. I mean, I had to make.
What a
if I had that
feeling.
PGA
What a
stat,
feeling.
I would. Yeah, and that's fun when you make every putt. And the best part is you can watch it demoralize your opponent's face. Because they hit a good one in there. Like a lot of times they say first one in wins.
Yeah.
When you start rolling them in from those distances,
that's how Pompiani said he shot a 78 at Oakmont.
Yeah.
He couldn't miss putts.
That's it.
He couldn't miss.
You don't have to be the best ball striker, but boy, if you can putt that golf ball, you need a little bit of luck for that ball to go in, but it takes a lot of skill to put it right there on the.
Man, does it ever. My career low in 83 at Cranberry Highlands 2 years ago.
That's a great course, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, I love that course. He had the two guys I played with signed the scorecard. It's up at my house. Jolie, let's go back to the phone lines. I want to hear some career lows. As I've said a couple times, we remember them like any life milestone.
Ty, North Hills, go ahead.
Hey, Ty.
Hi, Ty.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm going to make this as quick as I can because I'm currently driving out the turnpike in the pouring down rain to an outing at Blackhawk. But a little bit of a backstory here for you. I grew up about 5 minutes down the road from this little municipal 9-hole golf cart course called Clover Hill. I don't know if you know it, over in Franklin Park.
I do.
And I used to play every day in the summer with one of your colleagues' son, Sean White. He's the son of Mike White.
Yeah. Okay, good.
So anyway, I get pretty good this one summer. And King's Restaurants used to sponsor these tournaments, junior tournaments around the area. So I think I was 13, my first competitive round I ever played. My dad drops me off at Butler's golf course out in Elizabeth.
Oh yeah.
And I'm this chubby little 13-year-old kid, nervous as hell. I go out and birdie the first 2 holes. I had only broken 80 once in my life prior to this. I shoot even par on the front.
Wow.
There's a par 5 on the back. I think it's number 14. I hit my drive, hit a hybrid up there, and we get up there. It went in the hole for a double eagle.
No way.
A 2 on a par 5. So I end up winning the tournament. I shot 73, and so I thought that was the start of my golf prodigy run. I won the next one I played in also, but now here I am. I'm in my mid-30s and can't break 80 half the time. So that was the highlight of my career there.
How old were you then when you did that?
13.
Oh.
33. 20 years ago.
I peaked when I was 13 too, in many ways. But go ahead, Craig. What do you make of this?
No, that's awesome. He had to be the exhilaration and the excitement that you must have felt being 13. That's awesome. That's a great story.
Yeah, I was like in shell shock. My dad came back and he was like, "How'd you play?" And I was like, "You're not going to believe it, but I won."
Yeah.
He's like, he's going nuts. And I'm like, "That's not even the best part." I was like, "I made a 2 on a par 5.
I was just going to say the amount of people that play golf, the albatross, as they call it, that's the elusive one that most people never, ever get. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, to even be close.
Have you?
Well, I played at Bay Hill, and we were on the red course, and on a par 5, I hit my 4-wood in, and it got on the green, rolling to the pin. It smacked the pin and ended up stopping 6 or 8 feet away.
Oh.
But I thought I made it. I go, oh, wow. I mean, but that's the only time I can really remember ever being that close.
Thanks for the call, man. Great story.
Great story.
It would be great for you to just be a golf psychologist. You could do a 10-minute segment or 15 minutes where people called in with their golf mental challenges.
Like Lucy, the doctor's in.
Yes, exactly. The doctor's in.
The doctor's in.
Could be the name of it. That would be amazing.
I'd have to charge more than 5 cents, though. I think it was 5 cents on the Snoopy thing. But
I'm telling you right now, you could start a private practice. Craig,
you think so?
Craig the golf doctor.
Maybe
People
I
come
will.
in, they lie on a couch like they used to with Freud. You're walking around with a little notebook.
I have to put glasses on and a notebook, pretend
glasses
like I'm
over
writing
your nose.
stuff,
Right.
even though I'm drawing a picture of them on the couch.
Right. I'm telling you, I'm being serious that there is a market for golf psychology and a golf psychologist. I would go see one.
Okay.
I would absolutely go see one. Little half-hour sessions.
Side hustle.
Yeah. Oh, that brings me to my question. I'm on a roll. 39 at Moon, whenever it was, maybe a month ago. And then,
oh boy,
I forget. Did people stay? They want to stop. They want to go in. They want to get their
a hot dog,
Gatorades, a hot dog. I'm like, no, I want to keep playing. Let me keep playing.
Yeah.
There's something about the break between the ninth and the 10th hole, and now it's become psychological. Where I'm like, here we go again. Here we go again. We're going to the 10th hole, and I know it's not going to go well. And I know that's poor self-talk, but I can't help my self-talk, can I, Craig? I can try to talk it down, but the thoughts and feelings that come into my body are no different than if I got the flu. I can't control that. I can't control the first thought that comes in. I can try to combat it, but I can't control the first thought that comes in my head.
Well, it's not, you need to, so as soon as that thought comes in your head, you need to focus on what you have to do next.
Process.
One step at a time. Don't look ahead. Most people, when they shoot 39 at the front, you know what they do? They come up to me, and say, you have to use the restroom. I mean, that's just it. You got to use the facilities, and you're coming out. The guy goes, hey, man, if I shoot a 40, I'll shoot 79.
Right.
And I go, if I could bet a lot of money right now, I'd bet he's not going to be anywhere near 79.
You can't help but have those thoughts, though. Like if you went out for how good you are and shot, a 32 on the front, the thought comes in, like you said to that guy in the last segment, if I do that again, I'm headed for a 64. Why can't I do that again?
Well, here's what you have to do. You can't get ahead of yourself. You can only control your next shot, which is the tee shot on 10.
I know.
And then the next shot, the second shot on 10. Then the third shot. And you have to do it one step at a time. If you start thinking about what you want to do versus what you need to do, that's like a psychology thing there.
I know, but I can't help but think that. But you're so you would provide me with ways to combat it.
Absolutely.
Here's the other thing, by the way, is if I hear one more time on the course when I'm shooting a crappy round, don't worry about the score. You're just here to have fun. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm here to get a good score. And if I get a good score, then I'll be having fun.
I kind of agree with you there. I mean, we play golf to play with our buddies.
No, we don't. We play for a good score.
Well, then, there you go.
I don't even go with buddies.
Well,
I go with people I don't even know. I show up to random courses. I get the card with the little pencil, and I want to put low numbers in there. And if I get low numbers, I'm happy. And if I don't, I'm cranky.
Yeah, I can't blame you. I mean, that's beautiful. You're a competitor. And
Yes.
most of us are. And which we do have people that enjoy maybe just going to golf and have some adult beverages and enjoy themselves. And we have a lot more people that play to be competitive. And that's the beauty of it all. How about this? Our phone lines must be busy because I have a friend of mine who keeps texting me, and he said,
can't get in?
He's saying some things I can't say on the air. And he said, you have a call-in show and they can't call in.
That's because the lines are packed.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell him. Hey, Chris, you better get up a little earlier next time to call in.
Is it Malsey calling into his own show?
It's not. No, it's another Chris.
Here's another thing. Quick question before we take a call. Am I ever allowed to move the ball? Because on some of these courses I play, the ball finds its way into divots, into it all. Well, it's a ball, so it's going to go into the nearest hole, right? So it's going into the little places.
It goes to its lowest point in gravity.
Its lowest point.
Yes.
Am I allowed to do the old clean and place method or no?
Well, you need to check when you go to your golf course. You need to find out what rules are they playing for the day. So maybe a golf course that's really wet.
Yeah.
You might be playing what they call winter rules or preferred lies in your fairways.
Right.
But most of the time, golf is you play the ball as you find it.
I don't like that. That's a bad rule.
You don't like that?
No.
That's I'll give you a quarter and you can call somebody.
Well, even PGA Tour, they have to play it out of a divot. I don't think they should have to do that.
But that's the rub of the green. That's how the game's not a game of perfect.
But there shouldn't be divots. There shouldn't be divots. They should. It's not their fault that there's a divot on the course.
Well, here's what happens. So even if, let's say I take a divot, Joe, and I put it back in, sometimes that divot will take and it'll, regrow.
Yeah.
Sometimes it won't. And when the mower goes over it, it'll come out. And I've hit some great shots out of divots. I've hit some absolutely horrible shots out of divots.
Yeah. I hit mostly horrible ones.
The beautiful thing about golf is, for all the bad breaks that you get, you'll end up with that many good ones too.
I know.
So
that is the truth.
And you have to have a different mindset when you look at it. You have to laugh at it.
Right.
And you go, now if you get in that divot where, the green is this way and that divot's going this way and you're really in trouble, that one really stinks. But you do just kind of have to look at it and laugh it off and hit it.
If only I could. I'll tell you what. The rule when you're allowed to pick up the ball and replace it.
Oh,
what's the distance there? 6 inches? That makes all the difference. An inch would make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, usually it's 6 to 12 inches. If you
my God!
Bird lies. Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this much. Mm-hmm. And golf is getting more popular all the time.
Mm-hmm.
People have talked about in order to bring people into the game, bigger holes, things like that, whatever.
The big cup. Mm-hmm.
I think if every course would employ that would make a big difference to golfers. If I could pick up the ball and replace it within a foot, oh my God, that's a big deal.
In real golf, we can't touch the ball.
I know.
But here's the funny
if it's
part.
muddy, you can.
Well, here's the funny thing, and I can tell you this, as you're learning, like if you're playing tournament golf, you're not playing tournament golf, if you're just going out to enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
My grandfather, when he taught me when I was a kid, so I didn't get frustrated, because we played with adult clubs back then. They didn't have these lightweight ones.
Right.
It was hard for us to swing. But he'd always have another ball ready and have me, if I hit a bad one, to hit another one, just to get the the positive reinforcement of hitting a good one and remembering no shots.
Yeah.
If that made sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
And while you're practicing and doing that, you really can you can't keep that score for a handicap, but I didn't have a handicap back then. They didn't have the GIN system. It was all done by hand.
All done by hand.
What do you think about that?
All right, Jolie, what's the next story we got here on Going Low?
Logan in Greensburg.
Hi, Logan.
Hey, how you guys doing? What's up, Craig?
Who is this, Logan?
Logan in Greensburg.
Davis.
Logan Davis, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing real good. Talk to us.
My low round would be 71 at Tom's Run, even par.
Ooh, that's
71.
good.
Low at Hanstown, 73.
Ooh, those are both good. Those are both good.
The first one was Tom's Run.
I've known Logan. Logan, how long have I known you? A long time.
Probably started at Hanstown when I was 8 or so, and then, Greensburg, our high school played there. So.
Yep. Did you ever do any of my junior clinics, Logan?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
don't think so.
Yeah, but Logan I've known since his grandfather was a longtime member in Hanstown forever.
Wow.
Yeah, Rich Davis. Great guy, and I know his dad.
You saved the scorecard, Logan?
I did not. No, no idea where the...
Where are you right now? You sound like you're in some sort of peril.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Where are you? Logan?
Yep, can you hear me?
We got you.
Are you okay?
Yep. Yeah, sorry. One of our work truck drove by, my Bluetooth connected to it.
Oh. Right, very good. You going to find time to play golf today?
Not today, tomorrow. Playing Totteridge tomorrow.
Beautiful.
Great.
Love Totteridge.
Great.
And I'll tell you why I love Totteridge, Logan and Craig. Because the course is funneled down toward the green. I don't know how to explain it, but if I go left or right, it always seems like my ball goes back into the fairway. It's like there's a funnel on some of the holes. Plus, I feel like I'm playing out in Scotland when I'm there. I mean, it's just a beautiful course.
That's a great description. Yeah, Totteridge has some great views and just a cool look to it. So we like to play out there a lot.
That's a great one. A lot of elevated tee shots, which are neat. And what you're talking about, Joe, it is. Most of it is banked in there.
Banked in, yes.
Yeah, except number 17, you can't miss to the right in the cornfield.
No, I have missed right.
That is the ultimate downhill one, though. Downhill shot, little risk reward, depending on what tees you play, what line you want to cut off there.
I love that hole.
And in the summer, in July, it's fun to play that hole because when it ends up, Logan will tell you, when it's rock hard, and Logan hits a long ball because I've watched him play many times. Did you ever drive number 17, Logan?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've almost driven 17. Thank you, Logan.
Thanks, Logan.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
What? Here's another phenomenon, Craig. Why when I'm on elevated tees like 17 at Totteridge or the one at Old Stonewall, which I'm playing tomorrow.
Yeah, number 15.
15.
Yeah.
And number, I don't know, it's 2 or 3, where you're way up, you're shooting down, and it goes to the right.
Oh, yeah, number 2. Yeah, with the bunker in the middle of it.
Why do I get on those holes, and I'm free as a bird, and I know I'm going to crush it? What's happening in my brain there?
Well, you already know that you're getting it airborne. no matter what you do, right? So you don't worry. Like if you have a hole that goes straight up a hill, oh boy.
Why shouldn't I go in at that with the same mindset? That's what I don't understand.
Joe, when you start shooting 82s and 81s and 80s, you will have that same mindset. You have to trick yourself into saying you're going to make that same swing on number 2 and number 15 down the hills and number 17, and you're going to make the same swing on number 17 at Old Stonewall, which is straight up the hill.
I just feel like I know I'm going to crush it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel great.
Mm-hmm.
I feel free and easy when I'm on those elevated holes. If there was ever a course with 18 elevated holes, I'd be Phil Mickelson minus the photos sending to people.
I was just going to say, let's not use that reference
today.
Joe.
Not today.
Yeah, Joe, I got a bad picture in my brain.
We have to go, don't we, Jolie? What a show it was, huh?
It was absolutely incrinculant, fellas.
He runs a hell of a show, doesn't he, Craig?
He does run
Our friend Jolie.
Joel is the best. Yes.
All right. That was fun. That was great. I think I have one more of these before Malsey's return. Are you here on the 4th of July next week?
So I might have to, I think I'll be in Ohio, but I'll put the earbuds in and
That'd be great.
Call in.
Yeah. We're both playing golf that day, I bet.
4th of July, I might not be because my whole family, my sister and all my nieces and nephews are coming into Ohio.
Yeah.
So I think I'll be back in the homeland of near
perhaps next
Malvern, Ohio.
Malvern, Ohio. Perhaps next week's topic could be family golf outings. Those always turn interesting, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Let's
yes.
talk about that
Yes, that would be tremendous.
It's Going Low, powered by Bowser. Craig Menkins across from me. And we'll be talking to you next week, maybe with Jolie at the controls. You working on the 4th of July, big boy?
I will not be here, unfortunately, but
I wonder who will.
Hey, well,
thank you, Joel.
Everybody play great today.
Play great today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. The Cincinnati Reds defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates 6-4 Friday night. Connor Griffin and Marcell Ozuna homered in the game. Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau picked up RBIs. Paul Skeens pitched 5 innings, allowing 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, while striking out 7. The loss was charged to Mason Montgomery. Game 2 of the series is Saturday, first pitch at 4:05. Our coverage begins at 3 p.m., and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain expected across today. Small chance of rain for tomorrow, and then sunny skies on Monday.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust TruGreen, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the TruGreen Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Looking for something different to do this week? Head to Shooters Golf in Wexford. Whether you're planning a night out with friends, date night, or a party, Shooters has something for everyone. Enjoy interactive golf bays powered by Top Tracer technology, great food, ice-cold drinks, and a fun atmosphere no matter your skill level. Plus, check out their outdoor patio bar featuring fire pits, private heated cabanas, and live music every Wednesday and Friday night starting at 7 p.m. With indoor and outdoor entertainment, Shooters Golf is your go-to destination for food, drinks, and fun.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Kohl's deal days are right on time. Summer arrives and suddenly you need shorts that fit, flip-flops that survive the pool deck, a bath towel that isn't secretly your beach towel. Get up to 50% off at Kohl's and Kohls.com, plus daily deals, free shipping, and instant Kohl's Cash. Now the only thing left on your list is having fun. Select styles, exclusions apply. No purchase necessary to get instant Kohl's Cash. While supplies last. Ends June 28th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best two fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see Ball Flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Breeze Airways is your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville. To celebrate, we're giving you and a guest a chance to win passes to the Bourbon and Beyond Music Festival in Louisville, round-trip airfare for two from Pittsburgh to Louisville, and a hotel stay. Enter at breezetomusic.com. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Send a postcard home from somewhere new this year and book at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice. In partnership with Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to Pennsylvania residents age 21 and over. Enter by 11:59 p.m. Eastern on June 20th, 2026. Approximate prize value $3,850. Complete rules and prize details at odyssey.com/rules. Enter at breezetomusic.com.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $229 a month. And the all-new 2026 Kia K4 LXS, only $209 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $3,499 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around down for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. Suncrestgolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plates. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Graham Resort in Warren, Ohio and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates fell to the Reds last night, 6-4. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon at 4:05. It is Jared Jones on the mound, and he'll take on Chase Burns of Cincinnati. Coverage here on The Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Inside.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Let's go! The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Last Saturday in June and the final Panther Insider Show of the month of June in 2026 before we turn the calendar to July and head into a holiday week, July 4th weekend, 250th anniversary of our great nation, the United States of America. We'll try to bring the fireworks next Saturday, but a lot to discuss today on this show on the flagship for Pitt Sports 93.7 The Fan. I'm Pat Bostic, here with you as I always am every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. 69 days from kickoff for Pitt football. Flip the calendar to July next week, 2 months away from pigskin, from ball, from pill, from rock on the turf at Acrisure Stadium. Pitt taking on Miami of Ohio September 5th, and that day is drawing nearer and nearer with every passing week. Football is just around the corner. I feel like we hit the July 4th holiday, and it's just a runaway train downhill, and we are heading towards football season. But a lot going on, a lot in the news that we'll talk about today and dive into nationally with rule changes abound at the NCAA. Obviously, locally, we'll cover what's going on in Pitt sports. Jeff Capel met with the media earlier in the week. We're going to play the entirety of his sit-down because it's the first time we've really heard from Jeff Capel since the end of the season, and obviously the happenings around not only his continuation as head coach of the Pitt men's basketball program and Alan Green's decision to stay the course, but also the transfer portal, the assembly of this roster, staff changes. Jeff Capel talked through a laundry list of topics, and I think it bears repeating that interview. We'll air that in the second segment. So a little bit of a shorter first segment today, a little bit of an elongated second segment, and then we'll dive into kind of a hodgepodge of stuff in the final segment. We want to tee a couple things up for that discussion. First of all, mentioned 69 days till kickoff. ACC Media Day, ACC football kickoff, just a couple weeks away, and Pitt identifying the young men, and obviously we'll join Pat Narduzzi to represent that program down there for kickoff down in Charlotte. Mason Heinchel will make the trip, obviously the incumbent starting quarterback, not a senior, but clearly the leader of this football team. Braylon Lovelace, a senior, middle linebacker, now moving probably to the star position And then offensive lineman Ryan Baer, the right tackle, has been a mainstay at right tackle for Pitt, will make the quick flight down to Charlotte and answer a bevy of questions and talk about the prospects for Pitt in 2026. And there's mixed reviews out there, but I think largely everyone's expecting Pitt to be competitive as they typically do. But obviously these three men, Heinchel, Lovelace, and Baer, are key cogs in this Pitt football team and what they plan to do in the coming year. And obviously with the seniors, with Baer and Lovelace, a little bit of a caveat. We might get a little bit more of Braylon Lovelace. We'll talk about that later in the show. You got some veteran presence, and obviously you have the star power with Mason Heinchel. Looking forward to hearing from them in a couple weeks. A little bit of a down month. Obviously, June coming to an end. Recruiting, official visits over, camps over. The staff at this point of the year goes away a little bit, gets a little bit of time off before coming back in late July and ramping into training camp, just about a month out from kickoff. So, again, we're 69 days away. It is coming, and it is coming absolutely quick. Olivia Babcock entering her final season as a star at the University of Pittsburgh and obviously looking to win a national championship. She continues to add to her long resume of accomplishments. A back-to-back ESPY Award nominee. She was just announced this week that she would be up again as a nominee for Best College Athlete in Women's Sports. One of 4 recipients in this category, including Lauren Betts from UCLA, a women's basketball player, Madison Taylor from Northwestern, a lacrosse student athlete, and then Faith Torres, a gymnast from the University of Oklahoma. So Olivia Babcock, I mean, 2-time AVCA National Player of the Year, an AAU Sullivan Award finalist and semifinalist. She's repeated in all these awards and likely, in all likelihood, we would think, is going to continue to add to her trophy case, hopefully with some team accolades this year as this team heads into 2026 in their new venue. I walked through the Victory Heights Arena earlier this week. It's spectacular. And Olivia Babcock, again, we think entering her final season at the University of Pittsburgh. But I want to talk through this 5-for-5 rule change because it could mean something about her future and whether or not she's going to play professionally or staying and playing in a Pitt uniform for a 5th season, which wouldn't that be a treat for all of us here as we follow that volleyball program. And she has been such a spark, just a flag bearer, a torch bearer for Pitt volleyball and really the University of Pittsburgh. I mean, I can't think of an athlete that has accomplished more individually, that has coincided with unprecedented team success than Olivia Babcock. Talk about the Tony Dorsetts of the world and the Roger Kingdoms and the Hugh Greens and the Aaron Donalds and the Larry Fitzgeralds, and we can go on and on. If you just did a resume and added Player of the Year accolades and all conference accolades, and it was a blind rating, didn't know which sport it was, Olivia Babcock's resume is quickly becoming the most impressive that we've ever seen assembled at the University of Pittsburgh, and that may continue in another year, and we'll talk about that again, final segment of the show. But I want to get to a quick break here in a minute because I want to play the audio from Jeff Capel's meeting with the media earlier this week. First time he spoke to the assembled press since the decision to retain his services as head coach. Obviously not the year that he or the program wanted in 2025, a losing season after amassing 3 consecutive winning seasons, and only one of them resulting in an NCAA tournament berth, but one you could have argued probably deserved one in the following year. But this has been a massive overhaul this offseason, not only from a player perspective with a bunch of new talent. Jay Kuntz, the general manager for Pitt basketball, also met with the press. We've had him on the program, so we'll let the head coach speak today. But also on his staff, bringing in Ronald Ramon and Ricardo Greer. A lot of change for Jeff Capel, and he sat down with the press this week. And again, I want to get to that audio after this break because it's lengthy, about 20 minutes of audio, but I want you guys to take a listen to it. Again, I thought it was insightful. The questions are not always easy. Asked about making staff changes, including his brother Jason, and that difficulty, but also what he likes about this team moving forward into 2026 and what they were looking for in the offseason. Jay Kuntz has stole many of the headlines. Obviously, he's a new voice, But make no mistake, Jeff Capel's still at the controls of this program, and I think he likes what he sees. I've had a chance to get a glimpse of this team as they start kind of off-season workouts, and they get some time together, and they'll go through the month of July, the remainder of the month of June, and then the month of July here as we look to flip the calendar, start to get some camaraderie, some cohesion. Jeff Capel talked about all of that. We'll get to that interview. We'll play it for you in its entirety, and we'll do that after this break. It's the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. Game 2 of the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds is Saturday, first pitch at 4:05. Jarrett Jones takes the mound for Pittsburgh, and Chase Burns for Cincinnati will start. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Spots in the knockout rounds continue to fill up as France beat Norway 4-1. The French win Group I and will now face Sweden in the round of 32, while the Norwegians will take on Cote d'Ivoire. Senegal finished third in the group after beating Iraq 5-0. Scoring 5 goals greatly helped their chance to move on to the round of 32 as well. I'm Fernando Carlos.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and No Sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Do you remember 1981? MTV was launched. Dan Marino was the quarterback for our Pitt Panthers, and PGT Trucking was established in Beaver County. It's hard to believe that was 45 years ago. Since 1981, PGT Trucking has been an industry leader in flatbed transportation, providing quality jobs for drivers, diesel technicians, and office staff in Western Pennsylvania. Join the PGT Proud Professionals today. Find out more at pgttrucking.com.
Celebrate America's 250-year anniversary with Prism Fireworks. Visit prismfireworks.com.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now and is too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration. So join us for a day of family fun, delicious food, and much, much more. Beginning July 4th at 4 p.m., come to Point State Park for nonstop musical entertainment on the BNY main stage and the new Celebrate the USA stage presented by your Western PA Chevy dealers. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA Radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Going to jump right into the audio of Jeff Capel's press conference earlier this week. Met with the media for the first time since the end of the 25-26 season. Obviously, going through the discussion and doubts about his future at Pitt. Ultimately, his services retained as Pitt's head coach. He continues to lead that program and led it through a very interesting offseason, one that included staff changes, one that included a roster overhaul, a new general manager, Jay Kuntz, really his first opportunity to put an impact on this roster. And he sat down for about 20 minutes and took questions and I think provided some thoughtful answers that I'm anxious for you to hear.
Jeff, a few days after the season came to an end, AD Allen Green sat down with you to discuss, evaluate the season, discuss the future. What was those conversations like, and did they go as you expected?
Go as I expected. I don't really know what I expected. I knew we had a very difficult season. We were never whole all year as far as injuries are concerned, but we had a losing season. And so, I've been in this business for a long time, and normally when that happens, sometimes there could be a change. And so I don't know if I expected that. The conversations were the conversations. It really wasn't anything except for, we're bringing you back. That's really the crux of it.
Jeff, when it comes to the investment that they've made, that this university's made into this team that Allen's brought, one thing he's said is that they even spent more than they expected to spend on this team. Is that a sense of encouragement for you about the belief they have in what you guys are getting ready to do this year?
The more than expected, that's interesting. But I'm grateful that we spent more than expected. With each iteration of this thing, and what I mean this thing is the NIL, every year it's gone up by a significant margin. And so when you're playing from behind in that space, even when you invest more, other people are too. But I'm grateful for the investment that our athletic department and university has made. I think it helped us get a roster that we feel really good about. And we're excited about, the opportunity that we have to get to know these guys this summer, to work with them, and to hopefully put together a really good team that has great chemistry. Obviously has talent, but toughness and togetherness, and we can put a team out there that can win a lot of games.
Jeff, with so much newness and investment, like you said, a ton of new guys on this roster, how do you kind of see that translating into success in this season?
Yeah, we there is a lot of newness. I mean, not just the roster, the coaching staff, it's a lot of newness. So for me right now in this summer is going to be, I think the thing that's most important is me getting to know them, me getting to know each player. Some of them I've coached against, so I've seen them live. A lot of them has just been on Synergy, watching film before they got here. And so, I think it's really important for me to get to know them individually, and then figure out how to push them, how to get the most out of each guy, and then put those pieces together. It has some similarities to how it was 5 years ago. We were coming off of, our worst season since I had been here. I think we lost 21 games that year. And there were a lot of questions. And we had a lot of newness. We had, I think, maybe 3 or 4 guys returning, 2 of which were coming off injuries. But we had a lot of new guys. But that group came together pretty quickly. We had some adversity, but we fought through it. I'm hopeful that we can do something similar this season.
Oh, go ahead, Chris. Well, just in terms of roster makeup, since you draw that comparison to that team from a few years ago where you had maybe 2 kind of lead guards, you had 2 guys who could handle the ball, and just sort of the way the roster was built, do you see similarities in that sense too with this year?
Well, not necessarily. I was just saying the similarities of the position that we were in as far as coming off of a 21-loss season. It had been 4 years we had not won. There was a lot of noise and questions and things like that. But we were able to come out and put together a really good team, really good season, played for the ACC championship, won a couple of games in the NCAA tournament. But I do like the makeup. I think we have versatility, we have experience, we have guys with ACC experience. We have guys that have been really good players at the mid-major level. The thing that we need to have with each guy, winning has to be the most important thing. There has to be, a toughness and a togetherness, and we got to fight for each other every day.
Jeff, I think last season you had told us, and I won't put words in your mouth, but last year's team was in large part, heading into the season, constructed around Deshaun Jackson. And obviously when he wasn't available, that created a pretty big hole for you guys. I'm curious, at this point with this new roster, who or what is this roster constructed around? And do you feel like the roster is a bit better constructed to handle some of those injury situations and just with depth?
I thought last year our roster was built around Deshaun and Cam. Those were the 2 guys. And when you look at going into last season, the way that I thought, coming off of the previous year, when Dame got hurt, it took away the toughness of our team. I thought Dame and Ish were the 2 really tough, competitive, and Dame was our best player. He was the best defender. He could create things, but we really struggled with physicality and toughness after Dame went out for the remainder of that season. And so we really invested in our front court. And because of that, and because of, it was a large investment with those two guys, Deshaun being the most. We didn't have as much for perimeter guys. And so, we looked at Deshaun of kind of being our offensive hub. We could play through him. He can really pass and things like that. So certainly when he went out, that was very different. And we had to adjust. And, again, not to harp on anything last season, what we tried to do this year was to not have just one guy or two guys to build around. We wanted to have more versatility. We thought, as we put together this roster, that we could play perhaps different ways. So I think what we've done is given, we have versatility. We have guys that can shoot. We have guys that can handle. We have guys that can create. We have a guy that we can throw the ball to inside that's proven that in this league. So I'm not looking at one or two guys, but a collective group of guys that we feel can be really good for us.
Jeff, you mentioned chemistry earlier. What does that look like in these early practices, and what are you specifically watching for?
Right now, I'm just trying to get to know the guys. That's what I'm trying to get to do. I'm trying to figure out who they are as young men and figure out what's the best way to push them, what's the best way to get the most out of them. Each of them have talent. They all bring something to this team that can help us be really good. How do we get that out of them? How do we pull that out of them? How do we motivate them? How do we challenge them? How do you coach them? There's some guys that you can yell at in public and in front of everyone. There's some guys that you got to do it privately. So I'm getting to know them right now. I'm getting to know their games. And so really for me right now, it's a lot of watching. It's a lot of observing, but it's also a lot of spending time with them, away from the court, in the locker room, going out to lunch with them, having them over at the house, up in the office, just spending time talking to them and getting to know them. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited about who we have, and I look forward to getting to really, really know these guys and figuring out the best ways to bring out their talent.
On your best teams here, you had the leaders that you've known, and you could kind of identify JB, Blake, guys that could step up and get everyone to kind of follow them. As you're getting to know these guys, are there guys that are standing out? You're like, hey, I'm going to be able to lean on this guy to get everyone else to get on the bus when it's time.
Yeah, we're figuring that out. I mean, for me, this is my first week with them. And so, figuring that stuff out, there's some guys that I think have the potential to do it, but you got to wait and see and let them do it in their own unique way. JB's way was very, very different from Blake's way when it was Blake's time to do it, his second year with us here. It's funny, I'm finding out more now about JB's way. I'm listening to him now tell stories about when, his last year here. And so I think we have some guys that are capable of doing that. We're older now than we were last season, especially in our backcourt. We have more experience there than we did last season. I'm partial to guards with leadership. And so hopefully some of those guys will be able to step up for us.
Jeff, what was it like to go through some of those assistant coaching changes, especially with Jason?
That was difficult. It was difficult.
Allen Green put your professionalism in making those difficult decisions, but also finding guys that were going to fit, and you found guys that were familiar with this program. What do those new guys bring to the table that you're excited to work with your staff?
Yeah, those guys are great. First of all, I've known them really since I got this job. I've made an effort to really get to know guys, former players, what I mean. And I met both Ricardo and Ronald, my first year here, and was just really impressed with them as men. Ronald was on our staff a few years ago, or however many years ago. I think after my first year, I think he joined the staff and was with us for 2 or 3 years, and he wanted to coach. And I told him, look, like, I don't know if I'm going to lose anyone. So if you want to coach, like, you got to go coach. You can't stay in this spot. And he was hungry to do it, and he did it. Those guys have brought great energy. Obviously, they love this place. They have a love for this place that's different from anyone on our staff. Not that we don't, like I love it. I've grown to love it, but they wore the uniform. Like, they bleed this place. And so I'm excited about it, you know, and also they bring different ideas. They bring new stuff. And so I'm really excited about that as well.
Jalil's a guy from Philadelphia originally and played in the ACC. Did you know him at all through recruiting? And what do you see as, you know, he had a very high pedigree coming out of high school. What do you see as his upside?
Yeah, we recruited him, offered him. He came up for an unofficial visit. At some point, his high school team was playing somewhere in the area. And so we got him over here for an unofficial visit. Talented, really, really talented. You know, he was in a situation at Miami that was unfortunate. Coach L, you know, retired during the season after about however many games that he coached. And so the rest of that season was a little bit chaotic down there. He transfers. I know Nate Oates pretty well. I was talking to him out at USA Basketball, and, you know, he said he was playing really well and he broke his foot. And he was out 8 weeks. And so he missed the first part of the season. Obviously, once you get into season, sometimes your rotations are set, so he didn't get as much playing time, but he's talented. He can really shoot. He's a very good athlete. And it's, you know, our responsibility to bring the best out of it.
What made Makari Moore someone who is viable to bring back for this year's team?
Well, he wanted to come back. That's the main thing. Makari's a guy that believes. He has a toughness. He has a competitiveness. And we think he's a guy that can continue to get better.
Jeff, with all the talk of newness and unknowns, just what are the excitement levels of finally having the group together and you specifically finally getting to see him this week? And do you feel it in the gym?
Yeah, certainly I feel it in the gym. For me, that's my happy space, being with these guys in there. I can get away from everything or anything that may be going on in my mind or anything like that. So that's why it's important for me to spend a lot of time with them. Watching them on Monday, that was my first day with them. It was really exciting because you see the energy that they have. You see the talent. You see how hard they're going. You see them competing. You see them getting on each other. That was pretty cool to see. So them holding each other accountable. And so I'm really, really excited about the guys that we have and about trying to bring this thing together.
Jeff, when you reflect on your time here at Pitt, and including last season, I mean, what adjustments, changes are you trying to make as a coach to improve this team moving forward?
You know, trying to get us to a point where we can be more consistently good. You know, the first 4 years were bad. Again, no excuses for it. We didn't do a good job. You know, and then I thought we broke through. We had 2 years that were pretty good. The third year, I thought we were really good until our best player got hurt. We couldn't recover from that. And then last year, we weren't good. You know, there's a lot that goes into it. Hopefully we can stay healthy. I think if we can stay healthy, I think we have a chance to be a good basketball team this year. And then being more disciplined with the details of all of those things. That's what we're trying to do.
What do the next few months look like for you as far as, you know, programs and what you're expecting out of the guys?
Yeah, we'll be together for the rest of this month and all of July. You know, that'll be our 8 weeks that we have where we can work with them. What I'm hoping is that by the end of July, you know, we as a coaching staff have a better feel of who we are at that moment after 8 weeks. Hopefully we've seen some improvement from guys as far as conditioning, strength, in basketball. and then have a better idea of how we want to play. That's what we're trying to evaluate right now. How do we put these guys in the best position for their talent just to be natural and to come out? So that's over the next 8 weeks. That's what we're trying to do. We'll take a break in August where guys will have a chance to go home. And then once we come back at the end of August, we get started. And so, again, when we come back, we'll continue to work on individual stuff. After a couple of weeks of that, we'll get into team stuff and go from there. But I'm excited about the journey going on this journey with this group.
Jeff, what's your excitement for the Backyard Basketball Classic? I know the classic rivalry between everybody. It's going to be at a neutral location. Technically, is down the street at PPG Paints. Just your response to as this probably being part of the efforts for the Allen's above the cap for NIL fundraising efforts, and that being part of the strategy.
I'm excited that we're trying something. I'm excited that we are, Allen hadn't been here, but I guess this is year 2 for him. I've been here since the beginning of NIL. And it's not going away. It never was once it started. And, we've operated here like it was the boogeyman. And so I am glad and excited that we're trying stuff, like we're trying to do stuff. We're not putting our head in the sand like this is going away, like it's not. And so, last year when we played Penn State and Hershey, like we got some NIL stuff from that. And so, and that crowd was magnificent there. And so hopefully we have a great crowd. Hopefully it's a great event.
I remember when Allen got inaugurated and it was right in here, you talked about the need. We need to start building. And over the time he's been here, he's been putting things together. How involved have you been in as far as the strategizing and thinking through how to not only build those efforts up, but also make sure that basketball is at the center of the efforts to make that happen?
Yeah, I haven't been involved. He and his team have done that, and they've come up with different ideas and things like that, but I haven't been involved in those conversations.
Games are slowly trickling out. Do you know how many non-conference games you'll play this year?
What do we play? 18, 20? What are we? 20, 18 conference games? Yeah, so then that means we're at, I think, 14 non-conference. Does that sound right? 13 or 14? I think it's 14. They added another game this year. Yeah, so I think it's 14 non-conference games.
That was audio of Jeff Capel's press conference from earlier this week. Obviously sat down with the press and fielded a bunch of questions. And I thought gave thoughtful answers, obviously some difficult topics to contend with. But my takeaways from that audio, obviously made changes, difficult changes to his staff. Obviously, leaned in to making changes on the roster in a significant way. With Jay Kuntz leading the charge from a roster composition standpoint. Likes what he sees, has veteran leadership at guard, which is important to him, and they've added some size and depth down low, in addition to some talent on the wing. So probably, I would say, top to bottom, as talented a roster as Pitt's had, at least on paper. And now the work begins over the next month or so to get this team to start to gel before they take a little break and come back in late August when school starts and get ready to rock and roll. Football season's close. Basketball season not too far away as well. After this break, we'll dive into the 5-for-5 rule, what it means for Pitt basketball, Pitt football, Pitt volleyball, and some important student athletes that now, with this rule change, which we'll detail, might have the opportunity to spend another year in Oakland on the campus of the University of Pittsburgh. Don't go anywhere. It's the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. The Cincinnati Reds defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates 6-4 Friday night. Connor Griffin and Marcell Ozuna homered in the game. Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau picked up RBIs. Paul Skeens pitched 5 innings, allowing 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, while striking out 7. The loss was charged to Mason Montgomery. Game 2 of the series is Saturday, first pitch at 4:05. Our coverage begins at 3 p.m., and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As we do every single week on the Panther Insider Show, we bring you guaranteed picks, and they're brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years and the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. I feel like every single week a guaranteed pick could be a rule change in college sports, and we've got another one for you this week with the age-based eligibility model that's been dropped and will be implemented by the NCAA for Division I. The 5-for-5 rule, as it's more commonly known, will be implemented this year. It was approved this week. It got through the D1 Council, and this rule, generally, I'll give you a little bit of a construct. A Division I cabinet on Tuesday unanimously approved a sweeping overhaul of eligibility rules for student athletes, permitting, and this is where it gets important, Division I student athletes up to 5 years of eligibility if they enroll in college no later than the academic year after their 19th birthday. Now, most times, COVID messed a lot of things up. We know that. We all went through it. But there were a lot of student athletes that got held back and now are older when they enter college than they previously would have been had it not been for that couple-year period. That was obviously very challenging for everyone and certainly affected the experience of many student athletes, both academically and athletically, across this country. But so long as you begin your first year of eligibility in the academic year following your 19th birthday, you've got 5 to play 5. You've got 5 to play 5 in that 5-year period. So it's very interesting. It does away with competition credits, right? Do they play 4 games or whatever that is? It does away with red shirts. It really gets rid of waivers. I'm sure there'll be medical considerations for significant injuries. I'm sure there will be obviously carve-outs for those types of extenuating circumstances. But this obviously changes the game. And here on the home front, on home soil, it impacts some very critical student athletes. So let's talk about the implementation of this rule. Student athletes who use their final season of competition in 25-26. So let's use Cam Coran, for example. Used his final. He walked on senior day, graduated from Pitt. He was done. With this rule coming down and getting implemented in the fall of 26, it's not retroactive. So if you exhausted your eligibility under the old rules in 25-26, you don't get any additional eligibility. Now, current student athletes that have eligibility remaining, so let's use Olivia Babcock as an example. She'll play this fall for Pitt women's volleyball. She has another year of eligibility under the previous rules. She's only played 4 years at this point. She is a true senior. She is going into her true senior season at Pitt. For her, either eligibility rules could apply. It depends on what's best for her. But for her, given the fact that she's only played 4 years and she's entered college prior to her, she started her first year, her freshman year, before her 19th birthday, she'd have another year of eligibility under the 5-for-5. And that's just one example of a pretty significant opportunity for Dan Fisher and company to retain the best player in college volleyball. And I would venture to say this, as we think about that, and you contemplate buying season tickets to go watch Pitt volleyball games or contributing to Pitt athletics out there, Pitt will be able to be very competitive with the professional outfits out there that are clamoring for Olivia Babcock's services. And she'll have a chance to win 4 Player of the Year awards and maybe win a national championship if she doesn't get it done this year. And she'll still be ready to go for the Olympics in 2028 when she will most definitely be a part of the United States team. Same thing applies to a Braylon Lovelace. Same thing applies to Alex Sanford on football. Same thing from a basketball standpoint would apply to the following players. Obviously, they're new, but Nate George has played 4 years. He played 4 years. He's played 3. This will be his 4th year. 1 at Georgia Tech, 2 at Syracuse, I think, or maybe it was the other way around. Armani Mighty. Baye Ndongo. Pitt has a good year. Could be in a position to retain all 3 players, where under the previous model, that wouldn't have not have been the case. It wouldn't have been possible. So it's a key distinction and a key rule change from the standpoint of not having to completely turn over rosters and not having to search for a replacement, at least for another year, potentially. Again, a lot has to happen, a lot has to go right to retain Olivia Babcock for a 5th season. I mean, we talked about it earlier. You're talking about perhaps the most decorated athlete, maybe not the best, maybe we can quibble over preference, but maybe the most decorated athlete to ever grace the University of Pittsburgh campus during her college career, during their college career. And we could argue about that. Who's more decorated? Does the Heisman Trophy mean more than the college? I'm talking about just like sheer volume and quantity of accolades. And in her sport, she's achieved the highest honor twice. And will probably do it again and may be able to do it again as a result of this rule change. Now, ultimately, we're going to see it obviously cycle through and it'll have a leveling out effect. But for right now, I mean, for Pitt volleyball, that's a competitive advantage, being able to keep an athlete like Olivia Babcock on campus and a part of the program. Could be for Jay Kuntz and Jeff Capel if this season's successful and they're able to retain a George and a Armani Mighty and Baye Ndongo. But as the choppy waters of college athletics can continue to go to and fro and the winds change, this particular rule change has a tangible impact that'll be felt really quickly. And that is with regard to being able to retain players you thought would be playing their final seasons at the University of Pittsburgh. So very, very interesting developments across college sports. And there'll be more to come this summer with the Protect College Sports Act and all the happenings in Congress. But I think the NCAA got this one right. I think they got this one right. So the ball bounced their way with this one. I think the ball ultimately bounced their way a little bit, although it wasn't their doing per se, with the Brennan Sorsby case. I'm hopeful the Protect College Sports Act, or at least a form of it, will get through, and at least we get to the fall with some things going right and some positive developments in college sports, because everyone just wants to enjoy the football and the basketball down the road, and we're not far away. In fact, we're 69 days away from really the competition year getting started in earnest, and that's just a little over 2 months. Have a great weekend. Again, the final weekend in June. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors help you. Chance of rain today. Could be a thunderstorm or two in the area this afternoon. Going to start getting hot this weekend. Not as hot today on Saturday, the 27th, the high of 77, but looking down the line, we got the upper 90s later in the week. So hopefully you stay dry out there today. Enjoy the final weekend of June prior to 4th of July week. Stay safe out there. Stay dry. And hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low show is brought to you by Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you
spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Reds 6-4. Game 2 of their series will be this afternoon, 4:05. From PNC Park, and 3 o'clock will be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, leading you up to the game where Jared Jones will take on Chase Burns of Cincinnati. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It most certainly is Bucko Talk, and a happy Saturday morning to you. Good to be back here in Pittsburgh, here in our Green Tree Studios. A lot easier, a lot more enjoyable doing these shows from here versus being in a hotel room, some weird setup. And I get to look at Joel's face back there. Good morning, Joel.
Morning, Jason. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. It's so much better to see you than to be texting with you and trying to...
Indeed.
I just hate sitting in a hotel room doing these. I get to hear the open. It's Greg Brown. Brownie flipping out. It's a good day, man. It's a good day. So we're at the midpoint, basically. That's going to frame a lot of our show. I want to take stock of this team, 41-41. I almost said 41-40 because that's what they were at the technical midpoint. But last night, we're going to have to discuss that one as well. But I want to take stock of where this team is at. And I want you to participate. It's our usual format for a Saturday morning show, 412-928-9370. I'll throw that out there right now. We'll weave in and out of discussion of last night's game. I wrote a piece yesterday inside the Pirates about basically an overall assessment. Most valuable player, biggest surprises, biggest disappointments, best moments, questions for the second half. There's a whole lot of stuff to pick at. And I have a feeling, based on how last night went, there's probably going to be more questions than there are things that we're glowing about.
There's going to be questions, I would imagine, about Paul Skeens' velocity, which I think are somewhat overcooked. I'll explain why. There are questions about the bullpen that I don't think are overcooked. I don't think I need to explain why, especially after last night and Mason Montgomery and how things have gone with him recently. And not putting it all on Mason Montgomery, by the way. It's just he's been one of their more reliable leverage arms, and that's kind of wiggled loose. And it just seems like pretty much if something gets fixed, something else wiggles loose. That group is not where it should be for a team with eyes of competitive baseball. Like what the offense has done, scored enough last night, theoretically. It's not as consistent if you look at their work with runners in scoring position against left-handed starters, whatever. Not perfect, but it should be good enough. We're sitting here at the season's midpoint, and we've lost 8 Paul Skeens starts in a row. That's a head-scratcher. It really is. Did not think. Let me put it this way. Start the season with Paul Skeens, Mitch Keller, Braxton Ashcraft, this sort of starting rotation. I didn't see the offense producing like this, and I didn't see the pitching staff producing like this. I thought the offense would be marginally better, maybe best case scenario, middle of the National League in terms of runs scored. As it stands, they've been squarely in the top 5. I went back and updated some of the numbers that I had in my story yesterday. Runs scored, 413, tied for third. Hits, 730, number 1 in all of baseball, and that was tied for third in all of baseball. Batting, 257, third. OPS, 748, third. Did you have on the bingo card the Pirates having a top 3 offense? Nope, you did not. Nope, you did not. And you definitely did not have Paul Skeens' fastball velocity dropping, the Pirates dropping 8 straight Paul Skeens starts. If I'm going to legitimately have a conversation about things that worry me with the Pirates, Paul Skeens at the beginning of the season, his name wouldn't have been anywhere near there. It's been a wacky way to get to 41 and 41. So I want to know your thoughts. Tony in Munhall last week was giving me a little bit of grief for how long I was talking before he was put on the air. I'm going to needle Tony a little bit, but I'm not going to do that to Tony this week. We don't want to keep him waiting. I don't want to hear about it again. So, Tony, let's get right to you, man. Happy Saturday morning. What's on your brain?
Happy Saturday, Jason. Thank you. I don't remember needling you, but it's all in fun, but that's good stuff.
You want to talk, really? And you said, well, you've been going on for 15 minutes about it. It was a little bit of a shot.
I apologize for that. But anyway.
You're good. I'm just joking with you.
I was wondering, they're right there, Jason. They are right there on the cusp. I mean, just when you think, you win 2 out of 3 against a fairly good Seattle team, which you haven't beaten years, and then at the game last night, Skeens has 1 bad inning, and you can't recover. But I still think if that game would have got into extras, they might have won. But then here comes Mason Montgomery, and here comes a pinch hit home run by Novelli. It's like, I said this last week and the week before, when are we going to fix the bullpen where we could comfortably at least expect when they turn the game over to the bullpen, we have a chance to win? They did that the other evening. Once they brought Carmen Mlodzinski in, I was comfortable, right? Now, they didn't maybe have to leave him in so long when the lead expanded, but, it is what it is. He pitched well, and he's a good reliever. So, please, Jason, we got to try to lobby this team to fix this bullpen fast, because I think we're right there.
Man, I couldn't agree more, Tony. And there's some stuff they can still do that I'm a little surprised they didn't, and I'm glad you brought up Carmen Mlodzinski, because to me that allowing him to go longer, he's not as available. I don't know. It might have been a tight turnaround. I'm thinking he pitched Friday, or he pitched Wednesday to come around Friday. You'd have to keep him at 2 innings. Maybe. Bottom line, the group just has to be better. Sorry, I'm going off on a little mental rabbit hole there.
That's okay. Ozuna looks like he might have fixed some of his problems. So let's play him and see what happens.
Yes.
And you see the impact that Connor Griffin has on this offense. Thanks, Jason. I'll talk to you next week.
All right, buddy. Always appreciate the call. It's Tony in Munhall, one of our regulars. Yeah, I guess I'll get into a little bit of the bullpen talk last night, and Mason Montgomery made it topical. I'm a little worried about him. I don't know whether it's, overuse or just maybe it's a small sample. I don't know. But if you look at where his season has gone, it's not trending in an ideal direction. And last night, the pitch to Marte, like I've certainly seen worse pitches, but yeah. This is Mason Montgomery's ERA by month. March and April, 3.38, May, 4.66, and June, 7.27. There's a trend line there. 7 earned runs at 8 2/3 innings pitched this month. He almost got out of the Sal Stewart at bat, didn't. Almost got out of the Marte at bat, didn't. That was a common theme last night. That was the thing that bothered Skeens as well. He'd get the 2 strikes, wasn't able to finish anybody off. But the problem with Montgomery, in my opinion, is the problem with a lot of guys in the bullpen is that they're sort of pitching out of position. Mason Montgomery should ideally be like a 6th, 7th inning guy. And they're asking him to be an 8th inning guy because they don't have one. They're asking Gregory Soto to be a closer because they don't have one. If Gregory Soto is pitching the 8th because you have Aroldis Chapman closing, that's a great situation. And also notice that puts Mason Montgomery back into the 6th or 7th inning. You could use Isaac Matson there too. A lot of it is just everybody's kind of bumped back a spot that it's creating issues. You're using Evan Sisk in leverage. There's nothing at all wrong with Evan Sisk being in your bullpen. I think he's actually been very, very good. He's got an ERA under 2. Guys who pitch the 8th inning make, pretty good money, comparatively speaking, for a reason. They don't start the season in AAA, as Sisk did. That's where, you need that one reliever, whether it's a closer, whether it's an 8th inning guy. I mean, obviously Chapman would be a pipe dream, but it bumps everybody else into the role that they should be in. And there's too many people in the bullpen right now pitching out of position. And it worries me. And they need to do something. I've heard Ben Cherington's answers on this. Oftentimes I've been sitting next to him. And I do understand Cherington's side of it. That's not an excuse. Like, he has to go do something. He needs to go do something ASAP. I mean, what I'm saying is I understand that it's a difficult market. I understand that you're going to have to pay a lot, but I don't know how you can look at this team and say the biggest deficiency, the biggest thing holding them back from where they want to go is the bullpen. I don't share the public Paul Skeens freak out over his velocity and whatnot. Paul Skeens is going to be just fine. That is still the least of my concerns. I'm actually encouraged slightly by what we've seen out of Bubba Chandler recently. He's been very good now, 4 starts in a row. I liked what I saw of Mitch Keller's last start. Very intrigued to see how Jared Jones pitches today. I think that's somewhat of an imperfect part of the Pirates right now. I think Jared Jones has the potential, but has he delivered on that so far? Not totally. And I don't think they've done a good enough job using Carmen Mlodzinski to their benefit. And yes, those things are related. Not that I want Carmen after Jared all the time, but that's why you made that move, to put Jared Jones in the rotation. So to justify that move, in my opinion, Jared Jones has to pitch better than Carmen Mlodzinski. And so far, he hasn't. All right, let's go to Steve in the car. Wants to talk about Brandon Lau. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, good morning, Jason. How you doing today?
Doing all right?
Hey, I'm great, man. It's real quick before I ask my question. I just want to point out that I'm a big fan of yours, and I think your opinion in Pittsburgh sports media is top of the food chain.
You're too kind, man. I don't know about any of that. And the check's in the mail.
All right. Brandon Lau. I mean, I think you know the question I'm going to ask, but first I just want to point out how I think Brandon Lau is the reason the Pirates are as tight of a group as they are, and I think he's clear as day the leader of this clubhouse on and off the field.
I'd maybe argue with you a little bit, but not in a bad way. Ryan O'Hearn's real close too, man.
Both.
And Ozuna. As much as people are going to get mad, Ozuna's right there. But go ahead.
Well, there's a reason Ozuna's the last one line on the home run trot. I think that's by design, because I do agree. I think Ozuna is a very big clubhouse guy.
Mm-hmm.
But what would you say clearly the chances would be at any kind of extension for Brandon Lau. Is it even possible?
I think it's possible.
And I'll let you talk.
Yeah. Thanks, brother. I think it's possible. I think it's tough, though. Lau's motivation is going to be to cash in. This is probably his last time to get a big free agent deal, which I don't begrudge him at all for doing. If I was in his situation, I would probably do the same thing. If I'm Lau, I'm also looking at it and saying, I want to be in a situation where I'm winning. Right now, the team I play for is 41-41. I'm probably going to wait that out and see which way it goes. I mean, at this point, think about it again. If you're Brandon Lau, you're halfway through a season. You say, and I'm having a really good season, by the way. I mean, I was looking at some of Lau's numbers, 19 homers, 51 RBIs, I believe, 39 extra base hits. It's tied for 4th in Major League Baseball. Or wait, no, the National League. I'm sorry. I was toggling between National League and Major League Baseball numbers. But top 15 in the NL in wins above replacement, according to Fangraphs. That's stuff you can pick up and sell this offseason. And if it's your last big payday, he signed a contract extension early with Tampa Bay. This is a chance for him to make some money. I don't begrudge him for wanting to get the free agency and do that one bit. And I don't begrudge him one bit for saying, look, I want to win and I like it here, but we're sitting here at 41-41. And this team does not have a recent history of winning. I'm not going to tether myself to that. I'm going to take the gamble over the final 80 games, and I'm going to go to market. So, again, I think Lau's very happy. I think he's been very impactful in that clubhouse. I think he's a delightful human being. He's a great leader. He, O'Hearn, Ozuna, they've all made a big difference. I think it's a very healthy clubhouse culture because of Lau. I just worry a little bit about the logistics of being able to sign him. Chuck in Uniontown, you were next up. Always one of my favorites. Chuck, what's going on, my man? How are you?
Morning, Max.
Morning.
Yeah, you just mentioned that. That makes it all that more imperative to win. So that if we have a big second half and win, make postseason play, that's going to influence people like Lau and other people as to whether they're going to stay here. Is this team on the up or is this team just going sideways?
Yeah.
That's going to make a big difference. A couple other things I'd like to say. I think Majinski is being misused. He should be the closer on this team. I think it'd be the best for him to be the closer and not 5 innings after Jarrett Jones or whoever. And the last thing I want to say, the next 13 games, the Phillies, the Nats, the Braves, the Brewers, we need to go at least 9-4. And by the way, when was the last time we won a series in Philadelphia? I think the last time was when Paul Revere was riding Massachusetts to warn the colonists that the British were coming. I mean, that's going to be a tough 7-game road trip after this series against Cincinnati. We need to win both of these games to go on the road with a winning record, but that 7-game road trip is going to be very difficult because the Nats are playing good ball too, and it doesn't even mention that the 6 games at home before the All-Star break, the Braves and the Brewers, I'd like to see nothing less than 9-4 and then we head into the All-Star break. But if we're talking about making a move, Mac, we've got to start doing it now.
Yep.
Because, as I said, you just mentioned it. Give these players who are on the bubble a positive reason for staying here. If this franchise is on the up and up, it may be a difference as to whether they'll stay.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, Chuck. Take care, man. He was absolutely working up the Paul Revere line. That was not off the cuff. I know Chuck well enough, man. He was workshopping that. I don't know if it was last night, this morning. That was absolutely not impromptu. Joel, did you listen to any of the reaction show last night with Zen Grilly?
I did not catch any of it.
All right. Want to know if Chuck called in and dropped his Paul Revere line. Oh, Chuck, you still there?
I missed.
There you are.
I missed.
All right, we lost Chuck. Chuck's the best. Love him. He's great. All right. Yeah, he's right. I mean, this is a gigantic stretch here for the Pirates. That's why I'd like to see him take care of business at home against the Reds. And you go on the road. It's not going to be an easy trip, as Chuck said. Philly, Washington. Come back here, Atlanta, Milwaukee. After the Red series, Pirates have 25 straight against teams that are 500 or better. I think I said this last week. Maybe I said it during a midweek hit, something like that. I mean, either way, whether it's up, I think the Pirates can ride that and stay up. Whether it's down, I worry about their ability to come back from it. I think one way or another, these next few weeks determine their season. And you know me, I'm not a reactionary, overdramatic, put out some sort of, grand declaration. I'm not that kind of personality. But, I mean, you're looking at 25 straight against teams with a 500 record or better. They've been bobbing along at 500. They are due either an extended winning streak where they get hot and everything goes right, or they're due an extended losing streak where they can't do anything right and it all goes to you-know-what. Certainly hope it's the former. I certainly think it's the former. I think this team has it in it. And part of the reason they've been unable to do that so far has been the bullpen. You have a couple games where the offense is producing, you get a good start, you're good enough defensively, and then the bullpen shoots out the tires. And then maybe the bullpen is good, which it was in the Mariners series. By the way, they had run a scoreless streak up to 12 innings before Mason Montgomery yesterday. And then all of a sudden, familiar problems creep back in. Fan Text Lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. This is Bucko Talk. I am Jason Mackey, and it is brought to you by the wonderful Westminster College, where I went to college, of course. Register for a summer information session today, westminster.edu for details. We're just getting started. We'll be with you until 11 a.m. Picking apart the Pirates at the midseason point. We're one game past it after last night's loss. We'll get into a little bit more about that one. But I want to talk about one position that's actually been a surprise for the Pirates. And believe it or not, after about 5 years of consternation at this spot, I think the Pirates actually have a solution. We'll talk about that next. It's Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates fell to the Reds last night 6-4. Game 2 of the series is set for 4:05 this afternoon. Jared Jones on the mound for the Pirates. He'll oppose Chase Burns of Cincinnati. And coverage here on The Fan begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Catch it all on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty. Over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mirafiber gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mirafiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015. Summer is in full swing and the action is heating up at BetMGM Casino. Soak up the season with nonstop excitement and play wherever you are. New players can jump in with a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house when you sign up using bonus code HOMETOWN. From spinning exclusive slots under the sun to thrilling live dealer games after dark, there's always something happening. Your favorite casino games are just a tap away, giving you the freedom to play anytime, anywhere. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and make every moment count this season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey with you on a Saturday morning. A lot of calls as we go through Pirates at the midpoint. Are you encouraged? Are you discouraged? What reasons do you have to feel those ways? Some of the things that actually encourage me about this team, I do think the offense is legitimately very good. Got a couple of comments on this last segment, I do think Marcell Ozuna is trending in a positive direction. Get Connor Griffin back last night. That was outstanding. We'll see O'Neal Cruz back in a couple weeks. Brian Reynolds is having what amounts to an all-star season. Brandon Lau's been fantastic. Spencer Horwitz has been great, but he's on the IL. Ryan O'Hearn's been excellent. This is a legitimately very good offense. They're not out of it, believe it or not. Prior to yesterday, they were 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. I know it's not been as competitive as some might like, but they're right there. And to wrap up the tease, what I was talking about last segment, the position that is actually a surprise for the Pirates, it's a bit of a lie, but there's two. Last season, Pirates third baseman had a collective 57 WRC+. That's one of those fancy numbers where 100 is considered league average. So you can basically say that the Pirates were 50% worse than league average. It's terrible. They got nothing from their third baseman. This season, Pirates are 12th, 96. They're actually getting production. Now, defensively, there's been a drop-off, but offensively, they're actually getting some stuff from Nick Gonzalez and Jared Triolo against lefties. Jared Triolo against righties has not been great. Jared Triolo against lefties been pretty good. They're actually in a good place with their catching, too. I like what Andy Rodriguez has done. I know that Henry Davis hasn't hit as much as fans or he would like, certainly. But I've been impressed with Andy. And I'm not sure I'd deploy them any differently than they're doing right now. All right, enough of me. I want to hear from you. Boyd in Philly, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, good morning, Jason. I don't know if you remember me or not, but
of course I do.
Ago at Fantasy
of course
Camp.
I do. And you always introduce yourself as Boyd from Philly. I love it.
There you go. We miss you down there, by the way. You coming back anytime soon in December by any chance?
I hope so, man. You guys got to stop scheduling that thing around the winter meetings. You're killing me. I can't get down there if you put it during one of the busiest times of the offseason.
As I understand it, it used to be late January, but they had to change it because the Pirates need the facility for player development at that point. So they had to move it up. So,
I guess I have to talk to some player development people and tell them to change it. It's inexcusable. Trying to run a professional baseball
it's a great
team.
Time, as you well know.
Sure.
It's so much fun. But anyway, I agree with everything you said earlier in terms of I'm not worried at all about Paul Skeens. I think that's overcooked. The whole summary for me this season is the bullpen.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could just take half of the games that the bullpen has failed to protect after the seventh inning on, take half those games this year, and just turn them into wins. I mean, we'd probably be closer to first place than we are now, for certain, and have a much better record. That's my biggest concern. If Cherington has to wait until the trading deadline, which is August 3rd, it just might be too late at that point. Something's got to be done now. But you don't see significant trades being made this time of year for whatever reason. It seems like you always have to wait until the 11th hour before the deadline. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe you can comment on that.
Yep.
But they've lost a ton of games that they failed to protect, and that has needed to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed right now. But I suspect if it's going to get addressed at all, it won't be until it's closer to the deadline. And unfortunately, it just might be too late at that point. They have the starting pitching to reel off, 10 in a row, 12 of 15, 15 of 20 wins. But the bullpen, until that gets fixed, I don't see any kind of long winning streak playing out. So that's the problem as I see it.
Yep. I agree with you, Boyd. And I mean, just to comment on why this happens, I mean, teams, number one, with the expanded playoff and having extra wild cards in there, I mean, everybody thinks they're in it. You don't have any teams waving the white flag and saying, we're done, we're going to trade pieces for the future. I mean, teams still think they can win, and I don't even blame them. Like, following a team like the Detroit Tigers, like, they look down and out. Kyle Finnegan is a piece that, would look really good. And then they all of a sudden they sweep the White Sox over the weekend and they're looking halfway decent, and you're not going to fold your cards yet. So, I mean, and there's a whole bunch of teams in that situation. So, I mean, that's part of it. And, if you've got an asset, which these things are, you're going to try to sell it at its highest point or drive up the price or whatever. And I think you only do that if you wait.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. I wish they could have gotten something significant done by now. But I understand you make very valid points. But like I said before, if they've got to wait till August 3rd and sell off a lot of the farm to do it, it just might be too late at that point and very impractical to try to do so. If you're 6 or 7 games off the wild card pace at that point,
do
you really want to give up top prospects to bring in Aroldis Chapman when he's going to be a rental for a couple of months, and at that point it's a long shot at best. So we'll see.
Yep. All right, man. Appreciate the call, Boyd. Have a good one.
Okay.
That's why I don't think Chapman is. I mean, he's an option for the Pirates. I don't think it's a realistic outcome for the Pirates. Maybe I should say it that way. The Red Sox are going to hold on to Chapman. They're going to try to juice every ounce of bargaining they can out of him, as they should. If I was running the team, I would do the exact same thing. And I'd probably declare the Red Sox as the team likely to sell. You're talking about a big market team, 12 games under at this point. I mean, yeah. And maybe they try to use Chapman. Maybe they take some money back. Maybe they wear some of it to try to get prospects. That would make sense. But you've got a piece. I wouldn't let that go early. Absolutely not. But you've got a lot of teams that still think they're kind of in it. And I mentioned the Tigers. They're kind of bobbing along. But if you're 5 games back and you've invested what they have, don't you want to try to give it a little bit longer? I mean, the Astros, look at them, 40 and 44. They're 2.5 games back out of the wild card. Are you going to sell? I wouldn't sell. The Angels are a mess. That might be a trade partner. The Royals are 9.5 back. Might be a trade partner. The Red Sox. Are the Orioles going to punt on the season at this point? I mean, that's the entire American League. It's the entire American League about available trade partners. Colorado Rockies? Yeah. Senzatella would make a lot of sense. Maybe you call up the Giants. Doesn't seem like they have that much to compete for. Mets? Maybe. But I'm looking at the Nats. They're a game under 500. They're not doing anything. The Diamondbacks are a game over 500. In the division? Probably not. I mean, we've just narrowed the list of available suitors in 2 minutes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe 6 teams. Like, if you're the Seattle Mariners and you've got a really good setup guy, why in the world, first place in the AL West, even if you're a game over 500, why in the world are you getting rid of that guy? Imagine if it's the Pirates. Imagine if they're sitting here in first place in the NL Central and we all of a sudden heard about Ben Cherington trading their primary 8th inning guy for prospects. Think about the freak out, and justifiably so, that would cause. Why is another team going to do it? Now, if you're freaking out about that and then you find out that they got, the 2 top 100 prospects back or something stupid, great. That's a different story. But I mean, at that point, then you're just doing bad business. That's why those things don't align. All right, let's go to Russ in Mount Lebanon, talk a little bit about the pitching. I like this topic. What's going on, Russ?
Not much, Jason. I'm looking at the pitching, and I'm looking at it from a different direction. First of all, I'm not giving up. I heard people on your morning or afternoon show talking about giving up Florentino for. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. He had a tough start in single A, but it's ridiculous. I mean, to give up your number 2 prospect for Chapman, you have to be a complete moron. I mean, because it doesn't make any sense. It's senseless. I mean, he's only 19
senseless.
Years old.
You wouldn't trade Florentino for Chapman?
No way. Okay. No way in the world. Not a 19-year-old power hitter that could be. I wouldn't do that in a minute. He's your number 2 prospect, and there's nobody giving up your number 2 prospect. None of these teams are giving up number 2 prospects for a 38-year-old.
I think I'd trade Florentino for Chapman.
I wouldn't do it.
It addresses their biggest weakness, man.
Yeah, but that's not going to get you anything.
What do you mean it's not going to get you anything? It's going to get you the season that you need to have. It's going to get you, hopefully, to the playoffs. I mean...
Yeah, you'll be out of the playoffs quick. But that's not my point. But the other point, it comes down to starting pitching, too, where it hits the bullpen also. I mean, you look at Keller and Skeens. These guys, they don't pitch any innings. They're the two of them in the last 11 Keller in his last 11 games has gone 6 innings like 3 times, and Skeens in his last 9 games has gone 6 innings 3 times.
Yeah,
you can't have your top guys, and you want to worry about the bullpen. You can't have your top.
They need to go deeper in games. I agree.
It's obvious.
Yes.
I mean, you're going to see a guy today that's going to go. He's going to go 7 for Cincinnati, and he's going to shut the Pirates down. I guarantee he's going to shut them down, and he's going to go 7 or 8, and they're going to get to the bullpen when they should be getting to the bullpen, not in the 6th inning.
Yep.
And that happens. That's happened for the last 2 months. That's Keller's fault, and that's Skeens' fault. I don't care how the numbers people throw out about Skeens, about he's got this TRA and he's this whip and all this stuff, but he's pitching 5 or 6 innings, and it's putting a strain on your bullpen. It's already a problem, and there's no way. I mean, that's my biggest problem, where they can't beat good teams with your starter, those 2 starters, with any of your starters going 5 or 6 innings, especially with this bullpen. And I don't care who the closer, and if your bullpen's getting stressed and having to pitch 4 or 5 innings every game, I mean, every team's going to be stressed. And the good pitchers are pitching into the 7th inning, pitching 8 innings. I mean, and the Pirates don't have those 2 anyhow. Keller and Skeens aren't doing that at all. They haven't done it in 2 months.
I agree with you, Russ. They need to go deeper into games. Absolutely.
And that's the big. And I don't understand how you'd give up your number 2 prospect for a closer who.
Because it's unknown, Russ. It's unknown. He's an unknown. I like Edward Florentino. He's an unknown. Aroldis Chapman is a known commodity. If you're telling me they're going to pay the money, it's not going to be any issue. Just that end of story. That trade has happened. I do it because he addresses a major league need with certainty in a season that they need to address certainty. Right now, you're talking about a kid who's hitting .219 at high A. I like him too, but there's a lot of unknown.
But there's a lot of unknown with Chapman too. There's a lot of unknown.
There's a lot more known about Chapman than there is about Florentino in terms of performance at the major league level.
Do you get into the 9th inning with Chapman with the way this team's set up now? Other than, I mean, so what? You have a closer.
Yeah, it helps your chances.
Get to the 9th inning, it doesn't matter. You got to address that main problem we just talked about, with these starters being able to do something, and Skeens is one of them.
I think you're being overly harsh, Russ. Starters being able to do something. I mean, he's going to the All-Star game. Come on, man.
He's going to the All-Star game this year.
I would be stunned if he does not.
He's having a terrible year.
Oh, goodness gracious!
He has a 3. There's probably. There's 2 starters on. There's 2 starters on Milwaukee that are 1,000 times better than him. Hamilton. They're both way better than Hamilton's. Way better than him this year. It's not even close.
He's having a terrible year. That's a good one. That's a good one.
What's he doing? What's he doing?
Oh, I knew it would get here. I think he has the 4th highest wins above replacement in the National League.
That doesn't matter. What's he doing to win games? He hasn't really won a game. Your closer has to be the guy that comes in and stops losing streaks, not continues them. I mean, like last night was the perfect example. He has to come in on a 2-game winning streak against a team you're better than, and he pitches 5 terrible innings. He put 1 terrible inning, but that's enough to make it a terrible game for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't come close to. Milwaukee has 2 starters way better than him. I mean, I'll take both of those guys in the All-Star game.
More than 2 pitchers go to the All-Star game, right?
Well, there's a lot more guys. I was just
making sure you understood. That's all.
There's a lot more guys in the National League. I mean, he'll make because of the name. But he's not performing at any level. He has a 3.18, which is a fine ERA, but it's not a Cy Young ERA guy. He's not a guy that's going to go in and dominate. He hasn't dominated anybody this year. I mean,
he hasn't. Yeah, he hasn't dominated. Do you think Shohei Ohtani is a good pitcher, Russ?
Yeah, he's a great pitcher.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just curious what you thought.
But he's pitched.
Because he's worth the same amount of wins above replacement as Paul Skeens. So you're saying Shohei Ohtani is a great pitcher, but Paul Skeens is having a terrible year. If
he is having a terrible.
They're valued at the same level. I don't understand.
Well, he's a freaking. He was your Cy Young guy, and he hasn't got past the sixth inning in 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Past the sixth inning in 2 months.
Has Ashcraft had a good year?
He's had an okay year. He's had a good year.
Yeah.
But he's not a Mazeroski or Hamilton or the guy from Philadelphia. I mean,
who's Hamilton?
What?
Who are you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah. Harrison.
Thank you, Joel.
Harrison. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Harrison.
Thanks, Russ.
Hamilton.
Appreciate the call. We're gonna move along here. I got a feeling that people want to scream about this. This kills me. We can't have a rational discussion about Paul Skeens. We can't sit here and talk. And I knew this is going to come up. We can't sit here and talk about his outing last night and how he wasn't good enough with 2 strikes. He didn't have the put away stuff that he normally has. Needs to have the put away stuff. Can't throw as many. Russ had me. We were good. Until he starts talking about him having a terrible year. Does he need to pitch deeper in games? Yes. Does he need to be more efficient? Yes. Does going 5 and 6 innings, does that put undue stress on the bullpen? Yes. Are they worn down because of that? Yes. I'm not going to sit here and say he's having a terrible year. That's absurd. Because he's lost games? Because they haven't won games where he started? I mean, that win-loss record for pitchers is such a flawed, antiquated stat, especially when you were saying in the same breath that a guy's not going deep enough into games. It's just math. If you're out after 5 innings, you're barely halfway through a 9-inning game. I know that sounds very basic, but just think about that. A lot of things can happen in a half of a baseball game. Oftentimes, that means you lose a win or a loss. A 3.1 ERA is terrible? I don't think so. He struck out 114 in 93 innings. That's pretty good. He's got a whip under 1. It's pretty good. Opponents are hitting 205 against him. That's pretty good. The number of pitchers in the National League with a greater wins above replacement, according to Fangraphs. I know not everybody subscribes to the advanced stuff, but Fangraphs does exist. And they don't exist by having a bunch of incorrect or just randomly thrown together numbers. It's a pretty reputable place. The number of pitchers with a greater F-WAR than Skeens, 3. Jacob Mizorowski, great year. Christopher Sanchez, great year. And Braxton Ashcraft, great year. Skeens tied with Shohei Ohtani. It's pretty good. Can it be better? Sure. Are there things that Skeens wishes were better? Sure. But we can't have a rational conversation about him. It has to be one or the other. We have to overreact. It's just like his fastball velocity. It's exactly like his fastball velocity. You sit here and think, oh, he's not throwing 100. It's not any good. Everything's wrong. Everything's terrible. But nobody wants to take the step and say, opponents are hitting worse against his fastball than they ever have. 189 batting average against compared to 205 and 230. Previous 2 seasons. Those are facts. Whiff rate, consistent with what has happened the past few years. It's actually close to the career high. Put away percentage on his fastball. Best it's ever been. Run value right now at the midpoint is 9. That's something that accrues over time. Last year, the run value of his 4-seam fastball was 20. He's on pace to have a fastball that performs exactly the same as it did last year. If we want to freak out about something with Paul Skeens, freak out about something like his changeup usage or execution of it. It's his second most frequently thrown pitch, and it's one of his worst performing pitches. Or what happened to his splinter. Throws it just about 11% of the time right now. It's an average performing pitch. Check out this swing. As a rookie, I'm talking about run value, according to Baseball Savant. Again, they're metrics for how pitches perform based on quality of contact, frequency of contact, movement of pitches, all that stuff. What batting average, if it's in play, what slug, it's all calculated. Anyway, run value on Skeens' splinter, during his rookie year was 17. He threw it 28% of the time. Run value on Skeen Splinker right now, 1. Throws it 11% of the time. But we're freaking out about his fastball. We're freaking out about his fastball being 2 miles an hour below what it was his rookie year. It's performing better, but it's 2 miles an hour slower. So that's the difference. We've decided that's the problem. We've decided because Paul Skeens came out of the game after 5 innings last night and hasn't been as efficient as he should be, that he's having a terrible year. No, he's not. He's not having a terrible year. He set the bar at greatness, and he's been very good. So because he didn't achieve greatness, he stinks. No, not true. Jim in Monaco wants to talk about O'Neal Cruz. Maybe that would be good to change the subject a little bit. Jim, sorry for the long wait, but thank you for hanging in with us. What's on your mind?
All good. All good, Jason. Good morning. It's always a pleasure listening to your show, and I love how you bring rational, common sense thinking about players.
That's the first hour. In the second hour, I'm going to turn into a nutcase. Just fair warning.
There you go. I did say I wanted to talk about O'Neal Cruz, but he's just a micro sample of what I'm trying to get at here, and I'd like to get a little bit granular. When I look at this team, and I look at all the position players, now let's theoretically pretend that Endy Rodriguez keeps going the direction he's going, and he solves our problem at catcher. Out of the other 8 positions, you look around, I don't see anybody other than maybe a better defensive third baseman with more pop out of the bat that I would replace the current position player with.
Yes.
And it begs the question, is Ben Cherington thinking about this wrong? Is his wait-and-see approach going to screw us? Because we saw what happened in free agency, right? We were Johnny on the spot. We made offers to Schwarber, other guys, and they decided to stay put for the same money. So when you have guys that don't want to come here, number one, and that could change depending on how the team performs, shouldn't the critical thinking nature of Ben Cherington be, hey, I have Brandon Lau, who has been arguably our best player, and I have the chance to talk to his agent and lock him up for future. Like O'Neal Cruz, you can talk to his agent and lock him up for future, while the other teams can't, peck at the food bowl, to say the least. So the longer we wait, and look, this season, I think this season is a stepping stone towards a very good season next year.
Jim, let me just jump in there, man. I mean, they might not have a season next year.
I know.
And I think I think you're missing some things with Cruz and Lau in a contract extension. I mean, you've got to convince them to want to sign here too. Like in Lau's case, I was going on about this earlier. Wouldn't you have some skepticism about whether this is the place where you want to sign probably your final big deal?
Yeah, I heard you mention that, but my whole categorization of this is if you're going to have that success, you're going to have that success in season, because once the other teams start, pounding the O'Neal Cruz's agent and Lau's agent and, whoever else you want to extend. I'm not sure how long Mangum has here, but I do like him as the utility guy.
Yeah.
But you're going to have your best chance at signing those guys while others can't be hurt.
I mean, I agree with you, but that doesn't magically
guaranteed to happen. But I'm saying if we get to the off season, you can pretty much, kiss these guys goodbye, because somebody, the Dodgers of the world, they're going to throw all, like you said, Lau's going to sign his last big contract. And then after that expires, he might do, 1-year contracts here and there if he feels like playing ball still. But, it's going to be a whole heck of a lot easier to retain star talent, when you're the only voice in the room.
Yeah.
And that's my whole thing. And, they're going to have to figure out there's too many pieces they need in the bullpen to figure it out this year to be competitive long into the playoffs if they even make it. So I'm thinking to myself, let's get in the room. Let's get these guys locked up for next year. And to be honest with you, if we have the same 5 starting pitchers next year who add up to a roughly collective 4.5 ERA as a 5-man rotation, it's good. Is it great? No. Could it be better? Yes. Should it be better? Yeah. But I would feel blessed if that was my starting rotation next year and we add to a bullpen and lock up these other guys.
Yeah. All right, Jim. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. I agree with him on some things. It's just not as easy as saying, here, I'd like to do this, sign this. Like there's strategy, there's nuance to it, especially with Lau. And the lockout next year, I mean, it's not everything. I heard Ben Cherington in a Q&A this week. Someone was asked him, how much does this play a part? And he said, we kind of keep one eye on it. Like, there should be urgency here for the sake of this is 7 years into a regime change and you need to win. Your fan base deserves it. And there is. It's not because of the lockout, but it's also there. You can't just ignore it. So, are you going to lock up Lau and you lose a year of his, mid to late 30s or whatever with no base? I don't know. They're just permutations. But it's an idea that, it's not just as simple as saying, here, I want to do this. All right. A couple more things before we round out our hour. First is fan weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A chance of rain across the afternoon. Joel, I'm going to pretend you're inaccurate with that read. It's not going to rain today. There's a baseball game. How dare you? And secondarily, Joel texted me while we were going on about the Skeens thing. And I don't know how you looked this up so quickly. I'm impressed. But the floor is yours, sir. This is a great stat, and it is 100% you.
Thank you. I really just had to get this off my chest. So I'm looking at starter ERA, AL and NL among individual pitchers. Paul Skeens with his 3.10 ERA is the 16th best in baseball. There are pitchers from 11 different teams who have a starter with an ERA better than Skeens. So Paul Skeens, the Dodgers have a couple guys in here. So do Tampa Bay and Arizona. It looks like those are the only three teams who have two starters with an ERA better than Paul Skeens. So essentially, 11 teams have a pitcher with an ERA who, better than Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens would be the top ERA starting pitcher on 18 different teams.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
That's good. I mean, we need to check ourselves a little bit here, people. He's allowed to be a human being. He's allowed to be a person. There's some psychological stuff going on with Paul Skeens and how we look at him. It's like Pirates fans just conditioned to see the worst possible thing happen, which I understand. I get it. You come by that honestly. And the passion is appreciated and it's awesome. And this is an unbelievable baseball city. And I say that to anybody that will possibly listen. I thought that on the newspaper side. I think that on the team side. I've always thought that on the radio side. The passion of Pirates fans is remarkable. But I promise you, everything is not going to blow up and crash. I promise you that things that happen here also happen outside of Pittsburgh. I promise you that sometimes things just dip. They just go down, and then they go up, and then they go down, and then they go up. And it doesn't mean something's going to catch on fire and burn into a million pieces. It just means that sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up. It is possible to still have a good season without throwing 99 or 100 miles per hour. It is. Jose Negron from DK Pittsburgh Sports, who does a fantastic job and is a friend, and Jose it's very good. So Jose got to the bottom of this when we were in Denver. And I actually wanted to have Jose on the show, but he's got some family stuff. He's meeting up with his brothers and his parents. But so I'll read the quote from the story. And again, check it out. It's Friday Insider, DK Pittsburgh Sports. It's one of their staples, and Jose's filling it up and doing an awesome job. But this is Skeens talking about his velocity this season. Jose asking him about this at Coors Field in Denver. It's been by design. Skeens, who was averaging 97 miles per hour with his fastball this season, told me, it's nothing that I've been worried about. If you throw hard, you throw hard. You see it everywhere. It's real, and I think there are ways to get around it, but guys that throw hard get hurt. Think about that. Guys that throw hard get hurt. It's by design. I don't think the line from A to B is straight. Like if you throw hard, you're going to get hurt. I don't think that's the case. But the biggest thing you can do is provide for your team and for yourself is to be on the field. If you're not on the field, you're not doing anything to help the team win. So that's it. I feel like I've gotten better over the last 2 years. My execution has gotten better, even as the fastball velocity has gone down. But I don't think in 3 years I'm going to be throwing 90. That's not how it's going to be. At some point, it'll kind of plateau. So, okay, if I'm reading between the lines of that quote, and Skeens being a little bit wordy, but that's okay. He's basically saying, look, I see people around baseball seeing their elbows blow up. I'm trying to prevent that from happening, so I'm taking a little bit off. I like that idea personally. I think more guys should do it. I don't need to see somebody throwing 99, 100 miles an hour. To me, that's something that's wrong with baseball today. And you have elbow problems and all this other stupid stuff, guys out of games early, you're snapping off ungodly breaking stuff all the time. No. Think about some of the guys that built this game, that built the art of pitching. They weren't throwing as hard as they possibly can every time. That's what Skeens is doing. He's trying to be on the field for himself, for his team. Is he executing as well as he should? No, he is not. Still pretty darn good, don't get me wrong, but I mean, he's not been terribly pitch efficient. That's a fact. It's not saying he's having a bad year. That's saying there's room for improvement in terms of how efficient he's been. That's why we're trying to say you can have a logical argument and feel multiple ways about one issue. Last night, threw 5 or more pitches in 10 of 23 at-bats. You'd like to see him finish guys off sooner. Yeah, you would. Had 24 foul balls. Need to miss more bats. Sure. Absolutely. But I'm not going to say he's having a bad year. And thank you, Joel, for that stat. All right, let's get to a break. We're long overdue for one of those more of your calls when we get back as we pick through what the Pirates are halfway through the season. Would love to hear from you. 412-928-9370. What encourages you? What concerns you? A lot of talk about the bullpen, a lot of talk about the pitching staff, even Paul Skeens. Some encouragement about the offense. Want to get your opinions. It's Bucko talking a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey on Sports Talk Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reds were 6-4 winners over the Pirates last night. Game 2 of the series is set for 4:05 this afternoon on the North Shore. Jared Jones will take the mound for the Pirates up against Chase Burns of Cincinnati. And coverage here on The Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Noblestein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fan's 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now, and it's too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Good morning. There's going to be a chance for rain through the day, and now it looks like most of Sunday as well. I think the best way to describe today is unsettled. It's going to look like it's going to rain at any given moment with cloudy skies. Showers will be light, and if outside, sort of pesky. With the rain around, highs will only hit the mid to upper 70s. Morning temps are in the low 60s, and I have noon temperatures in the mid 70s with light winds coming in out of the northeast. I'm KDK First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Cincinnati Reds 6-4. Game 2 of their series will be this afternoon, 4:05 from PNC Park, and coverage here on the Fan, 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Jared Jones will take on Chase Burns of Cincinnati. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey with you on a Saturday morning, start of hour number 2. Talking Buccos at the midpoint, what we've seen, what concerns us, what we like, all that stuff. Thank you very much for a very participatory first hour. Feel free to keep it going. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Make a friend with Joel behind the glass. He will get you on the air, and we'll talk a little bit about it. Last night was a tough one. It was. I actually thought the Pirates were going to be able to pull that one out. I liked what they did coming back. Connor Griffin, a magical start. Boy, is it good to have him back in a Pirates uniform. Goes 435 feet to left, leading off the game. 109. A very polite Connor Griffin-like bat flip there. His first homer since May 27th. Saw some good stuff from Marcell Ozuna and Esmeralyn Valdez, too. I like that. They homered. Some loud swings, too. I mentioned this earlier in the show, but curious about Ozuna. I am. I think there's a chance he might be finding it, hitting .333 this month as 2 home runs. Valdez, I worry a little bit about playing time, but it's made easier with Horwitz on the IL. He's 5 for his last 13, though. 2 doubles and a homer. Let's see. Brian Reynolds does a little bit more. Boy, has he been locked in. His hitting streak and on-base streak, and I'm allowed to talk about this because I've been doing it the entire time, 16 and 31 consecutive games, the longest for a Pirate in the latter, I believe, since 2003. We're getting some Brian Giles and Jason Bay references in there. A lot of fun. The hitting streak is actually 1 game shy of matching the second longest of his career. All right, let's get back out to the phones, get some reaction to this. The Paul Skeens conversation seems lively, as I expected it to be. I don't understand why it's impossible to have a rational discussion about this. We can say that he needs to be more efficient and pitch deeper into games. I agree with you. But to sit here and say he's had a terrible season when Joel astutely points out that he would be, the best pitcher on 18 teams? Which, we expect more from Paul Skeens, certainly. Has he had a year that is up to his standards? No, he has not. But it's not a bad year. Whenever your wins above replacement is tied with Shohei Ohtani and the company you're keeping is right below The Miz and Christopher Sanchez and teammate Braxton Ashcraft, hint, hint, and Ohtani and Chase Burns and all these other guys, you're doing okay. So, all right. Terry and Butler wants to talk about Skeens. What's up, Terry?
Hi, Jason. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
A couple points in that there I'd like to make. I think with Paul, he hasn't been as consistent as we all might like him to be in that, but people got to remember, these are professionals. The league's going to catch up to what he's doing. Now, to me, it's a matter of, okay, let's see if Paul's going to change his kind of like either pitching style or what have you to adjust to what like the hitters are doing now, because they all have their iPads. We see it constantly.
Yeah.
Guys go in the dugout.
They get paid too,
things.
right?
Okay. Yeah. And second point, because I look how Connor Griffin is. How many times have we watched Connor come up the first couple of times at the bat and maybe things don't look right, and he's made in-game adjustments. And then his second, third, fourth at bat, hey, he's hitting the ball out of the ballpark, what have you. And last but not least, I do think that, there's a lot that goes into the Brandon Lau contract, but I think that would be a huge loss if they could not keep him, because most teams say build a team up the middle, good catcher, good pitching staff, second, shortstop, center fielder. So I wanted to get your take on that. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man. Appreciate you. I want Brandon Lau here, no doubt. There's no debate in my mind. I wouldn't, don't give him a blank check, but what's it going to take to keep you here? Okay. I'm very interested in keeping Brandon Lau around. I think he's been fantastic. Build a team up the middle, sure. I don't have as much confidence in Tamar Johnson. I like Tamar Johnson a lot, but he's hitting around 200 in AAA. I'm not going to turn things over to that. Do you move Nick Gonzalez to second base? Maybe. You could go out and get somebody, but I think Brandon Lau's been a really good fit here. He and his family are happy here. He's a good guy. He hits for power. He left-handed power, plays well in this ballpark. Like, it's an easy one for me. Terry brought up a point earlier with Skeens, though, that I wanted to circle back on, and we forget about this. We forget about these guys are human. They compete at the highest level. There's nowhere else to go. These are the best people in the world at what they do. And even the best don't always dominate. Like, has Skeens, has he been elite in June? No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was elite in July. Wasn't elite in June. In the month of June, Skeens had a 3.58 ERA. 8 walks, 39 strikeouts, 5 starts. Gave up 3 home runs. Had a FIP of 278. It's pretty good. It's not elite. Skeens has done better. Okay. Like, that happens. I don't understand we're sort of taking that and then acting like he's broken. Like he's just going to implode or explode or something. It's just too reactionary for me. It's doomsday. There's a lot of that among the fan base. All right, let's talk to Mario on the ROA. What's up, Mario?
Hey, how are you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
I'm thinking, first overall, I wanted to look at the team. Being where they're at right now with blowing, at least 20 saves at least, right? If you get some of those back, they would be, within a couple games of first?
They've blown 16 saves, but point taken.
And then they've lost 2 hitters like Griffin and Cruz, and I'm still hitting, the top 5 run scorers in the league. So that's not so bad.
Yep.
Then you look at the pitching, aside from Skeens last night, 4 runs. Got Chandler, he give up 2 runs, I think. Ashcraft was excellent. Even Keller was even good. Jones, he got knocked out of the game because of his elbow, but he's coming back off of a year layoff, really. So you expect him to probably get better. And then, of course, there's Skeens. If you take away the first game of the season, 5 runs, and then last night 4 runs, what's his ERA? It's got to be down around 2.
I don't know if it goes down that low, but yeah, it's point taken.
It's going to be a lot better than it is right now, which is one of the tops in the league anyway.
Yep.
If I pick one pitcher I wanted for the World Series final Game 7, I don't think I would pick anybody but him.
Okay.
As far as getting some bullpen help, like I said, they blew over 20 games this year. Give up the second prospect if you can get Chapman.
You'd get up Florentino for Chapman?
Hey, you're going to worry about next year. There might not even be a next year.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. Thank you for the call, Mario. Appreciate it. I'm closer to giving up. Maybe this is recency. Maybe it was because they had a left-handed reliever come in and not be able to hold the lead again, and I'm just tired of seeing it. Wish in one hand, something in the other. Isn't that the saying? I don't know. There's another clever one that I always screw up, but bottom line, it's just there's uncertainty. As much as I like Edward Florentino, as much potential as there is there, Aroldis Chapman right now, plug and play, come back to Pittsburgh, take care of it, go handle late innings. That's our biggest issue. That's what's holding this team back. Go do it. We're done here. That's it. I don't need to see him add 3 relievers. Multiple might be nice, but you have Chapman in that spot. Everything else falls into place. It also doesn't just have to be Chapman either. That's another thing that I've been talking about. It was with Austin Bechtold the other night and talking about Garrett Whitlock, somebody nobody talks about at all. Setup guy in Boston, pitches the 8th inning all the time. He's a right-hander. I know he's not as dominant as Chapman. He's also not going to command the price as Chapman. Maybe you go get Whitlock and somebody else. You keep Florentino. And also, by the way, that was just a completely random trade. I think that was Russ in Mount Lebanon. I'm not sure where he came up with Florentino. It's not like that. That's not out there. That's not like something the Pirates are weighing. But just, you might not have to pay a premium price. You might have to pay a price, but not quite Chapman price. All right, let's go to Bob in Scottsdale. What's up, Bob?
Hey, Jason, how are you? Really enjoy your takes. And, the frustrating thing about this year, you started it out being so much better than we expected. And we probably should be 5 games better than we are now. But we are where we are. I have a couple of points for you if you give me the time. Number one, our bullpen is the problem. We all agree on that. It's actually probably the best it's been, believe it or not. When I look at guys like Urquidy and Lawrence and even Hunter Barco, who was not a starter, who are no longer here, what we got now is better. But the key guy is Santana. And I'll go back to last night, and it's a second guess, I'll admit it. But the Santana who pitched last night would have been much better in the 8th inning than Mason Montgomery, who had pitched the night before, by the way.
Yeah.
And can I make one? I want to make another point about Endy Rodriguez, because everybody's in love with Endy Rodriguez. He is not yet, in my opinion, a good baller of the game. And that pitch that was hit for the home run should have been a slider into the guy's ankles, because he would have swung at it and it would have been a strikeout. But Endy doesn't think that way. I don't know if he's calling the pitches or not. But I would argue, I love the idea of getting Whitlock. Forget about Chapman. He's too much of a vanity play. Whitlock will be more solid and long term. But Santana, if we get him right, it settles down a lot of these other pieces. And one other thing we need to start doing in the bullpen, pitch Majinski and Dotel when he gets healthy. Start pitching them a little more often, as opposed to these 3. And I'll have a closing question, because I never hear this being discussed. So we brought in this new pitching coach. And I have to tell you, it annoys the hell out of me when he saunters out to the mound. But how would you grade him? Because to be honest with you, I agree with you. The hitting has been off the chart surprising. Our pitching staff overall, even our starters, Bubba Chandler's a little better now, but he's not been very good for most of the year. How good a job has this guy really done? And our bullpen, which, by the way, our bullpen is 18th overall in baseball, so it's not a disaster, but it needs to be better. I get that, and there's some simple things you do. But how good do you think this pitching coach has been?
Yeah, Bob, you asked me a lot of questions to address. I'm going to try to get to them. Not good enough. I'm trying to think of a grade. I mean, C, B-. I mean, kind of corresponding with their numbers, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it matters grading the coaches. I'm going to grade the pitching, and the pitching performance hasn't matched expectations. I think fans lump maybe too much credit, certainly too much blame on coaches. It's on to players to perform. And those guys haven't performed well enough. I mean, do we really think that Bill Murphy's changing what Paul Skeens is doing? Or is Paul Skeens doing what Paul Skeens has always done and likes to do? Come on. That's not Bill Murphy. We're giving him too much credit. He's not.
I would say probably not Paul Skeens. Some of the other guys, though, has he been improving these guys?
No, I mean, they haven't gotten enough of that. And that's completely fair. Like, you bring in Jose Urquidy, it hasn't really worked out. That was somebody that Murphy was big on. Hunter Barco hasn't panned out as expected. Thomas Harrington hasn't panned out as expected. So when you're developing guys and you're going to give coaches credit for that, then you need to, take note of it when they're not having that happen. Justin Lawrence was a project, and they haven't been able to solve that. They haven't been able to, Dennis Santana's kind of had a down year. Isaac Matson's had some issues. Like, there's been improvement,
but up on Santana?
No, I haven't at all. I actually think Santana's really good, and it was a point that I was going to try to make earlier. And no offense, you've just kept going like Columbo there. But no, I mean, he's been good. Like, we're actually not talking about Mason Montgomery and Dennis Santana have basically become the same pitcher. Mason Montgomery's ERA is 4.83. Santana's 4.86. Yeah. Over the past month, it's pitched in 12 games. He's got a 3.75 ERA. We're talking about Dennis Santana. You're not going to use him unless it's like a lopsided game. We're putting Mason Montgomery in 8th inning leverage spots. What?
Right.
Huh? You should be swapping the usage.
Don't you think Santana's been better lately?
I just said that. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, and it's probably time where we need to start because we've been, and I don't disagree with what they've been doing. Don't put them in any clutch situation. Well, we need to start doing that because we don't have better. The only reliable guy we've had out there is Sisk.
Yeah.
I mean, and
you don't want him in leverage. He's going to pitch earlier in games. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate the call. I got a lot of people I got to get to here, so we're going to try to cram everybody in a short amount of time. But Santana's been better. The bullpen has been meh. And I really like Bill Murphy. I think Bill Murphy's a tremendous guy. I think he's very smart. I think he's taken too much crap, but I think people are thinking that like he suddenly came in here and changed everything around and changed the way guys perform and it's going to be my way. Like, no. Guys haven't been consistent enough in their performance. He happens to be the guy who took over. I don't know. That's a fan versus somebody, around it a little bit more. That's just a disconnect that I think it's probably tough to understand if you're not around it, if you're not inside it. And I'm not trying to say that in an insulting way. It's just like, I've been around Paul Skeens a lot. I've watched Paul Skeens go through his routine. Paul Skeens, other than Sidney Crosby, is the most routine-oriented athlete I've ever seen. He's very, 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 very obsessed with doing what he wants to do. The Pirates have been pretty much hands-off and say, you do you, dude. And to their credit, very respectful. Bill Murphy's not going in and saying, you need to do this and change this and change this and change that. He's there to try to accentuate. And that's true with a lot of guys. They're very respectful of what they want to do. And they jump in and try to change things that need changed. It's a very collaborative process. And has that gone well enough? No. The numbers will tell you that. But putting it all on Bill Murphy, I think is a bit far. Fan text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your team in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. All right, let's do one more, and then let's get to a break. Good conversation, though, guys. This is, guys and girls, this is really awesome. Glad to get a pulse of everybody on where the Pirates are at the midpoint of their season. Certainly some frustrations, trying to be as honest as possible about it. And let's go to Joe and Scott. Wants to talk about Skeens and Keller. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Jason. I know you've probably seen these videos online, but I think Keller started this taking something off his fastball a few years back because he can throw 100. He just doesn't. And I think Skeens might be, in his words, protecting himself. Do you agree?
To a degree, yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think Mitch can throw 100, but I know the point you're trying to make, and I agree with you.
Okay. And
velocity's not all it's cracked up to be.
I agree.
I'm not a big velocity guy. Throw hard enough, but these guys will catch up to velocity. Change speeds, hit your spots, execute your pitches. I'm much more interested in that.
Totally agree. How about spin rate? Do you think that has any effect? Is his spin rate different? I know they talk about that a lot.
It's not. No. Okay. There's no discernible, nothing that I look at that. I try to not beat people over the head with it. But if you look at spin rate on stuff, I mean, that's not explaining. There aren't any significant changes.
I thought maybe the hitters were picking it up because his spin rate's a little different from velocity, and I don't know. I don't know enough about that stuff. I just know I totally agree with you. You don't have to throw 99 on every pitch. You just have to locate, change speeds, keep the hitters off balance.
Yeah, I mean, what I see with Paul sometimes is trying to be too fine, trying to pitch for strikeouts, trying to be too perfect. If I could coach Paul, and that's not my job, I would tell, trust your stuff. Your stuff's good, man. Challenge people. Yep. Get outs in the zone. It plays. You don't have to strike everybody out. Get more ground balls. It's more democratic. You know what I mean? I think pitching today, you kind of they overcomplicate things a little bit.
Totally, and then the pitch count gets up and they're out of the game.
Yep, exactly. I'm not wooed by strikeouts. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. I love that about Braxton Ashcraft, by the way. I'm working on something. Talked to him at length yesterday, and I'll share a little bit of it. It's just we're talking about him working fast, and he's like, I was a position player once, and I remember how much I hated it when a guy nibbled and worked slow. He's like, I don't want to do that to anybody. I want to go right after guys. I love everything about his pitching style. And it's not to rip on Paul. I mean, Paul has games where he's like that too, where he's just sawing through people. You look up, next thing you know, it's the 6th inning. But Braxton's doing it a lot, and it just happens to be fresh in my mind about, pitching like that. It's a lesson I learned in college too. Work fast. Your fielders appreciate it. I used to be a dawdler. I'd walk around and, we didn't have a pitch clock, obviously, but, I'd rub the ball, take a walk, wipe my brow or jersey or something like that. Like, no, just get the ball back and throw. Don't waste everybody's time. That was a lesson I had to learn too. All right, let's get to a break. Get to more of your calls when we get back. We are dissecting the Pirates at the midpoint, having a conversation about Paul Skeens. What's real, what's not, what are you encouraged by? A lot of people wanted to talk about Brandon Lau. That's a good one. What do you think about Marcell Ozuna? I'm going to pose a question for anybody else wanting to chime in. I know the All-Star game is an exhibition, but I don't know how to think about this. I don't know who I would pick. Who would you pick? And I'm going to give you 2 choices because one's probably obvious. I think Paul Skeens is a gimme. Major League Baseball is going to want him there for marketing reasons. You have 2 choices. Who you send into the All-Star game in Philadelphia? Spocko Talk, I'm Jason Mack. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today. Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook at 93.7 The Fan on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. This is going to be a really big deal for the USA match against Turkey this week. The final match in group stage, the U.S. has already clinched its spot, number one seed coming out of this group. That means that they're probably going to do a lot of substitutions, and we're going to see a lot of different faces for this last game. So protect yourself. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight. What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field. It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players. She's going for the ball. Are front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey with you, dissecting the Pirates. Not literally, that would be weird. I'm not going into the Pat Murphy detail. I don't know if anybody saw that. The Brewers manager had some stuff removed from his body, and there were pictures of it on social media last night. No, thank you. That was gross. No, just talking about the Pirates and where we're at, what to feel encouraged by, what to maybe be a little worried by, that sort of thing. One of the questions I posed last segment was about the All-Star game and which Pirates would you take. I'm not even sure how I feel about it, honestly. I'd like to see Brandon Lau go. I'd like to see Brian Reynolds go. I'd like to see Braxton Ashcraft go. I'd like to see Paul Skeens go. I think Paul Skeens will go just because he's Paul Skeens. I actually wouldn't hate for Paul if he got a couple days off and just got to go be away from everybody on an island somewhere. I think that might actually be good for him. I know he deals with a lot. Just part of the life he lives. But Brian Reynolds might be my pick of that group. I don't know. I just go in a circle. But I look at Reynolds right now, 882 OPS. Maybe we're not talking about it. Maybe we are. I don't know. Tough to judge that sort of thing because of the bullpen and the frustrations there, how darn good Reynolds has been. Keeps climbing, too. End of July, if this continues, maybe he gets up over 900. That's about what he was at in 2021. Believe the 882 OPS. I want to say it's, well, let me get it factual here. It's not that hard to sort out. Believe it's the 9th best in Major League Baseball. Maybe the 9th best in the National League. Yes, the 9th highest in the National League. I didn't write that down. But any case, Reynolds been darn good. Ashcraft been darn good. Lau's been darn good. I can argue that the Pirates deserve 2. I don't think I'd win the argument that the Pirates deserve 3. And I think if we proceed logically, you can probably assume one of those spots is going to go to Mr. Skeens. Speaking of Mr. Skeens, Steve in the car wants to talk about him. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, Jason. I'm actually calling back. Sorry. It's another Skeens question, though. You can just shoo me off if you want, but I don't know if there's something to it, though. I couldn't help but notice, I think Skeens' thing isn't a confidence issue. It's not performance-based. He's doing great. Nothing's changed. I think the league just figured him out. My question to you is, do you think maybe he might regret going on all the interviews in the offseason and showing off his pitching grips and his mechanics?
No.
Because I'm starting to think
I'm actually going to shoot you.
Figured him out.
I'm actually going to shoot you there. No, I don't think. No, not at all. Thank you, Steve. That's no. I think we should just let's stop trying to diagnose here. I mean, we can react. We can say things at least that are within our purview. And I'm not saying don't be a fan or don't have an opinion. By all means, please. That's what sustains this place. But, I'm getting one a gentleman, Rich Fenton, on Twitter, and that's probably my first mistake, but he's saying this is what happened with Skeens. He said something happened in the 5th inning of his start May 17th at home against the Phillies. Stats before that inning, very good. Stats after that inning, not so good. Really? No, I think it's probably just a convenient breaking point. It's probably, and I don't even think there's that much wrong with Skeens, in air quotes. I think he hasn't executed pitches as consistently as he had in the past, and he's human, and that happens. And I think he's taken a little bit off to try to preserve himself, make himself available for the season, make himself available for the long haul. I think there's been a lot of baseball, a lot of physical exertion, and I don't think he's trying to throw a baseball through a brick wall, nor do I think he should. Do I think he should be more efficient? Yes. Do I think he should challenge people more regularly? Yes. But the difference between 97 and 99 and his fastball is not what causes me any sort of concern. Speaking of that, let's go to Doug on the road, has a rational thought on Skeens. Let's go. What's up, man?
Hey, Mackie. How's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. Hey, listen, let me pull off to the side here.
Yeah, don't talk while you're driving. Don't get in trouble.
No, sir. Okay. Now, Mackie, I'm pushing 70 years old. I've watched an awful lot of baseball over the years. And I feel that I have some, as you call it, rational thoughts about Mr. Skeens. I don't think he's all that much different than he was. Here's my thought. Unless he's hurt and we don't know it, there's some small injury that's causing him not. And this does have to do with velocity, but not in the way that a lot of other people say it. You talking heads and you talk show hosts. Oh, there's no difference between 97 and 100. Here's my postulate. How's that for a good word?
That's a good one. Yep.
The difference between throwing a 97-mile-an-hour fastball and throwing a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, which we haven't seen even once this year. So if he's saving himself, I understand. But if he's hurt, that's another thing. The difference is now. I don't buy into a lot of these stats and all this stuff. I'm an old bugger, all right? So I don't buy into a whole lot of that crap. I buy into what my eyes see. I see a lot more hard contact than we did in the first 2 years off of Skeens. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it's what I see. The difference between a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and a 97-mile-an-hour fastball is that some of those hard contacts turn into a little softer contact. Some of those bleeders, and he's given up a whole lot of bleeder hits. Some of those bleeders turn into foul balls or ground balls, to somebody that can field it. That is what I think is the real main difference here. The hard contact is most definitely happening. I don't care what your stats tell you.
Okay. I was about to hit you with an average exit velocity.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fine.
I mean,
All
they
right.
do track such things. So, like, to ignore them would be silly.
I
To
know.
say
We
you don't
track-
like
we
them
track
is
if-
fine, but it's factual. It exists.
I know. We track if a guy can, if a guy hits 300 on Tuesday afternoon in the fourth
I know,
inning,
man. I know, and I know people don't want beat over the head with it, but you can't run from it either.
I'm not running from anything. I'm telling you what my eyes see. I
Okay,
see
but
a
your
lot
eyes are
more
wrong in this
contact.
case, sir. His average exit velocity is very steady. It was 87.8 his rookie year. It is also 87.8 right now.
Okay, so all right, I'm still telling you, the 3 mile an hour difference in the fastball velocity does make a difference. It truly does, and it's not. And again, if he's saving himself, to me that's almost selfish to do that for him.
No, he's doing it for his team,
what we
Doug,
got-
so he's on the field and he can pitch in the playoffs. And if you're saying
if he
3
keeps-
miles an hour in
all right.
fastball velocity makes a difference, if he's going from 97, what about from 97 to 90 or 89? That means Greg Maddux stunk, right?
Well, 89 is what that crappy changeup that he throws. Too
No.
much of right
You're telling me in that argument, you're telling me velocity reigns supreme. You're telling me there's a big
I didn't
difference
say
in 3
reigns
miles.
supreme.
Well,
I
you're
said-
saying there's
I
a big
didn't say
difference
reigns
between
supreme.
97
I
and
said it
100. So
makes
you're
a
saying he's
difference.
not good because of the lack of velocity. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
All right.
It does make a difference in the type of contact that you get, how many balls are fouled off that wouldn't be fouled off, and how many swinging strikes that are, that are hit. I think it makes a not an enormous difference, but it makes enough of a difference that we're not seeing the schemes that we saw in the first 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my point. I'm again, unless there's some minor injury that's hurting him, he's not doing himself or the team any good by saving himself, because we're not getting the same quality of schemes that we did in the. And I know what you're going to tell me. Oh, this stat says this, and this stat says that, and that stat says that. All right, this wins above replacement. To me, I shorten that to wins, and there hasn't been enough of them.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Yep. There hasn't been enough wins. I mean, that's true. But if you're out of the game after 5 innings, there's still 4 innings to play. And if you're evaluating starting pitcher based on win total, I'm sorry to be a new bugger. That's not the same. It doesn't carry the same weight. It doesn't have the same value. I agree with you. A lot of foul balls on Skeens. There's a difference there. To me, it's not the 3 miles an hour in velocity. It's getting a pitch where it should be. It's missing your spot a little. It's leaving something up. It's leaving something that's remotely hittable. Guys are trying to stay alive against you. It's the put-away stuff. Has the put-away stuff been there as consistently as Skeens would like? No, it hasn't. All right, let's go to Adam in the city. Wants to talk about Pirates win streak. What's up, Adam?
Hey, Jason. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. So I called Pomp about a month and a half ago, and we kind of got in a little bit of a not an argument.
You
but,
argued with Pompiani, the nicest
I
man
know,
ever. Come on.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
know. He just was challenging me. I said this team's an average baseball team, and I'm looking at it at a high level, right? The pitching's been, I'd say, okay. The hitting's been good. The bullpen's been bad. And the managing's been okay. And you're seeing it with the results, right? You're seeing a couple wins here, a couple losses there. They can't come up with any type of sustainable win streak, whether it's a win streak or a loss streak.
Yeah.
And, I think Cherington makes a couple moves. They can start putting those streaks together.
Yeah.
They're close. They just need a couple guys to do that.
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
agree with
worried
you.
that this is going to be a 500 baseball team, and we're going to miss a big opportunity to make the playoffs, because if we're in the playoffs, we could be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, if they would solve the bullpen thing, man, that's the biggest impediment. And thank you for the call, Adam. I appreciate it. We don't have a lot of time, and I'm trying to squeeze a few guys in here. I mean, that's been the impediment to a long winning streak, in my opinion. They've got the offense to sustain it, and you have too many times like last night where you need some key outs in late innings, and they have a hiccup. And when they solve the bullpen, in my opinion, that's when they're going to take off. And I don't know if that's going to be solved internally, externally, whatever, but it needs to be solved. It needs to be more consistent. That hasn't happened. Johnny and Farrell wants to talk about Skeens. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, Jay.
Johnny, are you there? There you are.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Skeens in that fake World Baseball Classic, he pitched 8.1 innings, and he threw 12 balls over 100 miles per hour. Now, I find that curious. Don't you? Has he even thrown 12 the whole year?
No, I don't think he has.
Okay, so he goes to this fake World Baseball Classic for the international crowd that no one cares about, and he goes out there and he's throwing 100 mile per hour gassers. And then what's he doing now? Is he conserving himself? Did he hurt himself? I mean, this is a question that should be asked to him point blank. Why were you throwing so many fastballs at over 100 miles per hour at WBC, and now you're not doing it?
He said it. He was asked that question point blank. He said it's been by design, that he's conserving himself.
Okay, so the follow-up question. Okay, so what's the design? Why is that the design?
For longevity, to make sure he's available for his team the entire season and hopefully into the playoffs.
So he could throw over 100 mile per hour fastball.
I'm just answering your question, man.
Tournament.
I'm just answering your question.
No.
I'm just answering your question.
The answer is okay. And then what you said about Greg Maddux, that wasn't in the ABS system. Greg Maddux ain't Greg Maddux in the ABS system. These guys got to deal with the tightened strike zone, and that makes a huge difference. And I think that's getting the Skeens. That sweeper is gone. How's he going to throw that? They're not going to swing at that when they know it's going to come and hit their feet. The question he has got to be pinned down and ask him why. Why did you throw so many in a tournament? Didn't matter.
He was asked.
Now you're not.
He was asked.
Well, asked again.
Okay, maybe it wasn't asked right. I mean, his fastball velocity is basically the same as Braxton Ashcraft's. Braxton Ashcraft is at 97.1. I mean,
okay.
He's executed his pitches more consistently.
He's also not getting that weird movement on it as much, and I think that could be because of the speed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not the same. He's still very good to great, yeah, but we need him to be elite.
Yeah.
And for him to be elite, he has to go out there and put it on the line. If you don't want to put it on the line, trade him. Okay, you don't want. We'll get a boatload of players through if you don't want to play 100% for us. There ain't no half step in one cheeking. Get out there and pitch, and if your arm goes, your arm goes. Oh well.
Man, all right, thanks, John.
Guys.
Appreciate it. Boy, that's a situation that Paul Skeens can't win. If he conserves himself and tries to make sure he's available for the entire season, he gets crushed. If he goes and he blows his arm out and then you lose him, then he gets crushed. You can't win. You've got to be perfect. That's what he's created here. I almost feel bad for him in a way. He can't be a person. He's got a 3.10 ERA right now, and people are upset about it because of his fastball velocity. Boy, I do not understand that. I understand taking a rational look at it. I understand saying I'd like to see him go deeper in games. I'd like to see him be more efficient with his pitches. I'd like to see him attack more. Absolutely. I completely agree with those opinions. But criticizing him for not throwing, for taking a few miles an hour off, doesn't matter to me. If Paul Skeens was having his typical year and was throwing 96.8, 97.1, whatever the average four-seamer velocity is, we're not having this conversation. Stephen Latrobe wants to talk about the Bucs in the All-Star game. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, Jason. First off, I think some people need to get a grip. I mean, Paul Skeens' first 2 years were Bob Gibson-like at his best and Pedro Martinez-like at his best. I mean, that's just being spoiled. But as far as the All-Star game, it's Skeens and Ashcraft to me. And then I think maybe, it's a coin flip between Reynolds and Lau. But I do think I have to go with Reynolds on this. And then, I mean, our situational hitting has just been so poor. I know we're scoring a ton of runs, but, man, we've missed so many opportunities. And I do have a question for you because I'm driving.
Yep.
what is Henry Davis's BABIP, and what is his hard hit rate? Is he just been unlucky, or has it just been this bad?
Yeah, so both. I mean, I'm not going to try to make excuses for Henry Davis because his average, let me pull up his page here. I mean, he's hitting
148 or something like that.
146. You were close. I hope you didn't look that up while you were driving. His
No.
his BABIP has not been good. It's 140. Now, you know, I mean, that's a luck-based stat a little bit, but I mean, you've got to make your own luck too. He hasn't made enough consistent contact. If you look at Henry Davis's, you know, quality of contact, it's pretty good. It's one of the more confounding seasons. Let me look at his hard hit rate here. Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly. It's 40%. That is down from his rookie season, up from last year. The MLB average is 37.1, so he's slightly above the average for hard hit rate.
Well, I mean, we all know why he's back there for two games a week. Number one, it's Skeens. But I was curious if it was bad luck or not. And man, some of these people just need to get a grip when it comes to Skeens and realize his first 2 years were historically incredible.
Yep. All right, man. Appreciate the call, Steve. That does it for this week, folks. Thank you so much. It was designed to be participatory, and it most certainly was that. Had a great time talking baseball with you. I promise you it's going to be all okay with Paul Skeens. I hope it's going to be okay with Paul Skeens. I don't think we need to worry as much as we are. But, yeah, the bullpen has to be better. Hitting with runners in scoring position has to be better. Hitting left-handed starters, I didn't even get to that. That has to be better. Certainly understand those. But, you know, still, they're there. They're a hot streak away from really making some noise. And the bullpen and the situational hitting is what has prohibited that hot streak. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Chance of rain across this afternoon, which I'm really hoping is wrong because I'm heading to the ballpark in about an hour, and I don't want to sit through a rain delay. Joel, this has been fun, man. Always enjoy these. Appreciate your hard work getting people on the line.
Good stuff as always, Jason. That was an adventure today.
It was an adventure. Yep, we expected it. All right, this has been Bucko Talk. Bob Pompiani, the legend, is next. You're listening to Sports Talk Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4:05, the scheduled first pitch for Pirates and Reds this afternoon is Jared Jones on the mound up against Chase Burns of Cincinnati. Coverage here on The Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Nobelstein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fan's 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, my friend Taylor Fournier. During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Jeep of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No games, no waiting. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, haven't run into it yet.
Get to Fournier Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
And now, Babbel proudly presents The Cat Chat.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Yes, hi. I'm staying in room 22, and I was wondering if there was anyone I could chat with about my sheets. They seem to be making me just really itchy.
Pardon, vous avez dit un chat?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just want to chat with maybe like the cleaning service, see which detergent they use. Just a chat.
Chat.
Please, I'm so itchy.
Un instant, s'il vous plaît. Mathis, j'ai un client qui demande un chat.
Oh. My goodness, I thank you. It's just a chat, really just a...
Voila.
What?
Sir, you requested a cat to scratch you.
Traveling mistakes can really be absurd. Learn to speak like the locals with Babbel, and no one will mistake your chat for a cat.
Sir, please. Your cat.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. BABBEL.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Celebrate Independence Day with Riverhound Soccer. Saturday, July 4th at 7 p.m., Pittsburgh hosts Brooklyn FC for USA 250 night at Highmark Stadium. Capped off with city fireworks show, soccer, and summer fun. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you. TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Drive home the power of the 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn, a South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Get payments starting at just $399 a month for 39 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Strength, style, and serious savings. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. Pirates last night fell to Cincinnati 6-4. Game 2 of their series is set for 4:05 this afternoon from PNC Park. It'll be Jared Jones on the mound opposing Chase Burns of Cincinnati. 4:05 is the first pitch. Coverage on the Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome inside Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani, flanked by the one and only Joel Nelson. He'll be behind the glass providing updates and taking your phone calls at 412-928-9370. The Fan text line is the same number, 412-928-9370. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And our Fan Twitter site is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Big thank you to PNC Bank, Number One Cochran, Shenderovich, and Fishman for providing this show to you. They are our sponsors, been here for a long time, and we certainly appreciate that. We have a lot to get into. I know Jason Mackey talked a lot about the Pirates, specifically Paul Skeens. Joel Nelson, I don't think any of us would have said sitting here that Paul Skeens would go 45 days between wins. But that's what he is. The Pirates have not won a game in his last 8 starts. It's stunning to me.
Stunning. Yeah, that's the right word for this. Stunning. It's so weird how he can have that ERA 3.10, a very respectable and, not elite but above average ERA, and the team not get a win. It's wild to think about.
It really is. And it's not that he has pitched badly totally. I think he's a victim of his own personal success. People expect him to be Cy Young. He won it last year. He was a Rookie of the Year before that. So with all of those kind of accolades come, expected or rising expectations, so that you, as a pitcher, are a guy who is expected to provide what he's provided in the past. If you look at what he's done, the biggest problem I see is the fact that he has not been able to go deep into games because he's not been as efficient with his pitches. Again, last night, 96 pitches. I believe he had 38 in one inning alone where they scored 4 runs. That's not being efficient. Yet he still has the stuff that it takes to be a consistent winner. They're just not putting it together in his 8 starts. Velocity is down. From what I understand, that's more by design, as he's trying to, use a lot of different pitches against different teams, figuring out what works against them. But again, his location has not been as good. It's not been as spot on. And as a result, neither has his numbers. If you look at his last 7 starts, for example, he's 0-5, and that's not all on him, but a 4.03 ERA. You expect more than that. He is the stopper on this team. He has to be that guy. And if he's not, then he has to get better. And certainly his numbers are certainly respectable, but they're not Paul Skeens' numbers. And if you're going to be Paul Skeens, you got to put up Paul Skeens' numbers. That's just the way it is when you win a Cy Young. Also today, it doesn't get any easier for the Pirates, who lost last night 6-4 as Mason Montgomery gave up a 2-run home run to Marte in the 8th inning. That was the deciding blow. Today, the Pirates are going to see Chase Burns, who has been the big bright spot for Cincinnati this year. He's 9-1 with a 2.00 ERA. And he's given up 2 or fewer runs in 7 consecutive road games. This is a road game. This is what the Pirates have to do. I was, encouraged last night to see Ozuna get back into the lineup, hit a home run. As I've said before, over the last 2 weeks, I'd play him a lot more. They have to try to get his bat on track, and the only way that happens is if, he plays. Now, Chase Burns is a right-hander. Last night, Abbott was a left-hander. So therefore, will he be in the lineup today or not? I don't know. He should be, in my view, just to get him going a little bit. It was good to see Connor Griffin get back. First at-bat home run. The kid's going to be special, already is on his way to that. 2 for 4 last night. Also got hit by a pitch right in the tailbone area, and it looked like it's something that may carry over into today. So we'll see how that goes against the Reds. And when you're looking at the Pirates right now, again, fell another game to the Brewers, who won 50-29. And by the way, in that game, we saw once again Jacob Misiorowski. Outstanding stuff. He had a pitch last night of 105.5 miles an hour. Never before has that been done. 105.5 by a starter. When he left the game, his last pitch was in a 102 range. So the guy is just firing it. He's been outstanding. They won again last night. So that means Milwaukee is 50-29, first place. Cubs 44-38. They're 7.5 back of Milwaukee. The Cardinals are 42-37. They're 8 back. Pirates have dropped now to 41-41 at 10.5, and the Reds are 38-42 at 12.5 back. So it looks like the division is going to be unattainable unless they get scorching hot. Wild card, the Pirates right now sit 7th, and they are behind the 3 teams that are currently in, which are the Phillies, Padres, Cubs. Then ahead of the Pirates seeking that last spot, which right now belongs to the Cubs, it's St. Louis, the Marlins, Arizona, then the Pirates and Nationals. So they got a lot of work. They got big games coming up this week, not only today and the rest of this series, but then they have Philadelphia and Washington, 2 teams that can really hit the ball all over the place. So when I get your take, we're basically 1 game beyond the halfway point of the season. What are the Pirates to you? 412-928-9370. We saw, they had a good May, 4 games over 500 in May, not so good in June, and 3 games under 500. The biggest problem, in my view, has been the bullpen, but kind of dovetailed off that is the starters not going long enough to get to that bullpen early. So Ben Cherington has some work to do at the trade deadline or before, and they have to address that bullpen, and they also need starters to go longer than what they've been. You got to go beyond 5 innings. I'm sorry. I don't care what pitch counts are anymore and how much emphasis they put. They need starters to go longer. Ashcraft has done that mostly because he's been efficient. They need guys to be efficient. Also last night, we had the first round of the Penguins NHL draft, and in it, at pick number 22, they chose Liam Ruck. He played for Medicine Hat last year, was second leading scorer only to his brother Marcus Ruck, who may be selected today by the Penguins for all we know. The Penguins have the 39th pick overall. There were a lot of trades, and we saw some interesting ones throughout the NHL yesterday, and I thought the Penguins might be engaged in them, but Kyle Dubas afterwards said, while they tried, they didn't have enough to get done significant trades that they wanted to. That doesn't mean they won't happen today or later, but so far that hasn't happened. And the biggest one to me, at least when it affects the Penguins, is by New York Rangers. Head coach Mike Sullivan involved in this. They got Pavel Dorofeyev from the Vegas Golden Knights. He had a wonderful season. He's only 25 years old, but he was going to be a restricted free agent. A lot of money that he's going to probably command. He had 12 goals in the Vegas playoff run. He is a really good sniper, and that goes to the New York Rangers. They gave up some picks, 26th overall, 92nd overall, and another one next year to get Pavel Dorofeyev. The Penguins did bring in another guy who was going to be restricted from Washington, Hendrix Lapierre. Now, he was, interestingly, a guy who was picked right behind Igor Chinakhov in the 2020 draft. So those two guys are now here. I think Kyle Dubas, what he wants to do is trying to get guys who can benefit with a change of scenery. And perhaps this kid, Lapierre, who wasn't that dynamic in terms of what he did in Washington, but he's a talented kid who I think can do some good things when he's up here on this team. We'll see. Sometimes you got to do that. Chinakhov was brought here for the same reason, and boy, did he do well. In 43 games, I think 18 goals, 36 points, did not do well in the playoffs, but he's a young kid who obviously did better changing scenery. Can that be the same for Hendrix Lapierre? We'll find out at 412-928-9370. So where are we with the Pirates? That's where we're going to start today. What is your thought? Are they a playoff team? Can they be a playoff team? Because they certainly right now are not a playoff team, but they have Cruz at some point coming back. Griffin is now back. Horwitz, who's been a good hitter, has to come back. They need to get extension from their starters and better from their bullpen. It sounds like a lot that has to change, but that's where they are. All right, let's go to the phone lines at 412-928-9370. We had John and Cranberry kicking us off today. Hey, John.
Hey, Bob. Good morning to you, and thanks. I'm your first caller today. I'm honored to be on the Saturday show.
You're the leadoff show, the Connor Griffin of this one.
It's always good to talk. And what a shot that was last night. As far as the Pirates, I think that my only concern, if they could make a run when Cruz gets back and if the pitching rectifies itself. But I don't know if they have enough. There's a lot of teams in the mix that they have to jump, but we'll see. But Bob, the reason I'm calling today is about baseball is. I don't know if you saw, but MLB launched on their website a campaign called Leveling the Playing Field on Thursday. And basically what it's about is it's about the league finally making a push with the owners and Manfred to get a salary cap and floor, the long-awaited salary cap for baseball. And in this proposal, that we saw the numbers. I think it's $240 million for the cap,
$171 for the floor.
For the floor, right? And in it, though, the other thing they talk about is they use like the Dodgers as a model. Even that the Dodgers not a repeat champ 2 years in a row, and this year they have an all-star lineup and an all-star pitching staff going for their third in a row. So it really has become an issue in baseball where only one small market team, the Royals in 2015, have won a World Series title in the last 20 years. So my point is, I think this is now the time where Manfred and the owners are set in to fight this, and they're going to lock the players out. Now, the sad part is, how the union is, and Meyer leads the union now. I don't think they're going to agree to it. So I think there's going to be a lockout, and I don't think there's going to be baseball in 2027. I'll be shocked if there is. But I want to get your opinion on that. Of course, for the city of Pittsburgh and Mr. Nutting and how he'll react to this, if maybe a floor will change his, business mindset on owning the team, and also what you think of the chances of finally a long-awaited salary cap that is in every other league may come to MLB. Yeah. Thanks, Bob, for taking my call.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. And I think those are great questions. I think every other league has benefited from that. I think hockey certainly has been front and center, what they did in 2005. I think, football has a salary cap. They make you spend a certain amount of money. You have to do it. What's wrong with that in baseball? But you heard Paul Skeens, who, by the way, is a very good actor. That commercial with the big glizzies is pretty good. I like that thing, and he was really good in it. His pitching needs to be back up to his acting ability these days. But he was very, very quick to point out that the players are not going to want anything like that. At least that was my take. Now, he's working in a town in Pittsburgh where I think all of us realize you need to have something like that, a structure. The major league owners have also gone so far as to not only put what I thought was a very good proposal with 240 or 245 and 171 with a floor, but revenue sharing involved. That's something I never thought I'd hear them say, on a lot of revenue streams that come in. So will the players crack first? It comes down to this. Will the players crack first or will the owners do it? Somebody's going to crack at some point. If they firmly believe, you won't see the Juan Soto contracts anymore. You won't see what you saw with Ohtani. But you will still see multi-million dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, just not out of whack like that. And whether or not the players understand that, because I think it's better for everyone in the Players Association to have a salary cap and floor. Everyone. Not just the elite players, but everyone. I think it's going to result in a lockout. I do. And then it's a question about who blinks first. And I'm not so sure who's going to blink first in this one. As far as Bob Nutting is concerned, he's going to be forced to spend $171 million every year. That's good for baseball. He may not like it at first, but I think he understands it. I think he will support it. I do. Why wouldn't you? It makes it so much easier to level the playing field. And that's what this whole thing is about, leveling the playing field. Good call there from Cranberry. Appreciate it. Let's go to Greg in Youngstown, who joins us right now. Hey, Greg, what's up?
Ain't not much. Two things. If we end up out of it by the trade deadline, and they're not going to sign Brandon Lau, they got to trade him. They really got to trade him for some players. Same thing for Cowler. Because, what's the use of keeping a guy on an expiring contract if you're not going to keep him and we're out of it? That's number one. Number two, I am disappointed in Skeens. And here's the reason why. This guy in Milwaukee's throwing in triple digits. And everybody said Skeens was a god. Oh, you were the same way, too. Oh, he's the greatest pitcher the Pirates have ever had, which he's not. This guy, if he wants to be an elite pitcher, you have to do what this guy does, what Nolan Ryan did, what Randy Johnson did. They were throwing in triple digits. You can't throw the ball 97 miles per hour. A guy's 6'5". There's something wrong with this guy's arm, or something's up with this dude, because that guy in Milwaukee threw a ball, like you said, 105 miles per hour. Come on, Skeens.
The key to that, Greg, is that he located it. It's not just the velocity, it's where it's located. And right now, Skeens has lost his location. He's being inefficient. Now, I'm not going to take away what he did. Rookie of the Year, unanimous Cy Young, all of that still matters. He's a victim of his own success. That's how this works. When you're expected to do that and you don't, even though the numbers are respectable and most people in Major League Baseball would take those numbers, you still are expected to do more. So I get that. But I'm not going to think that Paul Skeens is going to go the rest of the season without winning or getting better. There's a half a season left. He's a key part of what they do. If this lingers and they continue to have problems and he continues to take himself out of fifth inning with 96 pitches, then we can talk about it. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt right now. He has to be better. With regard to Brandon Lau, define, Greg, for me what is in contention, what isn't contention, and then I'll give you my answer.
If we're right, like a game or two out of the wild card.
That's in contention?
In contention.
Well, right now there are 3 games out of that.
Then we're not in contention. You got to set. Now, listen, in anything you do in life, some in business, you set a benchmark. You have to say, at this point, we're good. At this point, we're not good. And maybe it's 5 games, but you have to make a decision. And they're tough decisions because, like the guy was saying before me, they may go on strike, and then you're not going to have Lau anyway. So they have to figure out what's best for this team, because we do have Connor Griffin, and we have some younger players. If we can get something really good for this guy and for Cowler, maybe you are looking next year or the year after. Because if we're not going to win it and we're not getting in the playoffs and going anywhere with the playoffs, there's no use to having this guy by the trade deadline.
All right, Greg, thank you. I hear that. I will say this. I still consider 3 games out to be in contention, my own personal view on this. The problem is you got 1, 2, 3, 4 teams to overcome to get to the last wild card, and there's going to be a lot of headbanging going on. The Pirates have not yet put together a streak of any sort that needs to happen. They got to win 10 in a row at some point, 8 in a row at some point, put themselves in position where they can jump some of these teams. Brandon Lau, to me, is somebody I would be talking to right now. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If I have the rights to the guy, I want to talk to him. I want to find out what his agent is thinking. He has 19 home runs. He's going to end up with 35 plus. You don't find many infielders who can do that. They've had a lack of power. I want him to sign here. He's young enough where you can give him a 5-year deal. The question is how much money he's going to command. I'd do that before it ever came to free agency where he's willing to talk. This is going to be his last contract. you can bet he's going to cash in. He's making $11 million a year right now. So that's where I would go with that. My expectation is he won't sign here, but you can at least try and see where he is and see what you can do to change that. 412-928-9370. You got Rob, who's driving around on I-80 right now. Hey, Rob, what's up?
Morning, Bob. I'm your guy in the Big Kenworth. Another Saturday talking to you, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Well, I got to ask you something about golf, just real quick. Bob, I would love to play a round of golf with you and someone like you, maybe, because you probably have a very good attitude on the course. These guys that get angry because they're not playing well, I can't be around them. I lost one of my best friends to that one day on a golf course here in Pennsylvania because on the 18th hole, he had a nice birdie putt, missed it, wasn't playing well that day. He took his putter upside down, just slammed it into the green. And, of course, here's a good view of the clubhouse right over top of you. And I basically said, hey, we're done. We're not playing golf anymore. You can't come to this club where I'm known and do that.
Rob, what I tell people like that is that you're not good enough to get that mad. You're really not. None of us are. So there's no point in doing it. So what else you got to talk about?
Well, my point about all that was our U.S. Open winner, I never rooted so hard for someone to lose that I can remember in years and years watching that event. This Wyndham Clark, I have no respect for that man for what he did at Oakmont, and you had mentioned a little bit about it too. Mm-hmm. I'll leave it at that for now. The Pirates. I've been a lifelong Pirate fan, as I've said a few times. I've lost it with them in the last 10 years, and now we have a little something to root for. But as you were saying, and I agree with everything you said, I'm pretty sure, Bob, about Skeens, about Lau, and everybody knows they've got to do something about the bullpen, and we've heard that 100 times, so I'll shut up about that. But wouldn't it be nice to really have the Pirates do something in the next couple of years, especially what's going to be happening now with the finances, about the whole league having a level playing field? That would be the most wonderful thing that's happened to baseball in 50 years.
Yes, it would, Rob. Thank you for the call. I'll talk about that because I'm up against a break. Thanks for driving around and calling us. I hope we make it more enjoyable for you to drive. First, Wyndham Clark. I'm not a fan of what he did. Oakmont still, right now, won't let him on because of what he did. And their policy is if a member brings a guest and a guest does that person will never, ever be allowed back. Now, the USGA will have something to say about that as they get into the 2033 U.S. Open at Oakmont. I do admire what he did last week. He was facing a lot of adversity. He really was. Start to finish, he led, and he was challenged along the way. He also heard it from fans. Somehow, some way, he managed to make some big clutch putts at the end. I give him a lot of credit for that. And I think he's a worthy champion. I still don't like what he did. With regard to, the Pirates, you want them to be competitive. And listen, they're in it. If you're going to make a trade right now that sacrifices prospects, and I know a lot of people are anti-trading prospects, but at some point you have to in order to get what you want. This is a critical year for them. They're within striking distance. They still have a half of the season left. If you have to trade some prospects to get whoever it may be, we talk a lot about Chapman. There are pitchers out there. I think you got to do that. You got to make that play. I'm not talking about Seth Hernandez here. I know Florentino has been brought up. I'll remind those who want to protect a 19-year-old who has tremendous upside. Don't get me wrong. But Tamar Johnson was once looked at the same way, and he's still not here. At some point, you have to make a deal for now. Forget about the future. They still have some other future prospects, but you're going to have to decide, and he may be one of the guys that is asked about. 412-928-9370. We got Mike, we got Larry, we got Ricky. You'll be up next as we continue. One line open for you at 412-928-9370. Also want to remind you about local businesses, how important they are in Pittsburgh. I think most people support them and will rally around them. And it's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. Founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native, West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state of PA, and they employ 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh region. How about this? Over the last 20 years, they've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners. they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews along the way. Go look it up. You'll see for yourself. And whether you're looking at a beautiful bathroom remodel, maybe replacement windows that'll improve the comfort and energy efficiency of your home, maybe a new entry door, or you need flooring that gives your home kind of a fresh new look, West Shore Home makes that process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you will save big on bath, window, door, flooring, all of that. 20% off, 20 months of no payments and no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan. Or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE. And guess what? It's Saturday. They still answer on the weekend. 1-800-WEST-SHORE to learn more. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, in a little bit of Penguins draft news across the last 30 seconds or so, pick number 39, the Penguins are drafting Marcus Ruck just hours after they drafted.
The twins are going to play together, Joel. It's going to be the Sedin twins all over again.
Last night, yeah. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
He's making food noises and he's eating ice cream at 7:30 in the morning.
Come on, Pony, try it. I won't let you leave with that just real quick. Num, num, num.
I'm not doing it.
Go real quick.
If I do, will you donate $50? 20.
All right.
Num, 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 num. I can't believe you guys did that. He was all into it. He was like, num, num, num.
It was really the facial expression that did
I got
it.
tears.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price lock guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration. Join us in downtown Pittsburgh, July 4th, beginning at 4 p.m. for free family fun. In Gateway Center, you'll enjoy music on the Sargent Electric Solar Stage and tasty treats at the People's Natural Gas Food Truck Corral. Inside Point State Park, you'll discover more music, food, and holiday activities, including the True Leave Veterans Wellness Center. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Trust us, he knows sports.
Man of distinction, eh?
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, well, welcome back to the program here. We're just getting started, and Joel Nelson broke the news that the Penguins have taken at number 39, Marcus Ruck. He is the twin brother of Liam Ruck. They both played at Medicine Hat last year and were 1-2 in scoring, both over 100 points. They're going to go to North Dakota University to play hockey, and then they're only 18, so I don't expect a Ben Kindle thing to happen here, but two very talented guys who can certainly help down the road. That's what you think. They have a couple of more picks today, another one in the second round coming up. Joel will be on top of that and let you know when it happens. But the Penguins still continue to be in this in-between mode, you know, trying to win and also trying to rebuild on the fly, which is not an easy thing to do. Earlier this week, we saw the Hoffman family of businesses come in, make their first press conference, which was a win situation for them. And I take away from that was one quote that Jeff Hoffman, who is going to be on the board of governors, and he's the son of David, the founder of the Hoffman Group, said this: "You will win in Pittsburgh. We're committed to winning whatever it takes." They will give Kyle Dubas every one of his resources. They seem to be very, very interested in bringing Mario Lemieux back, and they should. And that was a mistake by Fenway Sports Group. They also will be seen a lot more than the people from the Fenway Sports Group. So we'll see how they go, but they're committed to winning. They have a minor league franchise that they're going to now use. And I think it was the Wheeling Nailers have been with the Penguins for like 29 years. And immediately with this Florida Everblades team, they're going to go in that direction and use them as their affiliate. So 29 years is a long time, and a lot of people would go to West Virginia to watch some of these games, but they won't be able to do that now. 412-928-9370 is the number. We had a lot of topics. I want to throw in USA Soccer, too. We saw Christian Pulisic come back in the second half of that game, and he played well. He was a guy who made some opportunities as they lost to Turkey. By the way, Joe, when did that become Turkey? What was I missing there? I thought it was always Turkey.
Yeah, I thought so, too. Tricky stuff.
It is. I mean, when I first heard that, I said, wait a minute, is there something new here? Whatever the case may be. They lost that game. It did not matter. They're in the knockout round, group of 32. They're going to play Bosnia-Herzegovina. If they win that game, it gets tougher. They have a difficult road, I would think. I would believe Belgium would be after that if they, and this is if everyone continues to win. I don't know who's going to beat France. France is playing very well. Argentina's certainly a team. Spain's a team you got to watch out for. So the road is not an easy one. Can they go deep in the USA here, hosting the World Cup? 412-928-9370. Back to the lines we go. Mike in Hopewell. Hello, Mike. What's going on?
Hey, Bob. Bob, I took a look at the proposed salary cap, and I looked at every team's opening day salary. Out of the 30 teams, you want to take a guess on how many are over, how many fit within, and how many are under?
Over what?
Over the salary cap, which is $245 million.
Are you talking about the one they're trying to implement?
The one the owners have proposed.
10?
Only 6. There's only 6 teams that are over it, 10 teams fit within it, and 14 teams are under the floor. And if you look at the salaries of those 6 teams, let's say you just reduce them all to make them compliant, you're going to reduce $430-some million in payroll. Then you look at the bottom 14 teams and see how much salary they have to add to get to the floor. It's going to add double that, $880 million. So I think the lower paid players in the baseball union need to get on board here. I mean, I think there are far more players making less than $5 million than making over 20 or 30 million. And those lower paid players are going to be the ones who benefit. I don't know why they can't see that.
That's what I've said all along. And it's the agents and it's the people at the top who want this to stay the way it is, because they can get $800 million deals. They can get deferred payments right now. That's all going to end. They have a reason to be upset, but we're talking about if you're part of the Players Association, the union has an obligation to watch out not just for the Juan Sotos of the world, not just for the Shohei Ohtanis of the world, but to everyone. They're still union members, right? So you want to make it easier for everyone. Plus, it makes it a competitive. Why? If you're looking at the sport itself, if you're a big name, going to make big money, okay, I get it. You don't want to lose that, but at the same time, I think generally for the good of the sport, it needs to have a cap and floor. So I think that's going to be, and we'll find out how, acrimonial it gets as this thing continues to pan out. But, they have time to get it done before it ever gets to the 11th hour, but it seems never to do that.
Yeah, Bob, who at that table is going to represent the fans of the teams in Pittsburgh, right? Is there anybody that's going to speak up for us?
Well, Bob Nutting should.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll say that he's finally joined in with the small market owners. I mean, for years, remember how he wouldn't say that?
I think he knows for the betterment of the game that has to happen. Yeah. And also with shared revenues on a more aggressive pace, it helps them. Yeah, they got to spend more, but I think they can also make more.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed, but unlike your earlier callers and you, I'm really doubtful we're going to have a full season next year. But
I think it will be. Listen, they may lose spring training, and if it goes into the season, once it gets into the season, it may go for a while. And I hate to see that because we really need baseball.
Yeah, but it worked for us in hockey around here.
It certainly did.
It work in baseball.
It certainly did. Thanks, Mike.
Bob.
Appreciate the call. Let's go to Rick, who's on the. Ricky is in Banksville Road. Hey, Ricky, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Bob?
I'm good. What's up?
Oh, I'm calling in. My buddy said something, Joe Henderson, that I thought really struck home. Ricky Vaughn in Major League 2 came back after a great season just throwing smoke. And then he starts throwing all the junk. He's wearing suits. He's in commercials. Sounds like Paul Skeens to me. He's gotten away from what got him there. Throw the heat. I understand he's got to have longevity.
Ricky, he has like 6 pitches he can use, and he wants to use those. And I think even though he's not throwing 101, he's throwing 97, 98, whatever. He's trying to do a lot of things and use the repertoire. He may not use all the pitches every single night. I think it's by design. Maybe there's some arm fatigue in there. I don't know. But I also think he's not been as bad as people are kind of hitting that panic alarm at this
Absolutely not. No, he's been good. But I just look back and think, what's different this year? What's the major thing that's different with him this year? And it's velocity.
And it's pitch efficiency, regardless of velocity.
Right.
He's
pitch efficiency, yeah.
How many times has he went at least 5 pitches on batters last night? How many times do you see long at-bats against him? He used to make that quick work. And for whatever reason, his accuracy, he's walking people more. He hit a couple of batters. There are a lot of things going on that we haven't seen from him. But that doesn't mean he can't change it. He's a very talented guy who knows what he's doing out there. So I'm going
to leave. Bob, I'm going to leave you with this.
He's not on my list of huge concerns at this point.
I agree. Bob, I'm going to leave you with this. Give him the heater, Ricky.
There you go. Bring the heat, Ricky. Thank you. Appreciate that. 412-928-9370. Larry joins us right now in Finleyville. What's up, Larry?
Yeah, Bob, I'd like to continue on Paul Skeens, if I may.
Sure.
Starting off, I'm going to go back to March, the World Baseball Classic. During that time frame, Skeens threw 10 to 12 pitches, 100 miles per hour. 17 starts this year, Bob, of which he is 6-11. The Pirates are in game Skeens started. Skeens has not thrown one pitch 100 miles per hour. He has lost 2 miles per hour off the four-seam fastball this season compared to the previous 2 seasons. And I don't know, I will agree with you, it's a matter of location, like you're saying. Another thing I was looking at, like you said, he has a 6-pitch repertoire, we'll say. And it seems like he wants to get too many pitches involved rather than just putting the batter away.
So what you're saying is he's pitching to contact. That's what you're saying,
right.
Basically, right?
Right. In other words. Now, whether this is coming from him or the organization itself, I don't know. but it seems like when he has to put a batter away, like, for example, last night, that second inning where he threw 40-plus pitches, he had how many counts? He's going deep into the count on how many batters? 10 pitches, I believe, to one batter. He could not get a ball for the third strike or put the ball in play. And it ended up, the end result, a base hit or a walk. When he needs to put a guy away this season, it just seems like he's unable to do it. And in his last 8 starts, he's gone no more than 5 innings.
That's the problem, Larry, right there.
On the average 100 pitches.
Yeah, that's the problem.
In just 5 innings.
Thank you for the call. Those are good points. But while I'll tell you I'm not overly concerned, I also know that Paul Skeens has a role to play, and that is to be the stopper of this team. The fact that they have not won a game in 45 days when he pitches is not good. 0-8 in their last 8, not good. He plays a role in that. So certainly, as the person he is, as a pitcher he needs to be better. But again, I think if you look at it, it's mostly location to me. I get why the people love velocity. You're watching Mizorowski go 105 miles an hour and all that stuff. If you can blow people away, I would like to see more of that from him when he's ahead in the count, when he could put somebody away, yes. Because otherwise, you're going to get foul-offs, you're going to get missed pitches, you're going to go deep into batter counts. I don't like all of that with him. He got, and that's why he can't go past 5 innings. I expect more from him. He needs to go 8 innings. I'll say that. However he has to get there, he has to go 8 innings, not 5. When he goes 5, it exposes too many problems. Rick is on the road, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, Rick, what's going on?
Hey, Palm, how are you today?
Good. What's going on with you, man?
Hey, real quick, I like the Penguins move. A lot of fans, not even in Pittsburgh, but who wants to be owned by a corporation like Fenway? These guys are real genuine people, and I think that's going to go a long way. Their presence is going to go a long way. And with the Wheeling ECHL, maybe Columbus could pick them up. It'd be a shame to see them. They've built up some good cachet over the decades, and it'd be nice to see somebody pick them up. I understand, obviously, why the family is going to stick by. They've already owned this other team in Florida. I mean, it's a natural thing to do, but maybe Columbus or somebody else can pick them up.
Yeah, they've been a good supplier over the years, 29 years with this relationship. I think their agreement had expired, too, which made it maybe a little easier for the Hoffman Group to do what they're doing. But generally speaking, I do like the fact that they seem to be very much going to integrate themselves into the Pittsburgh community. They need to do that. That other ownership did not do that. They did a lot of good things, I thought, but they also did not do, and honestly, surprised the price went to $1.7 billion. When they purchased it from the Lemieux Group with Burkle, I thought for sure that they'd have a hard time getting $1 billion. They almost got it, 900-some million. Now this is 1.7 billion. That's a lot of money, but they have expectations of making this a long time thing. They're not interested in moving it. They're not interested in doing anything except trying to win in Pittsburgh. Thanks for the call. Appreciate that.
Hey, thanks.
All right, Rick. 412-928-9370. We have Dante, Al, Marty, Bill, and Ryan all coming up. Want to remind you also that parents and coaches out there, you can send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com because the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. Register your 12 and under team at 937 The Fan. We may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Joel has another update. We'll continue the conversation until 1 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pick number 39 in the NHL draft, the Penguins select Marcus Ruck the morning after selecting his twin brother Liam in last night's draft. Pirates last night fell to Cincinnati 6-4. Game 2 of their series is scheduled for 4:05 this afternoon. Coverage on the Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Jared Jones takes on Chase Burns. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build, Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Summer is in full swing and the action is heating up at BetMGM Casino. Soak up the season with nonstop excitement and play wherever you are. New players can jump in with a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house when you sign up using bonus code HOMETOWN. From spinning exclusive slots under the sun to thrilling live dealer games after dark, there's always something happening. Your favorite casino games are just a tap away, giving you the freedom to play anytime, anywhere. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and make every moment count this season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
West Finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. 11 o'clock hour, almost over. The Penguins have made their second round pick, one of them anyway. Number 39, Marcus Ruck, joins his brother Liam here in Pittsburgh. So the Twins, I guess the Shenderovich twins should maybe go out and greet them, right? How many other twins we know with high levels of success? We'll find out about that. And by the way, those of you who are, and I realize you expect a lot more out of Paul Skeens, and so do I. As I said, he needs to go into 8 innings. He's a stopper. That's what he's going to be paid for. But these are the top 5 strikeout leaders in Major League Baseball. Jacob Misiorowski, as you know, 146 on the year. Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, who can win a Cy Young this year, he's been that good. 127, he's second. Dylan Cease with 118. Cam Schlitter, who's been terrific with the Yankees with 118. And number 5 in all of baseball is Paul Skeens with 114. So while you cite all the velocity, and I get it, he's trying different. I think it has to be by design that he's trying to do different things. And maybe that'll set up the fastball later in the season. All I know is he's still up in the top 5 in a lot of different categories. Now, does he need to go beyond 5 innings? Yes. Has he been inefficient? Yes. You can't have 96 to 100 pitches every time you go and you don't go by 5. That's not what he is. He needs to be better. 412-928-9370. Dante is in Sewickley. Hey, Dante, how are you?
Yeah, hey, Bob. How are you doing today?
Great. Thank you for calling.
I'd like to ask a couple questions about pitching. You know a lot more about baseball than I do, and maybe some of these things have been discussed on the radio and I missed it. I don't get to watch many of the games, but it sounded like when they were putting Mlodzinski into the bullpen initially, there was some discussion that, and I have 2 questions. One is there was some discussion that Mlodzinski might be able to be a multi-inning reliever and then pitch the very next day so that he could gobble up like a 7th and an 8th inning or a 6th and a 7th inning, which would significantly help the bullpen. And I don't think I've ever, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I've seen that happen. And the other thing is, it sounded like there was a little bit of discussion, and it just all disappeared, about having a 6-man rotation instead of a 5-man rotation, which would allow the starters to just pitch deeper into games, and then you wouldn't need to rely on the bullpen as much. And them being able to pitch deeper into games is because they're pitching, every 6th day instead of every 5th day, yeah. and would it build up, the same type of season-long innings? But I'd kind of like to hear your response on both of those issues. Those
are good questions. Number one, if they're going to put him into the bullpen, then he should be a bullpen pitcher, not just a piggyback pitcher. We saw the other day again, he was in for 3 innings. You're talking about Mlodzinski. And, while he did those 3 innings, that takes him out of the next 4 days. So if he's going to be in there, I would use him in higher leverage situations. But I hope, they want to build his arm up. It's been starter arm, and I think that's the whole plan there. As far as 6-man rotations, I would not disagree with that at all. I would prefer a 6-man rotation. The Dodgers have used the 6-man rotation earlier this season. You do it for the very reasons you cited there, Dante. So you keep these guys fresh. Also, hopefully they can go deeper into games so you don't rely on that bullpen as much. And you don't have to do it the whole season, but there are stretches of the season where it would be helpful. So we'll see where that goes, but so far that has not happened. Misiorowski remains in the bullpen, and hopefully they'll use him better. But thank you for the call, Dante. Appreciate it.
Could you just clarify about is Mlodzinski the type of guy that can pitch 2 innings and then come back the next day?
Apparently not right now, but I would hope that he could do that. To use him in one outing for 3 or 4 innings is fine for that one outing, but then you take him out of the equation for the next 4 days.
Yeah, it seems like it scales back how many innings he's capable of pitching over the whole season. I don't seem to like that as much.
I don't either. I would prefer, if he's going to be in there, I would prefer that he's the guy who is going to come in higher leverage situations, even if it's for 1 or 2 innings. Al is in the car. Al, welcome aboard. How are you?
Hi, Bob. Love your show.
Appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
Hey, I absolutely love the new ownership of the Penguins. I think that's going to turn things around immensely.
Well, listen, all we have on them is what they've done in one press conference. You know, they own a lot of businesses. I think they're very profitable at what they do, but they know how to, they're very heavily into sports. Their whole family is. So I got to believe that they're going to make Pittsburgh their home. At least Jeff Hoffman, the guy who's going to be in charge here, is doing that. And they pretty much said, we're here to win. We're going to do whatever it takes to win. That's all you can expect. And if they follow through on that, then that's what you want an ownership group to do.
Hey, and a note on Paul Skeens. He's no dummy. I think he's trying to do different things on the fly because he knows. Them major league hitters, they'll figure you out as a batter. They will figure you out, and they'll sit on that fastball of his. So I think he's trying to create some different things because he knows that he just can't rely on that.
That's what I said. It's by design, Al. That's my take on it. It's by design. Thank you for calling. We're up against the break here. Got to take it. But I think he has a lot of pitches, and he's trying to figure out which ones he can use in different situations. That's all part of this as well. I don't think that he can't get to 100 if he needs to get to 100. I would like to see more of that, to be honest, especially when he has a guy down on the count. It's about location, too, though. He has not been as precise as you would expect him to be, given what we've seen in 2 years. A lot to get into as we come up. Marty, Vincent, Jay, we got Bill, we got Ryan in New Jersey. All your calls are coming up. In the meantime, Penguins have made another pick. That's number 39, and it's Marcus Ruck along with Liam Ruck. The Twins are in Pittsburgh. Again, they're 18-year-old kids. I don't expect them to become Ben Kindle and be here on the roster, but they're going to probably go to North Dakota, play hockey, and then they'll hopefully in 3 years be up here contributing to this franchise. Also, Scotty Scheffler at the Travelers Championship has a 2-shot lead over Victor Hovland. Scheffler at 16 under after he shot 60 yesterday. He missed a 59 by missing a 25-foot birdie putt on the final hole. And a lot of trades in the NHL, which we'll get into. The Riveters play tonight. They're undefeated, and they could win a championship over at FNB Stadium to go along with the Riverhounds, who won the USL last year. So that'll be a big game tonight. And we got the Pirates at 4 o'clock. We got the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 3 with Dan Zangrilli, and then it's going to be Chase Burns, who's 9-1 with a 2.00 ERA against Jared Jones. Still struggling to find a little consistency there, but he's not missing a start after taking one off the elbow. I'm Bob Pompiani. We'll continue this as we go along here. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. Got rain on and off this afternoon. Shouldn't be a problem as we get closer to game time. Temperatures in the 90s, though, for the rest of the week. And it looks like on Thursday we might get close to 100 degrees, believe it or not. That's your Fan Weather. We will come back with more as Joel Nelson will pave the way for Ty Polk. He'll be here next as we continue on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. With America turning 250, Number One Cochrane is pulling out all the stops during their red, white, and new event. Get up to an extra $1,000 in tag savings on eligible new and pre-owned vehicles. And that's just for starters. You can also find ultra-low lease rates, value-packed pre-owned payments, and financing as low as 0% from 8 different Number One Cochrane new car brands. Plus, select vehicles have markdowns of $10,000 or more. So hurry in for the red, white, and new event. Now at Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Tag savings apply to select new and pre-owned models in stock. No specific down payment required for 0% APR. Cost per $1,000 finance is $16.67 per month with 60 months and $13.89 per month for 72 months. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Prior sales excluded. Ed 7626.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good afternoon. I'm Tyler Polk with your fan headlines. Right now, the Pittsburgh Penguins threw their first 3 draft picks. Round 1, 22nd pick, Liam Ruck, the right winger from Medicine Hat in the WHL. And in the second round with the 39th pick, Marcus Ruck, his twin brother, also from Medicine Hat, a center drafted in the 39th pick. In the second round with pick number 54, Thomas Galvis, a defender, was drafted by the Penguins. Their next pick is in the 3rd round. It's the 86th overall pick. Later today on 93.7 The Fan, the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of the series. Saturday, first pitch at 4:05. Our coverage begins at 3 p.m., 3:15 rather, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cochrane, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the program, 12:06 in the afternoon, and welcome inside Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani here with Tyler Polk behind the glass, taking your calls at 412-928-9370. That's also the Fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Fan Twitter, South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Call 412-928-9370. On X, it's at KD Pomp. We'll talk a lot about what's going on. The Penguins, as you just heard, have made 3 picks. The Ruck brothers are here, and so is Thomas Galvis, who's a defenseman. These are all guys who won't be seen here for a little bit of time anyway until they, they're young kids. And very rarely do you get a Ben Kindle thrown in who's going to step right in. But you never know. They're talented kids, but so far no trades for the Penguins. Kyle Dubas has been looking to make trades, but either he was too far down in the draft to give a team what they wanted, or he didn't have enough ammunition to get somebody else off a roster. The problem is that the free agency coming up, there's not a lot of real solid answers in there. When Anthony Mantha looks to be one of the most attractive guys, and I like what he did here, but you don't want to spend a lot of money in that department. You got to find it through trade, and they're looking. Jason Robertson is interesting. He's from Dallas. He's going to be a restricted free agent. Dallas has allowed him to talk to Seattle. Dallas offered him a nice contract, like $12 million a year. They turned it down. He went to Seattle. I think they offered him $15 million. They turned it down. Where is he going to end up, and how much will it cost? And can the Penguins be players in that department? We'll find out at 412-928-9370. The Hoffman Group took over this week, had their first press conference. I'd like to hear what you think about their approach. They hit a home run with that first press conference, no doubt about it. Also, the United States men's national team has moved on to the group of 32. They'll play Wednesday against Bosnia-Herzegovina. That's the round of 32. If they should win, it's probably Belgium, which looked good last night. Again, looking down the road, there are teams like Spain, potentially France in the semifinal, Argentina. Messi's been on fire. They have a lot of potholes in the road if they're going to win a World Cup, but here they are knocking on the round of 32. So your thoughts on that? How far can they go? How far do you expect them to go? Is this win already for them, given some of their past performances at the World Cup? We saw Jacob Mizorowski last night hit 105.5. When he left the game at the very end, he was hitting 102 on the dial. He has been terrific. Milwaukee right now with a 10.5 game lead over the Pirates, who are in fourth position. My question to you is, what are the Pirates right now? Okay, they're 41-41. That's even 500. 2015, they were 47-34, 198 games. That was the last time they were in a playoff situation. A year ago at this time, they were 32-49. So much improved over that. And quite frankly, the biggest problem has been the bullpen. Inconsistent, erratic. Players have not done what they're supposed to do. Do you blame players? Because they should get blame, at least some of the blame. 17 blown saves, second most in baseball. If those were half of that number, they'd be knocking on the door and in a wild card position right now. So we'll talk about all that stuff coming up as well. 412-928-9370. One big trade last night that affected the Penguins in their division. The New York Rangers acquired Pavel Dorofeyev from Vegas. They gave up a 26th pick this year, a 92nd pick this year, and one pick in the following year. He had 12 goals in the playoffs. Was a 30-plus goal scorer for Vegas. He's only 25 years old, and that's going to be a big upgrade, you would think, for the New York Rangers. Back to the lines we go at 412-928-9370. Ryan is in New Jersey. What's up, Ryan? How are you?
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Good.
So the hockey got me depressed over the last month. I hate Carolina, but that's just whatever. They play boredom hockey. Whatever. It is what it is.
It's effective hockey, though. It is.
Yeah, it is. It's slog hockey, but whatever. Actually, it's faster slog hockey now. They used to just play slog hockey. Now it's faster slog hockey. Anyway, so I was pretty impressed with what I caught of the Hoffman Group. I didn't really see much of it. I mean, the price shocked me in the end. I saw reports that it creeped up towards $2 billion, and I was like, oh geez, that's a lot of money for a hockey team. But whatever, it is what it is. I saw Mom's nice on the ice too. That was a nice plus. It's always like that, but whatever. Anyway, so the deal. What seems silly here is all the talk about dumping Malkin and trading Carlson that I know not only you but a lot of guys in town talked about the whole year, second half of the year. Why? I mean, you saw what happened here. Did Dubas actually say, I didn't expect the market to be what it was? That was quoted by somebody. I didn't expect big picks and big money to be thrown around and trades. I mean, that's what happens when teams don't win and they need players. Like, you have to go into that with that. They got all this cap room. They got a million fourth liners at this point. So really what it is, I'm going to watch because, I've been there since 66, but this is just going to be a very elaborate long-term retirement tour for Sid and his boys, and that's kind of so the idea of moving on from Malkin seems so silly in retrospect based on the events of the last week or so. There's nothing out there. I mean, when Robertson denied, is not going to take $15 million to play under the Space Needle. How are the Pens going to do it? All the
well, the only thing I'll say, they have a lot of cap room, and they don't at this point, I think, have enough to trade with them either. I don't know what Dallas wants in exchange for him, but he's a 40-goal scorer at age 25. So I think the players are becoming empowered like NBA players, which is going to happen in every sport, except for maybe baseball, where they're looking to crush their souls. The players are now going to pick their shots. I think it's more that than anything. Like, he might want to go to the Rangers or
Philly or who somewhere that's a bigger, hockey market. Not that Pittsburgh's not a prime North America, U.S. hockey market. It is. So, a lot of players would play there. It's not that issue. But I just think these guys they've got set ways. He might want to go to Minnesota. Who knows? But I just don't think you're going to get the movement that you need, and this is the problem. This is the payment they're going to pay for the Rutherford era. Trading all their guys away, not developing guys. Even now that you have, a lot of picks.
Let me ask you this: would you trade what they got, which was 2 Stanley Cups, for having a better, more fertile?
Oh, absolutely not. You take the titles every time. But the thing, the concept, and I know there's not so much you, but there's other people in town. You and Joe are obviously the best about hockey on these airwaves. That you actually talk about it, not like Aaron Rodgers, what he shot at the golf course today, and that kind of crap. But the concept that they're going to get back to the top with Sidney Crosby is just a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. So enjoy him while you got him. Obviously, he owes us nothing, and we owe him everything. But this concept that somehow they're going to bring up Wilkes-Barre and win with him is just. It's just.
I got you, Ryan. I appreciate it, and we'll see. Maybe down the road, Sidney's the one who initiates a trade, and his final gift to Pittsburgh is, okay, I'll go here, and look what you're going to get in return. Who knows? I don't think he'll do that, but we'll find out what this season is all about. And I think they want to make a deal. They do. I know they do want to make a deal. The question is how big of a deal, and who do they sacrifice, and do they have enough to get a deal done with one of these major players who are restricted in nature? Let's go to Vincent in Swickley. Hello, Vinny. Can I call you Vinny?
Yeah, of course, Bob.
All right. What's up, Vinny?
What's going on? It's like my cousin Vinny, kind of,
Yeah.
But, yeah, no. So just look, like, there's 2 things. I'll get to Robertson in a second, but these Ruck twins are good players. Liam is the shooter. He's like Daniel Sedin. He had like almost 50 some goals this past season. His brother sets him up, Marcus, and they're good. I was reading an analysis of the guys who are getting drafted, all the prospects, and Liam has one of the best shots in the entire class, hands down.
A lot of people thought he would go before 22 also.
Yeah, well, the draft order got all crazy. I mean, there were a couple breaches, and guys were just teams were taking guys that they personally thought were better than the rankings. Chase Reed dropped. He was like projected 2 overall. He dropped to 7, kind of like Quinn Hughes. So that was a little bit crazy. But the defenseman that we got is a Czech guy, and he was the 2nd highest scoring defenseman at the World Juniors this past year. So he's actually also got some upside. He's a little bit undersized. Needs to get some weight on him. But yeah, so as far as Robertson goes, I think that they should honestly just do whatever it takes. But Dallas is going to want a good player in return because Robertson's one of their top 6, like really high scoring wingers. So I wouldn't mind giving Chinakhov up in that situation.
It's going to take more than that, though.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing with these teams that are in the running. Like, who's Utah going to give up? They traded Paterka to make space, but they don't have a top 6 winger to really match Chinakhov.
Changed teams 2 years in a row now, so.
Yeah, well, he didn't have a good first season in Utah. He kind of was one of their underperforming guys, and they gave him the big deal. They honestly are probably regretting that decision now to trade Doan because Doan's pretty good. Yep. But, yeah, the Dallas is going to want a top 6 winger in return. So Chinakhov's the one that makes the most sense. He would be much cheaper than Robertson, obviously.
Well, they may want a Brian Rust. If they're trying to win, and they think they have a great unit down there. And if you're going to part with somebody like that, you're going to need somebody to take his shoes. At least give you 30 goals, not 40 They may do something like that. And the Penguins have a lot of guys who are in that category. He and Raquel and name them.
Well, Raquel definitely makes the most sense as far as like salary goes and like his proximity to the team, because basically Sid loves Rust. He's like a heart and soul player. He's put it all out there. He's played injured. I mean, he won us the conference finals in 2016, 2 goals in Game 7. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he's like a kind of a basically legacy player. He was on both Cup teams and the teams.
But you can't operate with all legacy players either, and because at some point the legacy is going to end, and you're going to end up. This is why. And Vinny, my cousin Vinny, thank you for the call. Appreciate that. This is why back in 2018, or Malkin, there was a lot of discussion about trading him. I would not have been against that. Only because that was the time where you could have gotten a lot for him. At some point, you do have to do that. You can't just stick around with everyone, and who knows how long that'll last. So if you have to part with somebody who's really good, but you bring in someone who could be better, you have to pay a little bit more money. If you're trying to, again, win now and be competitive now, that would be a move that I think they should consider. Jay is next. He's in Pittsburgh. Hello, Jay. What's going on?
Hey, Bob. I have a couple of golf questions for you.
Sure. Go right ahead.
My first one is, do you think Rory McIlroy is the greatest European player of all time?
The answer is probably yes. I'd have to think more about that, but yes, off the top of my head.
Okay. And my second question would be, who's on your Mount Rushmore of European golfers of all time?
European golfers of all time. Oh, my. You're hitting me with something that I haven't even thought about. So I got to think about that, Jay. Otherwise, I'm going to waste airtime trying to come up with names. But I will come up with a list for you, hopefully later in the show, okay?
Okay.
Because on top of my head, I know Colin Montgomery was once thought of as that guy, but he never won anything, especially over here. They have some players over there who've done very well on a consistent basis, but not to the level of a Rory McIlroy. I'd have to think. One more call before we go to break, and that would be Marty in Frick Park. And then Tom and Moon, you hang on, you'll be next. Hello, Marty.
Hey, Bob, I got Seve, Rory, and Faldo, and you can name the fourth guy. So
yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Faldo won how many? 6 majors? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, Faldo won 3 and 3.
Okay.
British Open and Masters.
Seve was Seve.
Seve won 4 or 5, but he was up there, and he obviously was the face of European golf.
Who was your and Rory? And who did you say else, or did you leave that open?
The fourth guy, you got to go. I don't know. Justin Rose.
I got to look at majors. See, my thing is about majors. I want to find out.
He only has one major, but he's been up. Obviously, he was runner-up in the Masters two the last 3 years.
Oh, he's been a tremendous player, but I'd have to look at the list of people who've actually won majors, because that's how I start any list. I'm going to find out major winners, because those are the most important events you got. But anyway, what else? You got that or something else you want to
I'm thinking about this Hoffman Group and this acquisition. You touched on it, Bob. A couple of your callers kind of hinted around it. Man, Bob, I got to believe they're leveraged to the hilts. You look at their family business. It's not like they wrote a check here. They really, it just seems on the surface, Bob, like they really, really overpaid for this. Because I'm sitting there going, Bob, I'm sure you thought about this too. Did Mario and Burkle sell it too cheap, or did they pay too much?
Well, I thought $900 million at the time was a little bit, that was a lot, and I understood why they wanted to take it. I never thought I'd get to $1.7 billion after, how many years of just average hockey, got to the playoffs last year,
right.
But
I think the tell will be how they fill that cap space if they spend it.
Mm-hmm.
If all of a sudden you see that they have a 15-20 million available cap, that tells you that, financing is a big part of this deal, which I would just guess it had to be. It just seems like on the Bob, here's an example. Ottawa went for $900 million in 2023.
Yeah.
So 1.7 billion? It just seems like they're way over leveraged.
Well, that goes to show you how I think they're very much committed to hockey. They like what they see here. They're going to try to build more. They've already talked about building hotels in town. They want to upgrade the arena lease, which they think is a great release. So, there's a lot to like. And if they build it, who knows? You win a couple of championships in the next 10 years, or one anyway, and be competitive. You can, if you want to flip it for more, you can.
Maybe. You still have to look at the business of hockey. I still think it's
right. I was surprised. I totally agree with you. All right. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I'm trying to think of golfers now, European golfers. So, all right, Faldo, Seve, Rory is on the. That's true. He's on the top of that list. I know another guy who he may not qualify for this list, but he was very good in his day is Bernhard Langer. I don't know how many majors he's won. I don't know, but he continues to win big on the senior and the championship tour.
I only know a few Europeans like Patrick Harrington.
But I don't think he's up to that.
Yeah. That's
I thought John Rahm from Spain would be a guy who would, but not yet. He went to the Live Tour. It's not the same, blah, blah, blah. But I would think probably Bernhard Langer. I'd have to check into his majors. I don't know he's won. I know he's been very good recently. He's playing and shooting his age at 67 years old. So we have a lot to talk about as we continue here. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We'll get into not just the Pirates again as they play Game 2 of their series today. Where are they? I want to know what you think. Call me and tell me where you think they are. Are they a playoff team at the deadline? What would you do if they fall further behind? Or if you're in it, what do you trade? How do you acquire to make this team better as they go down the stretch? That's what I want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. As we go to break, I want to tell you about in Pittsburgh. We take supporting local businesses very seriously. It's one of the reasons why I'm here to talk about West Shore Home. They are that, a local business founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home has its headquarters right here in the state. They employ more than 70 local team members across Pittsburgh. And over the last 20 years, they have completed, listen to this number, more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners and earned thousands of five-star reviews along the way. And whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, that seems, if you're in your home for a long time, you got to do that. You got to keep up. Replacement windows. They'll improve comfort and energy efficiency in your home. You may need a new entry door, a back door, sliding door, flooring in your home, whatever. Gives it a new, fresh look. West Shore Home makes the process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project. 20% off, 20 months of no payments, and no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan, westshorehome.com/fan. Call right now if you don't want to do it online. It's 1-800-WEST-SHORE, and someone will be there to answer that phone. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of their series today. First pitch at 4:05. Jared Jones on the mound for Pittsburgh. Chase Burns for Cincinnati. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3:15 on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by True Green, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, and Shooters Golf. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning, celebrations, endless laughs, and memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pirates take on Cincinnati, 4:05 today. That's the first pitch, but the pregame activities begin with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Dan Zangrilli will be here to host that as the Pirates look to even the series at one apiece after losing last night 6-4. It was Noel Marte with a home run off Mason Montgomery that won it. Paul Skeens is 0-8. Not him personally. The team is 0-8 in the last 8 starts. Something's got to give there. He needs to be deeper into games and dominating more games, although he's still, at a 3.10 ERA and one of the better ones in the league. But the expectation level for Paul Skeens is much higher than that, and they need him. They also need to figure out something at the All-Star break. What do? They need help in the bullpen. How much do they give up? If they're close, what do you do? If they're not close, what do you do? Do you then trade players? I don't think they want to do that. They want to compete right now, and they can go out and help themselves by, signing guys. After they trade for them, they have a guy that they would love to have, I'm sure, in Aroldis Chapman. Now, Boston is in an interesting boat. They have been terrible most of the season, but they have come on of late a little bit. I don't know how far back they are in this wild card chase because they're not going to be involved in the division. But they may be willing to trade guys like that. And how much would you give up to get him? Would it take one of your top prospects? If so, are you against that or not? Quite frankly, I wouldn't be, as long as it would help this current team, because this current team has aspirations of doing something. They have guys on their roster who may not be here next year, depending on what it goes with Brandon Lau. That's another separate question. What do you do with him? Would you start talking to him now? Because I would. I want to see what his agent's looking for. He's at the end of a contract, making, I think, $11 million a year. He's got 19 home runs. He's been over 30 twice, almost 40 once. He's going to be on that pace again. So what are the Pirates at 41-41 right now? Big game today, Jared Jones, who did not miss a start, coming back that elbow that got hit on the last game. I thought that might be the end of his season, but fortunately not. He's 1-1 with a 5.75 ERA. Chase Burns 9-1 with a 2.00 ERA. All right, let's go out to Tom in Moon Township. Hey, Tom, what's going on today?
Hey, Bob. Thanks. Always a pleasure listening to you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I might take a ride out and see the game. I think the big story no one's talking about, and it's a follow-up to your last caller, isn't the big winner this week, and I don't know if it's good news or bad news for us Pirate fans, Bob Nutting. I mean, according to Forbes, the Pirates were around $1.2 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and now up the street, the Penguins go for $1.8 billion, and he's got the nicest ballpark in America. Isn't he popping champagne?
Well, listen, I mean, if you own a major league team, just by owning a team, this is why so many people want to own teams. The valuation keeps going up. It doesn't go backwards, no matter how good or bad you are. And I think that's, you saw $900 million to 1.7 some billion for the Penguins. I imagine if the Pirates were going to be sold, if you were willing to do it, that number would be well over $2 billion. So, yeah, you're always going to make money there. But I think from the competitive point of view, This salary cap, Florida, they're talking about it has to happen at some point. This would be a good time for it to happen, but it won't be without a fight. Baseball owners have dug in a little bit, and Baseball Players Association will dig in even harder. If you had to guess, Tony, if it came down to a lockout and it started that way, who would be the first to blink? All right, I'm sorry, I dropped out. Let's go to Tony in Mount Pleasant. Tony, you can answer that question. Who would blink first?
Bob, it's a pleasure to talk to you.
You too.
Hey, my question's about Davis, the catcher for the Pirates. It kind of drives me crazy. He has an open stance. So when you have an open stance, you don't get the full power into your swing. And the second thing, when you swing the bat, your eye has already saw the ball, but the bat takes longer to get around. So it drives me absolutely crazy. What's your thought on it?
Well, whatever it is, technically, mentally, he's got to be more consistent. It was good to see a couple of hits the other day, including a big home run to the opposite field off a very good pitcher. They're not going to give up on him, but sooner or later, he's got to start putting up numbers. Andy Rodriguez has taken over the job as the starter on most nights. They got to get more out of him. He's. Would you
look at that stance someday and?
Well, I'm not a batting coach. I'll find out from people who. I'll find out. Yeah, thanks, Tony. I appreciate the call.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
All I know is that they got some issues there that they have to resolve. However they do it, it's on the batting coach. It's on everyone there to work with him to change it. And so far, it hasn't happened. Martin is in the South Hills, and right now he's on the Fan. Hey, Martin.
Hey, Bob. I'll answer the question. The owners will blink.
They normally do, but you don't think they're dug in enough that they may just wait this as long as possible?
No. And
well, they have more to lose here, I think, for sure.
The owners have more to lose. They will blink first, like they always do. And you know what? Jerks like Nutting and the rest of the small markets will go along and vote for the CBA just like they do every time.
Well, hopefully that's not the case. I think it's time in every sport you go through one of these kind of situations, and it has to be resolved for the betterment of the game. And I say that to make sure there's a level playing field on everyone who plays. I mean, the only sport we talk about, small market is baseball. You never hear that in hockey. You don't hear it in football. Green Bay's not a small market. It's not referred to that way in football. They're all the same.
But it was time 20, 30 years ago to go to.
I know. It's going to be an ugly situation. It may not change, and if it doesn't change, then where are you? That's why I think if it gets into a lockout, they may finally decide we're going to have to be very resolute about this. But I wouldn't hold my breath.
The owners hold the cards. As far as the Pirates, they will not make the playoffs. They had Chapman in the past. They let him get away because they're cheap. And I said, for the last year, the team needed so much to have a valuable asset like Schemes, who's now turned into Jimmy Hoffa. They should have traded him and got maximum value for him.
No, why would you trade him now?
So you could have a complete baseball team.
You don't think they're going to get more if they wait on him, unless he totally falls apart, which I don't see happening.
Why would they get more? He has 3. They get more
because he's still young. He's still young, and he's a guy who I think no matter what, you're going to. You know how many teams are going to be wanting him? They do now. I get it, but they have a team now with him as their ace, their stopper. I still think if they get to the playoffs, they could be very successful in the playoffs. I'm not going to give up on that right now.
Bob, they're 17-17 his last 34 starts.
I understand that. But my point is, if you get into the playoffs with that rotation, if it operates the way it's possible that they can, I think they could win series. We'll see.
And if I was
eventually he will be traded. I don't doubt that at all, but not right now.
I disagree.
All right. Thanks, Martin. I appreciate it. 412. Yeah, you too. Guy is in Southern California right now, and he's on the air. Hey, Guy, how are you?
Hey, Bob, beautiful day for hockey. Hey, listen, I hear about this 100-degree weather you're having in Pittsburgh. It's
not
time
yet.
To move to
It will be, but not yet.
Time to move to Las Vegas for the cooler weather. Listen, I want to talk about hockey, but before I do, when you and Joe Starkey were talking about, Terry Bradshaw's number not being retired, it made me very sad. The guy's 77 years old. He's had bladder cancer. He's had a type of skin cancer called Merkel cell carcinoma, and that's twice as deadly as a melanoma. Al Davis died of one. You remember the singer Jimmy Buffett? He died of a Merkel cell carcinoma. So, I don't know what the personalities are, but, life and good health are such blessings. These guys have just got to get their act together and resolve these issues, because there's not going to be much more time.
Yeah, I agree with that when it comes to Hall of Fame status, when it comes to any kind of situation, and that includes retiring jerseys. I'd rather do it before it gets to the point where it's in a posthumous situation. So, yes, I think number 12, it's never been worn, and it never will be worn again, but so you may as well just get it up there in the rafters.
Yes, yeah, it's time people grow up a little. But anyways, talking about the Penguin hockey and the cap situation as it relates to baseball, that's one of the reasons why hockey works. It's a parity league. That's why, of course, Las Vegas had.
That's why Carolina could win. Right.
Yeah, they had to trade Dorofeyev. They couldn't afford it. And
right.
You look at the cap.
Robertson's the same way.
Yeah, you look at the cap, though. The Penguins are $10 million below the salary floor. So they're going to be spending money on someone. I don't know who it is, but they're going to have to take on some more contracts or do a big deal. And then I would just caution everyone about the draft. In the NHL, the first round draft picks, only 50% of the players or so play for 2.5 years at the professional at the NHL level, and then the second round it gets down to 25%, and by the time you're to the third round it's down to 15%. And you contrast that with the NFL, where 4 years 60% of the players play who are first round draft picks. So I think we're hoping for these draft picks to pop. But I think sometimes there's too much put into these later draft picks for the team.
I got you, Guy. Thanks. I agree with that. I think the bottom line is no matter what league you're in, you have to draft correctly. You have to get value beyond the first round. Yeah, it's important the first round, but you got to get value everywhere. Chris is in Knoxville, Tennessee. Welcome to the show, Chris. How are you today?
Hey, Bob, how you doing? I've called in a few times to you. Regarding the Pirates, I'm old enough. I'm 64, so I've enjoyed a few World Series victories such as you, and I just don't see this union cracking. They know they got the leverage. The owners don't have the backbone to have a whole season loss of revenue, especially Nutting. Nutting really, as long as he's there, I don't see the Pirates really doing anything. They got a lovely stadium, of course. I do miss Three Rivers. I had a lot of good times at Three Rivers, but, I feel bad for the younger group out there now who's never really seen the Pirates play a successful brand of baseball. And I know when you see these other small markets like Milwaukee be successful year in, year out, you'd say, why can't Pittsburgh too? But,
and that's a good team to use as, the actual barometer of what you can do, because every year they don't spend a whole bunch of money. They don't. They get rid of people who cost money and they bring in others. They're smart about how they develop. They're smart about how they draft. They sign guys they know are going to be, solid players for them for extended period of times. They're willing to give Jackson Chourio sight unseen a contract that's fair, I think, on both parts, but a lot of teams wouldn't do it. So at least for the Pirates, I'm glad they did that with Connor Griffin. They need to do more of it when they get players like that. But they also have to draft better. It's simply not just first-round picks either. It has to be more than that. If you look at Milwaukee and their team, they're loaded with guys who are not first-round picks, but guys who come up through their system and played well.
But I think they get better baseball managers within the office.
That too. Yep. As
far as ownership to general managers. So, and again, you can throw money at it, but if you don't have the brains behind it, that's.
Well, it will be interesting to see, Chris. I mean, are you going to vote the same way? If I ask you who's going to crack first, who's going to blink first, you're going to say owners.
Well, I'm going to say the owners. I mean, it's just because these people are used to making – I mean, I'd love to see a whole season. If it can change – and look, I want fairness. And like I said, I've seen the 71 and the 79 World Series, and I realized things changed. Marvin Miller, fair. They really got a hold of something. And that union is just so tough that, if the steel workers could have such leverage. But It's just that I just don't see the owners. I
would bet the same way, and I'm sure if you look at any future bets on this, it would come down to that. Thanks, Chris, for the call down there in Knoxville. But I will say this, again, as that union, it represents everyone in that union, not just the elite players. It's the agents who get involved in this, and they push an agenda. I think if you're head of the union, you need to represent them all. And it's better for those who are not making the extravagant salaries. It's better for everyone. But those players who get those salaries, those agents, they make a lot, and they're not going to go down easy. So we'll find out where it goes. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We will continue until 1 o'clock. We have Boyd in Philadelphia. We have Mike in Jacksonville. Your calls are welcome right here on the Bob Pompiani Show every Saturday. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch at 4:05. Our coverage begins at 3:15, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Noble Stein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fan's 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. There are jobs, and then there are careers that make you excited to get out of bed. West Shore Home is hiring design consultants. Unlimited earning potential, 5-day work week, 20 years of bringing happiness to every home. Learn more at westshorehome.com/careers. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. Call 724-838-9360. Wet, moldy, or musty basement? Call Joe the Waterproofer at Veteran Basement Waterproofing in Bethel Park. 724-217-0677 for a free estimate and lifetime guarantee on all basement repairs. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money.
Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GROW to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GROW to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GROW to borrow up to $10,000.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hit the road in a brand new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4-door from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Adventure starts at just $299 a month for 36 months or score 0% APR for 36 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules. Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than $200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. This is going to be a really big deal for the USA match against Turkey this week. The final match in group stage, the U.S. has already clinched its spot, number one seed coming out of this group. That means that they're probably going to do a lot of substitutions, and we're going to see a lot of different faces for this last game. So protect yourself. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob
Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world
all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rolling along until 1 o'clock. 412-928-9370 is that number to call. Today it's Chase Burns, 9-1 with a 2.00 ERA for the Reds. Jared Jones goes for the Pirates. He's 1-1 with a 5.75 ERA. And just to get you up to date, Milwaukee won again last night. Mizorowski hit 105 on the gun. They're 50-29, 7.5 games in front of the Cubs, 8 in front of the Cardinals, 10.5 in front of the Pirates, 12.5 over the Reds. In the wild card, the Pirates are on the outside looking in, but they're just 3 games behind the Cubs for the third and final wild card spot. But they got to hop over to Arizona, the Marlins, and the Cardinals. And today, in the lineup, just released, there is no Connor Griffin. Now, he played last night when 2 for 4 got hit by a pitch, and maybe that's why he got nailed in the tailbone. So instead today, it's going to be Jake Mangum leading off, playing center, Brandon Lau, second base, batting second. Brian Reynolds will be in left field. He's Mr. June, and he's been red hot. Hitting streak continues. Nick Gonzalez in cleanup at third base. Ryan O'Hearn at first base. He bats fifth. Then Marcell Ozuna does play for the second game in a row. He'll be your designated hitter, followed by Andy Rodriguez at catcher, Tyler Callahan in right, and Jared Triolo is playing shortstop today. So again, I would imagine it has something to do with being hit by the pitch. Whatever the case, Griffin is not in the lineup today, and we'll get more information as we get closer on the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Right now, back to the lines we go. It's Boyd in Philadelphia. Hey, Boyd, how are you?
I'm doing okay, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You know, I really have to compliment you, Bob, on being the voice of reason in Pittsburgh for so many years now. That's why I enjoy listening to you. So kudos to you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I have to agree with you completely on your position with the economic situation in baseball, that the union needs to realize they have an entire membership to work on behalf of, not just the people like Bryce Harper and Juan Soto and Shohei Ohtani. That the MLBA Players Association has been in need of a dose of reality for decades now. They've gotten carte blanche. They expect everything on their terms, on their time, and on their command, and they just don't have any sense of reality. In my view, you have to have compromise in life in most things. Average people like you and I and all your listeners out there certainly understand that in their everyday lives, that you have to have some balance, some compromise. But the Players Association just has never required that. And frankly, if a lockout blows away the whole 2027 season, I'm okay with that. If in the end it's going to fix what's wrong with the economics of baseball, which is just decades overdue, especially you have in plain view the other three major sports, particularly the NFL, has shown what benefit a salary cap can bring, and especially if you include a salary floor. All the union players are going to be far more benefited by that than what you have now. So I agree with you completely. Whether we're going to see it or not, I'm not going to hold my breath. But I do think we've reached a tipping point where something significant is going to have to happen and will happen. Just what that'll be remains to be seen. But,
this is something, Boyd, that at least encourages me that they've gone back and forth with proposals already. Normally, you don't see anything until you get closer to the end of this whole thing, which is after the contract expires into December. But at least they're doing this now, and I want to see. Maybe they all realize that it's better for baseball if this continues, and we got to figure something out. I'm not going to believe that the 270 salary cap and a 171 floor is going to be the final numbers there. I have a feeling that first number is going to go up if the players will come to an agreement. I don't think it's going to be the current bid that they made. So the bottom line is, it does nobody good to remain with this same system. It does nobody good to be lockout and not have baseball. It really doesn't. However, if you believe there's time for a change, and if the owners are resolute in this, they may test the players' patience. I don't know if that'll work because the players normally win these battles, but it has to happen at some point, and we'll see what happens as we get into next year. You may see a lockout at training camp. You may see a lockout with spring training. You may see it go into the season when things get a little painful, right? I mean, what would you expect to happen, Boyd, if you had to look at it? Do you think there'll be something sooner rather than later, or do you think it could be dragged out? And if it's going to be dragged out, then the owners are going to have to do something they very rarely do, and that is, hang on and not give in.
Well, that's a really good question, Bob. At this point, it's just too early to answer. If I had to speculate, I think there will be a lockout at least to start. But again, we've reached the point now. We've talked about this for decades, but I think it's gotten worse. And if something's not done, it's only going to continue to get worse. And the Players Association really angers me because they want everything on their terms. They don't want to have to give anything up. And I don't understand people like Bryce Harper here in Philadelphia, who confronted the commissioner last year in the clubhouse when Manfred first said he wanted to impose a salary floor and a salary cap. Bryce Harper confronted him. Who the heck is Bryce Harper to confront anybody? He's got his money. These guys, just some of them anyway, are just the height of narcissism and arrogance, and they need to be scaled down a peg or two at least.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting fight. Boyd, thanks. I'm up against the break here. I appreciate the call from Philadelphia. We have Fitzy on social media. On X says to me, Pirates would be 57-25 if they had David Bednar. Let that sink in. Well, I don't know if they're going to be 57-25. I do know David Bednar has 16 saves for the Yankees. So that means that if he were here, we may not see what we've seen in terms of 17 blown saves. You know, they made that trade for Flores, and they still have hopes for him. But Bednar here now would have been much better than what they've been doing. And I don't think anyone would have anticipated that Dennis Santana would completely just turn into what he's turned into, and that's unreliable. Now, he had a good outing last night. Again, these are in situations where games are oftentimes low leverage, a couple of strikeouts. He needs to be that person they thought he was after last year, but it hasn't worked that way. So, yeah, I mean, it would have made a difference, and certainly they would be far better than 10.5 games out of first, and they may be in the wild card position if they didn't blow 17 saves. So we'll see today. It's game 2 of the series. Again, interesting matchup here. Chase Burns, who's in contention for a Cy Young, given his start. He's 9-1 with a 2.00 ERA. He'll go against the Pirates today. And I want to just, again, go back to the lineup just to remind people that Connor Griffin, who I thought was going to play today, not in the lineup. And again, I'd have to believe it's because of getting hit in the back yesterday. I don't know if that's it or not, and I wonder if there's going to be some retribution today, if the Pirates will respond to Cincinnati, maybe go after Elly De La Cruz. Who knows? But when that normally happens, there is a response. And today, it's Griffin. And maybe it's just because he's back and, you know, second day back from rehab stint. Maybe they just want to be cautious with him. But Triolo will be batting 9th, and he'll be at shortstop today. All right, that's going to wrap it up for us. We got a busy day today. You got the Pirates coming up here. We also have... If you love soccer, go see the Riveters over at FNB Stadium because they are undefeated heading into the playoffs. They'll get a home playoff game on July the 3rd, next Friday. And if they win that, they'll play on Sunday, July the 5th, to get to a conference championship or the actual championship for the Women's USL League. Penguins, again, just to reiterate, took the Ruck brothers. 22nd, 39th overall, Liam and Marcus. And then they follow that up with a defenseman at 54, Thomas Galvis. That's where they are so far in the draft. And we'll see if there are any trades along the way. We've seen some trades already go on. Rangers acquire Pavel Dorofeev. This is why you have a salary cap system, because Vegas can't afford him. So they had to move him. They got picks in exchange for him. We also saw the same thing with Chicago. They traded a 4th overall pick to get Bowen Byram from Buffalo. And then preceding all of this was Brady Tkachuk going from Ottawa to Florida for a 9th overall pick and many more other parts of that trade. But, you know, when you have a salary cap and a salary floor, you have to be managing your money all the time. You can't just go out and spend $1 billion every year and expect no one to challenge you. That's why it's important for baseball. I hope it happens, but I'm not holding my breath. I think this could be something that the players win because they often seem to do that. But how resolute are the owners? We're going to find out coming up later this season. That's going to wrap it up for me. For Ty Polk, who's behind the glass and doing a great job, I'm Bob Pompiani. Stick around at 3 o'clock today, North Shore Tavern leadoff show. That's coming your way with Dan Zangrilli as the Pirates look to even the series at 1 apiece. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. In and out rain today shouldn't be a problem. Temperatures will be in the 90s, including close to 100 later in the week. Well, we've waited a long time for hot weather. We're going to get some.
It's good to see. Too bad I'm not going to be in the city for it.
You'll be in a pool somewhere, which is where most people should be. That's going to wrap it up. Thanks for joining me. I'm Bob Pompiani. Check out the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown every Sunday night on KDK TV. We also present for you, it's the Nightly Sports Call, presented by Ireland Contracting. That's every night, 10:35 on KDK Plus. Call us. We take calls every single night of the week at 10:35 KDK Plus. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you next week.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I had a cologne that I am very proud of. I think it smells good, and everybody says I smell like pancake. It's not a pancake.
He does. He smells like syrup. Did you sniff him on the way by?
Yeah, I sniffed him.
I've never been sniffed this much before in my life.
Can you
Like
I like it.
It's called House of Pancake. He does smell like syrup. It was like a dog walking in. Everybody was sniffing him. It was unbelievable.
I miss those days.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing, 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. With America turning 250, Number One Cochrane is pulling out all the stops during their red, white, and new event. Get up to an extra $1,000 in tag savings on eligible new and pre-owned vehicles. And that's just for starters. You can also find ultra-low lease rates, value-packed pre-owned payments, and financing as low as 0% from 8 different Number One Cochrane new car brands. Plus, select vehicles have markdowns of $10,000 or more. So hurry in for the red, white, and new event. Now at Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Tag savings apply to select new and pre-owned models in stock. No specific down payment required for 0% APR. Cost per $1,000 finance is $16.67 per month with 60 months and $13.89 per month for 72 months. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Prior sales excluded. Ed 7626.
Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's. Buy one, get one free. Select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Today, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of their series. Last night, the Reds defeated the Pirates 6-4. First pitch for Game 2 is at 4:05. Jared Jones on the mound for Pittsburgh. Chase Burns for Cincinnati. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3:15 on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
To then going to a market like New York where you have an owner that's willing to spend. And I think it's been a tough adjustment for Stearns to kind of find that middle ground of like, I'm still trying to build my team like we did in Milwaukee, but I also now have this luxury of I can spend all this money. And that's why the Dodgers make it look so much easier than it actually is, Alex, and why they're so successful, because they're able to do that. They're still able to build their team and develop their farm system, but they're also able to go out and spend as much money on they want to bring in all the star players that they've been able to do so for the past 6-7 years. And I think that's really where it's come down to for the Mets. So I think Stearns has a lot. He definitely is to blame for most of this. Mendoza certainly too, but it just feels like they had to do something for the way that this season has gone. And a lot of times the manager is the scapegoat. He's the guy to blame in the first line of defense that you normally make a change. And that's what ultimately ended up happening.
We've seen quite a bit of movement with managerial firings already in baseball to start this season. I mean, I'm broadcasting, doing the show from Kansas City, where this is a team that had expectations to win the AL Central this year, and they're a bottom feeder, and they just got embarrassed, lost 22-1 last night to the Chicago White Sox. And there's a lot of people here that want Matt Quatraro, their manager, fired. There's a lot of people that think they need a clean house, and this is the balance where now people are questioning, the decision-making of the front office. And what you're kind of saying there, a lot of times I think it is more the front office than the manager, right? Like there is, to me, only so much a manager can do. That doesn't alleviate them of all consequences, right? And there's decisions in game that I think we could be critical of, bullpen usage, et cetera. But overall, if it's a player that was brought in that is just not performing, that's a whiff by the front office, which is why, David Stearns, he was even asked, like, is he going to step away? You fired the manager, but are you stepping away? Which is a pretty ballsy question, I must say. But like, it's fair, right? I mean, the front office is going to have to be held accountable as well, especially with that kind of payroll. I think you're correct that I'm not denying that there's an adjustment from going from Milwaukee to New York and the challenges that might also present, but
we're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball out toward left center field. Long run for Mangum, and they'll have to play it on a hot base hit. Lau can score easily. 3 straight Reds hits. They score a rare run against Skeens. It's tied at 1 now.
Oh, it wasn't going to be all that rare, huh?
Oh, this will bang off of it. I haven't seen Skeens hit in an inning like this in a long time. That's going to bring in another run on a single by Stevenson off the right field wall. Steer gets to third, Suarez scores, and it's 2-1 Reds. Blake Dunn puts the ball in play out to right. Valdez will come on and make the catch. The throw coming home, and it is off the plate away. The runners all will advance. Steer is in. Stevenson and McLean follow him once the throw came home. It's a sac fly by Blake Dunn. The first out recorded, but it's 3-1 Cincinnati. Ellie De La Cruz drives one out to deep center field off Skeens, and Mangum will make the catch just shy of the warning track, and the runners will tag again. It's another sac fly, this time for Ellie De La Cruz. It's a 4-run inning for the Reds. They lead 4-1 here in the second. 2 outs, 3-2. Swinging a ball driven on a line to right, but caught by Steer. And that's the ball game for the 8th straight time. Paul Skeens starts, and the Pirates lose. Improbably so.
Well, it's not too improbable, Joe, if they've done it now 8 times in a row. As unfathomable as it might be to believe, Paul Skeens, who did not end up taking the loss last night against the Reds, but Paul Skeens, the reigning Cy Young winner, the Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, one of the most dominant pitchers of our lifetime, and one of the most dominant pitchers through the first 2 seasons of his MLB career, of anyone not named Doc Gooden, might even surpass Doc Gooden, depending on what metrics you look at, has an ERA in the 3s as we approach the All-Star break, and frankly, is being figured out by opposing teams. Austin Bechtold with you, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, guiding you all the way up until the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Dan Zangrilli takes over for Game 2, Pirates and Reds, PNC Park. Buccos at 41-41 at the halfway point through 81 games. They were 41-40 in the loss last night to Cincinnati 6-4 in a game they continued to battle back in and chip away, and they kept on chipping until Noelvi Marte hit a 2-run home run in Cincinnati, got to the Pirates bullpen. That's a shocker, a sentence we've never uttered before this season, and the Pirates lost. The L was not on Skeens' ledger, but in no way was he good. Probably his worst start since the middle of May against Toronto when he gave up 9 hits and 4 runs in just 5 innings on the road. This time, it was 4 runs, 5 innings, 6 hits, walked 2, 7 strikeouts. The whip, which has been consistently really, really, really good this year, it's been as low as .71 on May 17th, is now up to a season-high .97. That's not factoring in the start of the year with that awful series against the Mets and needing to fight his way against San Diego to try to get that ERA lower and all the numbers lower when you're playing the first couple of games of the year. But I broached this subject last week, and I put it out there on Twitter, and I got ridiculed. It was like I was a glass house, and you were trying to throw stones at it, just trying to knock me down off this perch. Because, look, I don't want to be right about this. It's not my intention to I'm not rooting against Paul Skeens. We all love Paul Skeens, whether you're a Pirates fan, whether you're a National Baseball fan. Everyone wants to see greatness occur, especially when it's in your own city. You don't want to see it occur against you, like you never want to see Ohtani pitch 7 shutout innings and hit a home run like he nearly did when he pitched here against the Dodgers, or for the Dodgers against the Pirates. And surprisingly enough, that's the one game in the series that they won. You want to see greatness unfold. And Paul Skeens, frankly, has not been great this year. I made a tweet last week that went pretty viral and people were not happy with. And, people were acting like I was just a stick in the mud, saying Paul Skeens is still a great pitcher. But you can, in good conscience, say that he's in the elite of the elite. He's not the same pitcher that he was over the first 2 years of his career. And that was after 2 runs, allowed over 6 innings, 4 hits, allowed a home run, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts against Colorado. He was pushed around in the second inning by the Cincinnati Reds, a team that is below you in the division. A team that Paul Skeens historically has been good against. And the Pirates have not won a game. This is now 8 losses in a row with Skeens starting on the mound. This is now the 8th loss, and it dates back all the way back to May 12th against Colorado. May 12th against Colorado when Skeens had a 1.98 ERA, a 6-2 record. In his 8th start of the year, he had a decision in every single outing, 8 strong innings, and didn't allow a run. Since then, his ERA has gone up over a full run. His whip has gone from .71 to .97. And in these last outings, which a lot of them have not been bad, like the Phillies start was not good. 5 innings, 5 runs. Toronto, 5 innings, 4 runs. You don't expect that from your ace. Chicago, defense was poor. 3 runs, just 1 of them earned over 5 1/3. He wasn't good in Houston. He wasn't efficient. Didn't even go 5 innings, 4 2/3, 3 runs. Dodgers, 6 innings, 2 runs allowed. Good start. Miami, 6 innings, 2 runs allowed. Did give up 2 solo home runs to guys that you wouldn't really expect to do much. Some guy named Joe Mack, a catcher that on the season only has 4. And Heriberto Sanchez, who on the year has 8 but is a .226 hitter. And is somebody that, if I didn't tell you who it was that hit it, you probably have never heard of him before he played that game against the Pirates. Skeens against Colorado, 6 innings, 2 runs. Cincinnati last night, drawing counts, deep counts. He walked 2, giving up the 4 runs, a couple of sacrifice flies against him. Why is it that people are hitting the ball harder off Skeens recently? Why is it that Skeens just can't go out there? And I feel like we say it every time. This could be the night that Skeens just finally breaks out of this. He throws 6 innings, no run ball, strikes out 10, and doesn't walk anybody. Yeah, you know who's done that twice this year? Braxton Ashcraft. Not the case with Skeens. How many times has Skeens this year gone 10 strikeouts with 0 walks over 6 innings? I could tell you. Once. And it was against Colorado. Braxton Ashcraft has done that twice. Where he's walked none, struck out 10. So, whether you want to talk about the World Baseball Classic is what screwed up Paul Skeens over the start of the year. Well, are you sure about that? Look at Eduardo Rodriguez, who carved up Team USA in the World Baseball Classic championship game for Venezuela. He's having a better year than Paul Skeens. If you look at his numbers, where he stacks up for Arizona in the National League, ERA, he's 5th at 2.27. Strikeouts, sure, Skeens is 114th, that's 3rd. He's still a great pitcher. But we have to ask ourselves, and I'm asking you at 412-928-9370, are you concerned about Paul Skeens? Because I'm sorry, I am. I'm not sounding all the alarm bells. I'm not acting as this is, a total disaster. I'm not, don't even assume that this is me saying trade him or, look for the best package available or that Skeens is washed. Not in the slightest am I saying that. But when you're talking about a pitcher who was one of the best all time, if not the very best all time, started the All-Star game twice in a row, once as a rookie and the second coming off of his Rookie of the Year campaign where he was going on to win the Cy Young Award, running away with the Cy Young Award. He doesn't look the same. It doesn't feel the same. If you want to look at some of the numbers, and I don't want to give too much of an analysis, a paralysis by analysis here, but ERA plus is a good metric, adjusted to ballparks. Last year, 224. His rookie year, 211. This year, 139. His whip is up from .948 to .968 from a year ago. It's the highest that it's ever been. The strikeouts are still at a good pace. He should strike out over 200. That's great. But last year, Paul Skeens, in 32 starts, gave up 41 earned runs. In 17 starts this year, so we're about halfway home, a little bit over that, 32. He's on pace to give up around 20 more runs this season than a year ago. And I get it. Some of those runs, you can say it was Oneil Cruz in game 1 of the year, just completely throwing up on himself. Or Nick Gonzalez at third base with a couple of plays that should have been charged as errors that were not. But I'm sorry, I'm a little bit worried. Maybe concern was too strong of a word to put on it, but I'm worried. Like last year, when you said, Paul Skeens, the foot is being put down. The foot is being put on the necks of the Cincinnati Reds, and their offense will have no room to breathe. They will have nowhere to go. You put a foot down, you stomp all over the Cincinnati logo like it's TJ Houshmandzadeh trying to stomp all over the terrible towel. And you trample them. You don't allow their offense any life. And what I mean by that, and what was maybe a poor analogy, you don't allow them. Skeens is not locating well enough where, and he's not throwing 100 miles an hour where he's not blowing fastballs by. I'm not saying he's going to be Mizorowski and go back to throwing 101 and 102 and Mizorowski's throwing 104. I'm not saying he has to be that. But he's given Cincinnati, he gave Cincinnati yesterday plenty of opportunities. I mean, look at the second inning. Leadoff double to Nathaniel Lowe. Eugenio Suarez singles, so second and third. Skeens has to buckle down. Spencer Steer singles. Tyler Stevenson singled. Matt McClain walks. That's 5 guys in a row that reach base off of Skeens in the second inning. He had Nathaniel Lowe in an 0-2 count. I'm watching the game back right now. First time that he pitched in the new City Connect uniforms. What I'm saying is he gave Cincinnati's offense so much breathing room, so much room to be able to find offense in that inning, and one big inning is what got to him. We're not used to seeing big innings off Skeens. Maybe it's 1 run here, 1 run there, but not 4-run innings. Not pitching past the 5th inning. That's become more of a common trend. Last night, Paul Skeens' pitch count when he came out of the game was at 96. 30 balls, 66 strikes. He's still elite to an extent. He's still great. But I'm worried he's not the same pitcher that he was the last 2 years. And if you compare what Paul Skeens has done in his career, because, you know, who do we like to compare Paul Skeens to a lot? Like the Nolan Ryans of the world. And I know that it's completely different. Nolan Ryan's career started in the 1960s. Maybe this is just what you're going to get from Paul Skeens this season. We know he's a great pitcher. We know he's the reigning Cy Young winner, and any given day, even though it hasn't happened in the last 8 starts, can trample on the opposition. Maybe this is just what happens for stud pitchers. Nolan Ryan in his 3rd full season had a 3.42 ERA. Skeens right now is at 3.10. Okay, Austin, well, what about other really good pitchers that came through Major League Baseball? Roger Clemens. He's kind of been compared to Roger Clemens at times. Roger Clemens, 2nd season, 3.29 ERA. With Boston in his first All-Star team, a 2.48 ERA. So, what about Bob Gibson? Bob Gibson is another player who has been compared to Paul Skeens. And I know we're changing up eras here. It's the 1960s. Bob Gibson's 3rd season had a 3.24 ERA. So, maybe we shouldn't expect Skeens to be as great as he was over the first 2 years. But why wouldn't we? Like, if you want to give the league's punching back at him argument, you could have gave that last year. Mostly the whole league saw him his first year. He came up on May 10th, May 11th. It's not like he came up in the middle of July and missed half of the calendar. No, most teams saw him. And then by the middle of last season, all teams would have saw him. I think there was just one team this year that hadn't faced Skeens until this past season. I can't remember which one it was. There was one team that Skeens did not pitch against, or at least the Pirates hadn't played a series against with Skeens able to go or something like that. I can't remember the exact number. Not trying to be misleading here. But the point is, Skeens was the success, the track record, what he's done. That elevated him to a pedestal that is not capable of being reached by anybody. Maybe Jacob Mizorowski now. Maybe that was unfair to him. Maybe that's not right for us to put that much pressure on Paul Skeens and have that high of expectations. But I'm sorry, when you're coming off a Cy Young year, 2 years of sub-2 ERAs, I'm going to expect the exact same thing, and why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't you as a fan? At 412-928-9370. Hit us up on the fan text line as well. Text line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The velocity's down. The efficiency has been lower. Teams have been fouling off a ton more. I mean, you don't need to find a stat to tell you that. Just watch the game. I've watched pretty much all of Skeens' starts. I've not watched it back on the highlights. They're fouling off more balls. They're drawing deeper counts. There's a lot more 3-2 at-bats with Skeens. Maybe he's thinking too much about pitch usage, and the splinker obviously has not been working anymore for him, and the fastball's only at 97. And I don't really want to hear excuses. World Baseball Classic. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I really don't. People are trying to say, oh, well, Skeens has struggled with, maybe there's some off-the-field stuff going on with Paul Skeens. And, a lot of people just like to point out nonsense that doesn't even deserve, that does not even deserve being discussed whatsoever on the radio. Is Livy Dunn going to all of his starts because she's now a movie star and doing this show for Fox? Come on, get out of here with that. But something's up with him. Something's wrong. If you think that Paul Skeens, one of the greatest pitchers we've ever seen, can't, mentally focus on the mound enough and is irritated by stuff like that, get out of here. Come on. That's just bad conspiracy theories. But why is he not challenging hitters well enough? He's not locating well enough. He's not missing terribly. He's not missing right down the middle and putting the ball in awful spots. But teams are having better contact off of him. Teams are seeing the approach. Paul Skeens used to be the most uncomfortable pitcher that I've ever seen going up against an opposition. You used to see sword after sword after sword from opposing batters. Whoa, they're fooled by the splinker. Whoa, look at the changeup. Wow, that's a great slider. Not expecting the fastball. Blown right past you. And what do you get now? Probably needing to switch it up and have Endy Rodriguez catch a game. Why not at this point? They've lost 8 in a row with Skeens starting. He has not won a start since May 6th against the Rockies. By the time that he makes another start, that'll be nearly 2 months. 412-928-9370. I'm off my soapbox. It's time for you to chime in at 412-928-9370. Are you as concerned as I am right now about Paul Skeens? And, again, if it's game 1 of a playoff series, I'm still starting him. I know Braxton Ashcraft has been great, but I'm still starting Skeens. I still trust Skeens. But he's not what he was over the last 2 years. And my tweet that people were getting so irritated with, me saying Paul Skeens is just not the same, and I'm worried about Paul Skeens and what's going on with him, and people saying, Austin, you're ludicrous, and how dare you question Skeens. And if you say one thing about Skeens, any ounce of criticism, you get ridiculed for it. Look, I love Skeens. He's still elite. But last night, getting beat around by the Reds in the second inning, deeper counts, splinker's no longer working, fastball's no longer at 100. The comments and my mentions were a lot different last night. than they were a week ago. I think people are getting irritated. That doesn't mean he's not great. That doesn't mean he shouldn't be an all-star still. Intern Dom says Paul Skeens is in danger of losing the fan base. No, he's not. No, we're not going to that extreme. That's just ridiculous. But he's not the same that he was the last 2 years, and that should be concerning to you as a Pirate fan. 412-928-9370. Mark is in Fort Lauderdale. Hi, Mark.
Hey, I want to tell you you're doing a great job, Austin.
Appreciate it, Mark. Good to talk to you on these Saturdays.
I want to say a couple of things about Paul Skeens. Baseball is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a full season. Some guys get off to a great start, and then the second half they fade it. He's going to figure it out. This is a class guy. I've been watching Pirates baseball since 1968. I would say he's the most classiest guy I've ever seen as a ball player in Pittsburgh. But there's a couple of things he did this winter that do concern me, and I know you talked about them previously. One is he bought a barn down here with Hunter Barco, and they train really hard. I know some of the guys were involved with the training program. And, some players say that you have to take a couple months off during the off season. I mean, you shouldn't run, you shouldn't work out. But if you can go a little too hard, you can wear out. And the other thing was, I remember the first week of camp, he was facing O'Neill Cruz getting ready for the World Baseball Classic. And he was throwing 95 right there on Field 1 at Pirate City. I mean, it's been a little bit different year, and I think, of preparation. And the other thing people don't realize, he's one of the main guys with the labor negotiations.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of mental.
Do you really think that affects him when he's on the mound, though, Mark? Like, if it's off the mound and in the locker, in the clubhouse and thinking through things, I could see that going through your mind. But I don't think he's thinking about labor negotiations when he's facing 200 hitting Matt McClain at the plate.
No, I don't think when he's on the field it affects him, but it could affect his energy in preparing for the start. I mean, there's only so many hours in a day. He's got a very responsible role in this negotiations, and the players are asking him other questions. He's someone that people look to. But listen, I don't bet against Paul Skeens. He's a class guy. He's shown you guys through the fire thing he did, how many contributions he has. He's just the media. He stands up and talks to you guys. He'll be all right. Just going to take a little time. That's all the shit.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I just think that the fact that it's not as immediate as it was last year, and the fact that it's June, it's the middle of June, All-Star game's coming up. Last year, when we were talking Skeens, it was, man, you can't deny him starting the All-Star game again, right? Christopher Sanchez was in consideration, of course, but I think he ended up getting hurt, or it didn't line up that he could start, so Skeens ended up getting the nod. It was a battle between those guys. I mean, Skeens isn't even in the conversation. Now you're having the discussion, is Paul Skeens even an all-star, or is it that just his name will put him in? Jordan is in Johnstown. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, man, first time, long time.
Appreciate it.
You kept saying about how he was elite and all that stuff. I just don't see it anymore. I think he's going to end up being a career bullpen guy. His velocity.
Whoa. Bullpen guy, Jordan?
Yeah, I don't.
What do you mean a bullpen guy? He's not Carmen Majinski out here needing to go to the bullpen. He's not as inefficient and wild as Bubba Chandler can be, or even Jared Jones.
I have more trust in Bubba right now. This guy, he can't get out. He keeps fouling the butts. It's ridiculous. I just don't see it. Maybe a stint down in Indianapolis or something for him, but I just don't see it anymore.
Come on, Jordan. You really think he's got to go to AAA? Come on, you have to admit that's outlandish.
I don't think so. I just don't see it. You see it too. He's just not the same. Maybe a stint down in Indy would help him. I don't know. I'm worried.
He's still third in strikeouts. The whip is below 1. Like, I'm treating Paul Skeens on a, Bob Gibson, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, like arc, because that's what he's shown us. That's what the track record, that's what he has done over the first, what many starts it's been in his career, to make us believe that he should be capable of this. Through 72 starts, he has a career ERA of 2.22 with 500 strikeouts. He recorded his 500 strikeout last night in just 413 innings. That's not going to the bullpen or to AAA.
That's what I would do. He looks more like Ross Ollendorf out there than Paul Skeens to me.
Thank you, Jordan. I would be more surprised if I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet, like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation tie, and if Paul Skeens would ever go to AAA Indianapolis or the bullpen. That is absolutely ridiculous.
The only time that Paul Skeens would go to Indianapolis if there's a major league team that goes to Indianapolis and he gets traded there. Yeah, right.
Yeah, if he's going on the Pat McAfee show in Indianapolis and he's doing a live appearance, or he wants to go watch the Indy 500, or he wants to check out TJ McConnell in a Pacers game. Good word. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with Jordan? Nice man, but terrible take. at 412-928-9370. Paul Skeens, I'm watching it now. It was a 2-1 game. Had 44 pitches already in the second inning with the bases loaded and nobody out last night. He wasn't very good. Had a ABS challenge that was overturned for McLean into a walk. Like, seriously now? Jeff's in the North Hills. Hi, Jeff. Jeff, you there?
Hey, Austin.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
I got you. What's up?
Yeah. Hey, did you see the lineup for today?
I think it just came out, right? I'll pull it up here.
Yeah, I caught. Trailer was at shortstop, and Griffin's not in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Is Griffin hurt?
Well, so what Donnie Kelly said, and they do have Ozuna DHing. What Donnie Kelly said is they're going to try to work Griffin back slowly and not just, throw him out there to the Wolves every single day as he continues to battle back from this forearm injury. But that doesn't mean that he shouldn't DH. I think probably because Ozuna homered last night, they want to get him in the lineup, but why not? And I applaud Donnie Kelly because typically we see players, like when Tyler Callahan had 2 home runs, the next day he wasn't even in the lineup. So good that they have Marcell Ozuna, who's hitting right around 300 this month, in the lineup again. But why can't you give Connor Griffin back-to-back days at shortstop? That's a good point. I don't get it. I don't get it, Jeff.
No, I agree, and the alternative is not a good alternative. We would agree with that.
Right. I mean, Jared Triolo, if we put the ball in a tee for him, probably couldn't hit it to the wall. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, but your terminology was right. In the second inning, Skeens got clubbed around. I mean, it wasn't errors or anything. He got clubbed. It was hard to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, thanks, Jeff. They weren't roping balls to the wall off of them, but they were finding gaps. There was a walk involved. I mean, Ellie De La Cruz did hit a ball pretty deep, close to the warning track, with Mangum a couple of steps away from it on a sacrifice fly. But back-to-back sac flies. He just, in previous years, did so much of a better job of fighting out of jams. Or we've seen at times, Don Kelly will go out to the mound, and you're like, okay, are they going to take him out? Is this it for Skeens? Is he going to be pulled? And they keep him in. Don Kelly trusts him, which I agree with. They should. But just like in that Dodgers game, and yeah, I know it's a bad hop. Brandon Lau maybe should have made the play. But there was one other instance that I recall, can't remember exactly what it was, when they keep Skeens in and there's a base hit or there's a double and the run scores. And then he comes out of the game. I mean, he's still a very, 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 very good pitcher, great pitcher. But it's borderline elite now. And I don't think that he's not Mizorowski, he's not Sanchez, he's not Wheeler, he's not Ohtani, he's not the elite of the elite. He's not pitching like it right now. He's been over the course of his career, but right now in the current moment as we stand, he's not. 412-928-9370. We're going to continue to take your calls on this. We're going to get to the Pirates lineup as well. And one vast mistake that Don Kelly is making. Plus, we'll dive into Don Kelly's comments from last night and get you ready for today's game. Austin Bechtold with you. Ty Polk is the headline. We're back in a moment on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Recap of yesterday's game. Connor Griffin and Marcell Ozuna homered. Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau picked up RBIs as the Pirates lost to the Cincinnati Reds 6-4. Game 2 of the series is today. First pitch at 4:05. Our coverage begins at 3:15, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
filet.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet. And then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
I finished a 5K in 94th place. Right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Yinzer Nation. Pro football is coming to Paris, and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris. Steps from the Arc de Triomphe. A private group tour of the city. A dinner cruise along the Seine. A pep rally with a black and gold legend. And an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Comes home, swinging a fly ball, deep left field. Griffin, welcome back, home run.
Man, was it nice to get that guy back. Connor Griffin, home run, first at bat, first pitch back for the Buccos at PNC Park after his rehab assignment, and he homered in that one too on Wednesday. So that was great to see from Connor Griffin, but yet he is not in the lineup today. And that is a huge mistake from Donnie Kelly, I think, after what happened in last night's game and the way that they lost it. But, you know, they want to, and Donnie Kelly spoke to the media earlier today, and he said that they just want to work Connor Griffin back slowly, not rush him too much, not throw him to the fire way too much in terms of, you know, the injury with only one rehab game. And they want to be careful with that forearm injury. They want to protect their investment with Connor Griffin. which I think is understandable, but is still frustrating nonetheless after coming off of last night's loss. It would be a lot easier if they would have won. But after tying the game at 4-4, Mason Montgomery gave up a 2-run home run in the 8th, and the Pirates weren't able to come back and tie it or take the lead. They only had the lead on the Griffin home run. That was it. 1-0. Cincinnati outscored them the rest of the way. 412-928-9370. We're talking Paul Skeens. Are you concerned? Roman is in Florida. Roman, what's going on, man?
Good. How are you?
Hi, Roman. Did you watch the game yesterday?
Yeah, I'm kind of worried because, he let up a 4-run second inning. That's we don't usually see that from Skeens.
No, that's very unlike Skeens.
And last year he threw pitches that were 100, but they weren't as much as the year before, 2024. But he was still pitching them. But this year he hasn't pitched one 100-mile-an-hour pitch.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, Roman, are starting to get more and more concerned about the fact that he's not throwing hard. And he's not throwing 100. But I don't understand why no one has asked him the question. Why is nobody asking? I don't get it.
I know.
Yeah, that's something that is kind of frustrating, you know?
Yeah, he needs to pitch some heat so it can really get under the hitters.
Are you happy Connor Griffin's back, Roman?
Yeah, but I don't know why they didn't put him back in the lineup.
Yeah, I guess they're just trying to ease him back in. Do you think they're going to win today?
I don't know. Chase Burns for Cincinnati is pretty good, but
yeah, very good.
We'll have to see what Jaron Jones is going to do.
ERA of 2. Thank you, Roman. We'll talk soon.
All right, later.
There's Roman in Florida. Good kid. Loves baseball. Rob is in Turtle Creek. What's up, Rob?
Hey, good afternoon there, Austin.
Good afternoon, Rob.
Hey, as far as Connor Griffin goes, I don't get it. There's a term I want to ask you about before we hang up that I want to know if it's allowed on the radio.
Well, be careful here then, Rob.
I will be careful. But anyhow, yeah, as far as Skeens goes, I'm thinking back and I'm thinking at him, and he's, been throwing, 100+ since high school. I don't know. I think there's something wrong. I really do think there's something physically wrong with him. He's not being upfront about it. I don't think so. And I don't think I think, some of it may be mental too.
How do you think it would be mental?
I think he knows he can't throw that hard forever.
Yeah, but it's not like he's
trying to adjust.
It's not like he's 30.
Trying to adjust to it.
Chapman's still throwing 100 miles an hour at 35, 36 years old.
Yeah, but out of the pen.
Right, but Skeens he just turned 24. It's not like he turned 34 or anything like that. I don't understand why he wouldn't be capable of doing it anymore, especially the way he trains. Maybe that's why he's not throwing that hard anymore, because of the way he trains. Maybe he's training too hard.
Well, and the other thing I think about is just like you just said. He's 24. Connor Griffith's 20 years old. Donnie Kelly. I want to ease him back in slowly. Get the heck out of here. Come on. This guy's, you think about it.
He's 20
You're
years
not that
old.
far removed. I'm a lot of years removed from being 20 years old. And I know whenever I was 20 years old, I could go all night and all day and not be, bothered by anything.
Yeah,
so,
I'm 1 year. I'm 1 year older than Skeens. You bounce back from injuries and, being banged up at the parking lot, playing basketball outside, or if you foul a ball off your foot or something like that, a lot easier, I'm sure, than it is when you're... I don't think so. Ty Polk at the call there was like, no.
I had to put the fear of God into someone earlier during the pop show. Do I have to do this more often now?
Yeah, when in doubt, always just... When in doubt, always dump.
I caught him. I caught him just before that.
I hit my button too. But we're good.
Here's the rules, folks. When I produce, I ain't playing.
I like that. All right, we'll get back to your calls in a moment here. This is what Don Kelly had to say post-game last night. We're also going to hear from Connor Griffin. We're also going to hear from Paul Skeens. In fact, let's hear from Paul Skeens first.
Paul, what did you notice in that second inning, considering you were able to finish pretty strong after that?
Yeah, just kind of couldn't get that punch-out pitch a little bit. At-bats ran long. They did a good job.
What was it about when you got to the 2 strike counts that you couldn't get there? What was going on there?
I don't know. Probably got to throw a pitch a little bit higher or a little bit lower or something. I mean, they were fouling off a lot of pitches and put some balls in play. But, yeah, kind of is what it is.
Somebody made an argument a couple of weeks ago on the show. Somebody called in and said, Paul Skeens, and I think this was actually more of a story, maybe that I'm making it out to be, regarding Skeens and ABS. Like he's worried about, he loves to paint the corners and was a beneficiary of pre-ABS where he was getting some calls just because his stuff is so good and his movement and his location. It looks like a strike, but it's actually not, or it's very borderline. I mean, we saw that in the McClain at-bat when he ended up walking on a 3-2 pitch that was called strike 3 but was overturned. Maybe that has a little bit of an effect to it, but if you're telling me that Paul Skeens can't regroup and bounce back from that, I mean, come on. So he's just not locating well enough, and he's not changing up locations well enough. These are things that just seem like they should come as second nature to Skeens, and that have in the past. And it's his first long funk, but it's more than a funk. Great note from Dom Campbell. Covers the Pirates for SI. The Pirates have lost the past 8 starts that Paul Skeens has pitched. We know that. That's the longest streak since Quinn Priester pitched in 10 straight losses from 2023 to 2024. Quinn Priester in 2023 and 2024. You want to know how Quinn Priester pitched for the Pirates in those outings? When he made his debut in 2023 and in 2024, he had a 7.74 ERA in 23. Before they traded him to Boston in 24, he had a 5.04 ERA. He was a pitcher that could not get outs. You want to talk about not going deep into games? Not getting outs, not figuring out anything? Unfortunately, he's hurt now in Milwaukee, but had a great year last year. Was 13-3 with the Brewers and a 3.32 ERA. He was dominant for them at times. That's how bad this has been. 8 in a row for the first time since Quinn Priester. He had ERAs in the 5s, in the 7s. Johan Oviedo was the last Pirates pitcher to pitch in 8 straight defeats in a season. That was June to July of 2023. Man. 412-928-9370. Back to you. Here's Dave in Moon Township. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Austin. Love the show. You're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Appreciate it.
You got it. Hey, first of all, I just want to talk about Paul Skeens. First of all, we all love him, and his talent is immense, so that's why we're kind of worried.
Yeah.
But what I see is through his first 3 years is his arm slot keeps getting lower and lower, and that's creating a very flat fastball. Absolutely not the power pitcher that he was by doing that. And there's sometimes he's falling off the mound to first base side so far the ball's falling it, and Henry Davis is jumping out there. He's all over the place. And last year, you look at even the All-Star start he had. He went out there and went over the top, made himself look like 7 foot tall, and just blew 6 straight fastballs by the first 3 batters, And he's kind of lost that. And that's where we're at with him right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good point regarding the arm slot. And I'm on Baseball Savant right now trying to figure out, how much it's changed in terms of, what they've noticed and what the breakdown is. Because from the arm angle that he throws at, it doesn't, to me at least. Did you see a number that indicates that, Dave? That indicates that, or is it just your eyes telling you that compared to what you've watched from this year to last?
It's my eyes telling me that, and watching for 3 years and other pitchers. But I also was listening to one of the pre-games, with those guys. They do such a great job on there. And they were talking about another pitcher and said, well, his issue right now is his arm slot's down a little bit more. And they weren't talking about Skeens. They were talking about one of our relievers. And I'm saying, well, why isn't that the problem with Skeens? Because his is way farther down than that reliever's drop down. And it does kind of make sense. You're used to pitching one way and hitting all your spots and having the power. And now you're hanging out there, and that ball is just not responding the way he wants it to.
No, it's not. It's a good point, Dave. I appreciate it. Where that can be something that affects a pitcher. Whether that's intentional or not from Skeens, whatever he's doing right now is just flat out not working. And I know you go to his Baseball Savant page and the numbers are great. Pitcher run value and fastball run value and breaking run values all in the 93rd percentile or better. You want to talk about something that's really strange though? When you look at Skeens' numbers and you see his xERA is at 2.62. His ERA right now is 3.10, but the adjusted ERA, which is how bad your defense been, it's park adjusted and stuff like that. So accounting for Nick Gonzalez and Brandon Lau and O'Neal Cruz in center game 1, like a lot of the defense that has not been good behind Skeens, like that's a fact. It has not been good behind him. And I think he has 5 unearned runs this year. It could be way more than that. Here's a real problem. And look, Baseball Savant isn't everything, but I think it tells you a lot of valuable things about the game and about pitchers and where they stand. And look, Skeens in the 95th percentile in strikeout percentage and walk percentage, and he's 74th in whiff, and he's got good numbers there. But his hard hit percentage is way up. It's in the 63rd percentile. It's at a 36.6% clip. Like that's a lot more than it's been before. This year, the exit velocity is at 110.4. That's actually lower than it was the first 2 years. So teams really aren't hitting the ball as hard off of them. But here's the difference. The launch angle is significantly higher. It's at a 14.4 launch angle. He's not getting nearly as many ground balls. And I'm not saying that he should be a ground ball pitcher or anything like that. And I find it interesting that Baseball Savant's expected ERA, like his xERA, the first 2 years, 2.50 and 2.65 when he ended up having an ERA under 2. In this past year, with an ERA over 3, it's at 2.62. So maybe he has been victim of some bad luck. Maybe he has been, hit around a little bit and his balls have dropped into some places where they shouldn't be, and he hasn't been nearly as good in that regard. But look at the numbers with the Splinker. They're hitting it at a 359 clip. Opponents are actually hitting the fastball worse this year, just a 189 batting average. And they're hitting a changeup at a 213 clip after hitting it at a 103 clip last year. Albeit he's throwing the changeup more now than he ever has in his career. But here's the number that stands out. Off-speed run value, which might sound a little bit complicated. I'll try to break it down the best I can. How his breaking pitches move and the value of that movement, the location of them, the location of those pitches. How competitive are those pitches? He's in the 22nd percentile. He is in the bottom 4th in all of baseball, -2 in off-speed run value. Why can't he put hitters away? His off-speed pitches have not nearly been good enough. And that's been a major problem for him. The fastball, even though it is 97, 98, it's only being hit up at a 189 clip. The slugging percentage at 348, yeah, that's a little concerning. The changeup is being slugged at a 377 clip. The Splinker at a 385. The sinker has been slugged at a 432 clip. So some of those breaking pitches, the off-speed run value, the sweeper, the slider, he throws the changeup 17% of the time and the sweeper 16% of the time. The sinker at 12 and the Splinker at 11. The slider not nearly as much. He's only thrown 10 curveballs all year. The off-speed pitches have not nearly been as good, and that's why there's deeper at-bats, longer counts, and he's not working deeper into games. Lou's in Neville Island. Hi, Lou.
Hey, Dom is right. There is people turning on Paul Skeens.
Wow, an intern Dom is right call at the 156 point in the show.
And I am not a fan of his. I think most of his takes are absolute clown takes, and he just does it for attention. But it's everything he said. And the guy did change his arm angle. I've been telling you that for a couple of weeks, but you never acknowledged it on the air. He did that after his rookie year because they thought it'd be less wear and tear on his arm.
Yeah, you have said that, Lou. You have. I give you credit.
Mackey Mackey said this morning, and he played an interview where Paul Skeens said he has taken velocity down, and I think it just naturally drops when he drops his arm. I don't think in his head he's like, throw this 98. Yeah. It's just a different arm angle, so it's not as fast. Is so he doesn't get hurt. And I believe he's trying to get to that next contract, which is human. But the thing that really, I hate that Henry Davis has to catch for him. I mean, he's losing half a run a game basically because he has to catch. You said it earlier. They should try something different next game. You can't lose 8 games in a row.
It's been 8 in a row. You got to try something different. You just can't throw Henry Davis out there again. Now, I'm not saying for every single start, don't throw Davis out there, but at least one game, let's see something different. Let's see how Indy calls the game for him. I don't believe, Lou, the whole, Henry Davis calls the game for me because I'm stupid and I don't know how to call my own pitches. Get out of here. Paul Skeens can do it if he wants.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And maybe it'll irk him a little, make him a little mad, and maybe that's what he needs. Maybe he needs to be a little more like A.J. Burnett and not such a nice guy. And when he starts talking about no salary cap, this town will hate him in no time at all. I'm sad that he happens to be the union rep. I wish that would have been somebody else, not such a high-profile player.
Well, Henry Davis is the rep.
It's going to crush his PR.
Henry Davis is their rep, but Skeens is still a big part of the MLBPA and some type of committee, nationally throughout baseball. But Davis is the union rep.
How can he, on one hand, complain about not spending enough, and then on the other hand say we can't have a salary cap? We can't compete without a salary cap, realistically, on a consistent year-to-year basis. We might get lucky here and there. It just can't be done.
I fully agree with that.
Stinks the way it's set up. And Skeens is fighting for that system because he knows he's going to be one of the guys that gets the $750, $800 million contract.
Well, do you blame him?
I don't blame him, but just keep your mouth shut maybe about it. You know what I mean? Because they're going to lose that PR battle. There's no one is going to want. There's going to be maybe 10% of fans that side with the players on this one.
Now, I don't know about that percentage. I agree. I am on the owner's side. I try to be as pro player as possible, but I'm 100% with the owners here. Some of the things the owners have put out there has been kind of ridiculous, though. High school players wouldn't be eligible, and they would shrink the minor leagues a little bit, and just a lot of different things that I think is just kind of outlandish that has been proposed by Major League Baseball. But the cap floor system, Lou, baseball can't. And baseball isn't failing right now, but if it wants to survive in markets that feel like they have less and less of a chance every single year, there's no other logical way to do it other than a salary cap and floor. And if you're Skeens, of course, you can make $750 million. I get it. You want to possibly have the highest contract ever given out to a pitcher. You're going to fight for that. You're going to fight for the players. The players, dating back to Marvin Miller, have been we can't have a salary cap. It's like a cardinal sin in baseball if you give in to a salary cap. So I don't expect Skeens to be any other way than that. It's no different than Bryce Harper in Philly or any of the other players that have been very outspoken, where Harper's wanted to fight Rob Manfred in a verbal argument in the clubhouse. That story from a year ago or whatever. But yeah, he's going to lose part of the fan base with that.
We're on the same page, but let's chalk one up for Dom. He needs a win.
He needs a win. Thank you, Lou. Oh, man, 412-928-9370. Sean is in Robinson. What's up, Sean?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Sean. Good to hear from you.
I think so. We're obviously touching on the arm slot thing. I don't know if anybody remembers, but in April of last year, he changed his release point. And it was kind of a big story, and nobody knew if the Pirates made him do it or if he made himself do it. Then he got interviewed at the end of April when he switched back to his original release point from 2024, and he was like, I was just kind of messing around with some things.
Yeah, trying to work through things.
I think, and the last caller touched on this, I don't think the velo dip has anything to do with injury or anything like that. I think it comes from the change in arm slot because he's not releasing it from 12 and a half feet up in the air. And so I think that's the reason for the dip in the velo. But as far as his arm slot changing again this year, I agree with the caller about 2 callers ago that said he notices a difference. I think there's a difference again, but it's weird that he's now had it into June, almost July, that he's maybe experimenting with something.
Yeah, why
are doing that, or
why does he need to change his arm slot? Is it that big of a deal if he changes it that, minutely, where it affects his velocity that much with the potential to not get hurt? He was using that arm slot at LSU and was great. He used it his first year in the majors and was great. Like, and he was never banged up. Like, there was never any signs of him being hurt or fatigued or anything like there is now. If anything now, it seems like the new arm slot is worse for him. And I think there might be a greater chance of him potentially being injured.
It seems like both he and the Pirates are scared of him getting Tommy John based on, like Tariq Skubal and all these other pitchers that, you can compare to Paul Skeens that have gotten the surgery already. But, yeah, it's something to be scared of. But at the same time, there's new versions of the surgery that are way more, that the recovery is almost cut in half. We saw Tariq Skubal get some kind of surgery this season. He was back throwing within a month.
Right.
And so I don't. Somebody's playing scared, and I don't know if it's the Pirates or Paul Skeens.
But then
or both,
I wonder this, Sean. This just popped into my mind. Him and Jared Jones are best friends. I wonder if he moved the arm slot a little bit to try to prevent a Jared Jones-like injury. Where he was out for a full year and obviously was banged up at the end of 24 going into 25, and maybe that's part of it.
That is true, but we can go ahead and I think Roman touched on this, is that he hasn't thrown 100 all year.
Not one pitch.
Jared Jones has just came back from Tommy John surgery. This season was missed, all of that time. He has one of the hardest thrown pitches this season by any MLB pitcher.
Yeah, 101.5, I think.
So what does that tell you? And just look at other pitchers who have gotten Tommy John in recent history. It's not the end of the world that everyone makes it seem to be. There's been,
right,
you miss,
but you don't want to have it. You don't want to have it.
Yeah, exactly. If you can avoid it, you will try to. But playing scared, I think, like there's something that I don't like. That Jared Jones point. That's a good point. And their arm slots are way different because I know, like, if obviously they're not the same height, but Jared Jones is still a bigger guy, but his arms are way shorter than Paul Skeens. So I think that's where their release points differ, is just because they're different size builds. But no, that is a very good point. I think maybe, I don't know if Jared was in his ear saying, like, hey man, tone it down a little bit. But then you made a good point. There's Aroldis Chapman, who's 40 years old and has been throwing 110 mile an hour for 20 years.
Yeah, he might end up just being complete and utter outlier. I appreciate the call, Sean, where, you don't get Aroldis Chapmans where, I don't know if Billy Wagner was throwing, 99, 98, 97 still in his final couple of years, but you're very hard throwing relievers that, once you get into your mid 30s, it cannot be the same. Now, that hasn't been the case entirely for Chapman. He's still throwing 100, but fastball right around 97, 98 that can ramp up to 100 miles an hour. But, Jared Jones, I don't think has changed that slot, because can Jared Jones afford to not throw 100? His stuff's good, but it's only a 2-pitch mix. Like, he needs that fastball to be so reliable. Skeens maybe thought, I'll change my arm slot, I'll change my angle a little bit, and I could still be very dominant. Try to prevent injury, and it hasn't worked. Anthony in Oakland, Newton Aspinwall coming up next. Want to hear from you, two of our favorite callers. 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email. youthsports@937thefan.com. That's our email. youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's all brought to you by our friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let's Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It was pretty rainy last night and into this morning. Chance of rain across the afternoon. Temperatures in the 90s for the work week. Woo! It is going to get hot out there. And there's a 45% chance of rain really throughout the day until about 8:30, 9 o'clock in that range. 65% chance of rain tomorrow because, of course, there is. Hopefully that goes away. Austin Bechtold with you. We continue the Pirate Talk coming up on The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of their series. First pitch at 4:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3:15 on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota, Monroeville.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title, tax, license, registration, $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
It's Doran Dickerson. Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Oh, it was scary cold, but just as scary is that now you know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer long. Let PJ Fitzpatrick reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your new windows. That's TrustPJ.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I've got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mirafiber gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mirafiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook at 93.7 The Fan on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. This is going to be a really big deal for the USA match against Turkey this week. The final match in group stage. The U.S. has already clinched its spot, number 1 seed coming out of this group. That means that they're probably going to do a lot of substitutions, and we're going to see a lot of different faces for this last game. So protect yourself. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10.
Finger licking machine.
The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of their series. First pitch at 4:05. Jared Jones on the mound for Pittsburgh. Chase Burns for Cincinnati. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrelli begins at 3:15 on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 93.7thefan.com. It's Sports Saturday, people.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
How much of that was just trying to find something that was working? Yeah, I didn't feel bad about it. They did a good job.
Those 3 innings after that, obviously you settled down to those like 13 pitches each inning. Just kind of working to get the bounce back there.
Just getting quicker outs.
Paul Skeens, a man of few words. He typically is a man that, doesn't say all too much unless it's the new Sheets commercial that he's in, which I think is funny. And, the big glizzy tie. that they're selling at Sheetz now. The Paul Skeens Glizzy.
Is it a foot long?
I think it is. At least it looks like a foot long.
Excellent. If I could customize it, foot long Coney. But also, there was such a big miss on it. They had Skeens spelled regular when they could have had a Z at the end for brand synergy. So that's a E0 on Sheetz.
I'm surprised that Sheetz didn't use Skeens with a backwards K, too, in his name.
Oh, there was just all sorts of marketing misses. So, in short,
I wouldn't say marketing misses.
We both have master's degree in communications, correct?
Correct.
So they should hire us to run the commercials. Only fair.
They know where to find us.
I'm not a hard man to find.
No?
Deion Sanders, Ty Polk.
Okay. So I thought it was a cool commercial with Skeens. It's a cool partnership that Sheetz and Skeens are doing too. The Big Glizzy, I'll have to get one of those and check it out. I like Sheetz. It's fun going there. I like the mozzarella sticks that they have, the tenders, the late night bites.
Onion petals for me.
Yeah. A lot of good choices. So the long ball last night is what carried the Bucs out of the 6 runs that were scored, or 4 runs that were scored. 3 of them came on home runs, solo shots at that. Griffin in the first. Marcell Ozuna homered, his 7th of the year, and he's back in the lineup today. Good decision from Don Kelly. Bad decision, I think, not to have Esmeralyn Valdez in the lineup. He homered yesterday, and I know Valdez only has 6 hits. After that home run, 3 of them are home runs. The lineup today, Mangum, Lau, Reynolds. Nick Gonzalez bats 4th again, which is another strange thing that they've done. He puts the ball in play, he's a 300 hitter, but not a lot of power to be your cleanup guy is a little bit unorthodox. And he's followed by O'Hearn, Ozuna. So Ozuna against a right-hander will bat in the 6th hole. Endy's going to do the catching of Jared Jones. Callahan's in right. I like Callahan, but I would have played Valdez out there in right after just the home run that he hit last night, how hard he hit it. And Jared Triolo is at shortstop because we just can't get enough. 412-928-9370 to 2 of our favorites here is Anthony in Oakland to start us off. What's up, Anthony?
The show that comes on before Bob Papiani's, I don't know who the host, I didn't catch
Bucko Talk?
Yeah. He was very condescending when people were bringing up Skeens because he apparently he's in the locker room and he knows more from analytics than all the rest of us. Look, fella, I know the eye test. And this is, at this point in his career and then point in this season, he's not been very good. And Skeens and Keller should be top notch at this point. One's paid pretty good, and the other one has the resume, but they're not doing it this year. For goodness sakes, I've seen Kuzman and Seaver and Ryan and Marichal and Gibson. I've seen a whole bunch of guys. And what I noticed, I don't need analytics to tell me, the league has caught up to him in some manner because some of these banjo hitters are hitting the ball hard into the opposite field. Banjo hitters, where a guy with his reputation should be putting in his back pocket. So, there's something wrong. I don't know what it is. I'm not an expert. Like he said, he's in the locker room. I'm not in the locker room. Yeah. But maybe he shouldn't have played in that World League tournament.
Yeah, but do you really think that's it, though, Anthony? Like, some pitchers, it didn't affect Mason Miller and how great he is in San Diego. It didn't affect Eduardo Rodriguez. Skubal got hurt. I think that's a little different. Nolan McLean has been, compared to expectations, I would say fine for Team USA. Skeens, it's just been, for the Mets, Skeens, I don't blame the World Baseball Classic. Maybe I'm ignorant to do that, but maybe it's Bill Murphy, the new pitching coach. They thought that they could do better than Oscar Marin. And a lot of people believe that Paul Skeens was one of the people that said, look, let Marin go, bring in somebody new here. Bill Murphy takes over, and it's supposed to take this pitching staff to the next level. What pitcher has gotten better under Bill Murphy this year? Skeens has gotten worse. It's Ashcraft, the only one.
Which is kind of weird for Skeens to say because under the previous pitching coach, you won Rookie of the Year and Cy Young.
Yes. What other level can you go to? Being a sub-2 ERA, that's great. I'll take it every single year. What more can you improve on other than pitching 200 innings? That was the only thing that he hasn't done yet.
Look, and if he's concerned about being hurt, he should have taken all the guaranteed money that the Pirates wanted to give him for his buyouts. He's been in the $100 million class already, guaranteed.
Well, I don't even know if he wants to give up a year of free agency, though, Anthony, especially with the new CBA and what might come from that and what's going to be grandfathered in.
He's got Scott Boras. That's who's in his ear. So we don't know where that's going. And yes, he has visions of sugar plums. But right now,
I don't think Boras is not his agent.
Boras is it?
No.
Sure?
I'm fairly confident, yes. His agency, I'm trying to find it now, but I know it's not Boras.
Well, regardless, when he's in there talking about all the intricacies on why there should be a salary cap, somebody's in his ear. My point is this. The eye test tells me when banjo hitters are hitting you hard, you're supposed to be elite, and they're taking you to opposite fields. And you've seen some of the shots. Some of those shots yesterday. What? That's supposed to happen to some jabroni, not to Skeens. He's supposed to put those guys in his hip pocket, and he's not.
Yeah, he's represented by,
and he's not.
He's represented by ISE Baseball. That's Independent Sports and Entertainment Baseball. So he's not a Boras client. Now, maybe the closer he gets to free agency, he switches. I don't know. Like, that's what some players do when they get close to their free agent year and who can give me the best contract. And, Scott Boras, known as the super agent, is capable of doing that for a lot of players. He's also, I think, screwed up a lot of players, too, telling them to wait longer to sign in free agency. And then they sign in, March or the end of February, and then their start of the year is all thrown off because they're not getting good spring training reps and stuff like that. But I digress.
Listen, sit him out for the All-Star game. That's what I would do. Maybe it's arm fatigue. I don't know. But if I'm the Pirates, I'm saying if they vote you in, skip it anyway. Go on vacation.
Well, he's not going to skip it. He's not going to skip it, though.
So back in the day, they would skip if they had fatigue in their arm. They wouldn't pitch.
Would they? Anthony, I thought that's one of the major gripes with people these day and age, that there's way too many things being skipped and there's way too much talk about arm rest and pitchers aren't going 9 innings anymore and throwing 150 pitches. They would throw back then.
Yeah, but they needed that extra money in a lot of cases. They don't need it now. He's got a hot girlfriend. Go on vacation with her. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, Anthony. 412-928-9370. Our buddy Newton Aspinall is on the fan. What's up, Newt?
Hey, Lemons. How you doing? Hey, first of all, I got 3 points, but first, I want to give you and your producer, I forgot the name.
Ty Polk's back here.
Oh, my God, that backwards K and the Skeens with a Z, that's, as they say in Seinfeld, that's gold, Jerry, gold. You guys should be there.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely, you should be. So 3 things. The first, on the CBA, I've been saying for decades now, they had the owners had the players where they wanted them in 94 and they caved. The only way to fix baseball, they have to break that union, and to do that, they've got to have the stones to go dark, not just for 1 year, 2 years. If they go no baseball in 2027 and 2028, I will tell you right now, all those players toiling in the minors at AA and AAA and even single A, they are going to cross that picket line. I'm telling you right now, because they need paid. They're going to cross.
Yeah, I'll let you make all the points here, Newt. I could see that, from maybe the owners, maybe, but 2 years just sounds completely unrealistic when baseball's in the place that it is now and nobody even wants to miss half a season.
Oh, I get it.
Somebody's going to cave before that.
I know. And when they do, it's not going to get fixed. That's my point. I think to break the union and get the floor and cap, that's what you're going to have to do. Those players will never agree to a cap. The ones that are controlling the game right now in that union, it's like kryptonite to them. They won't even entertain it.
Well, I could see it because right now players have 6 years, or teams have 6 years of control, maybe up to 7, depending on when somebody's called up over players. If that gets brought down to 5, and then 6, depending on when you're called up, or even 4. And then 5, depending on when you're called up. Or there's I don't know how you can do a 5th-year option like they do for first-round picks in the NFL. It's a completely different system. But if you can control players for 5 years instead of 6, or maybe it's 4 years instead of 6, and there's some incentive that's created like they proposed with the NBA bird rights, there is more of an incentive to sign with the team that drafted you and developed you or traded for you at a young age, and you sign with that team, and if you go somewhere else in free agency, you only sign for 1 fewer year, and there's less money. At first, that sounded kind of outlandish to me because it would be just it would be a significant wholesale change. Maybe it's not. I mean, I like that they signed Connor Griffin to a 9-year contract. I would like some of those deals to still be able to happen. But if you have to tamper down expectations a little bit and give the players, okay, you go to free agency 1 year earlier, that might be something that tempts them. The minimum salary goes up to $1.5 million instead of $800,000. That would tempt a lot of players that are making pre-arb for their first 2 years.
Yeah, you're making perfect sense. I agree 100%. But the players, like you and Joe were saying, is you can't even get the word cap out of your mouth. You're at C and maybe the A, and they're saying no. You know, they won't even entertain it. It's insane. What you said makes sense, but I just don't think these players are so. You know, they've been ingrained that a salary cap is like toxic to them.
Yeah.
But we'll see. My second thing is there is absolutely something wrong with Skeens. And I don't care what anybody says. I think people are starting to say that. Not only the 4 runs, but if you look at the box score yesterday in detail, he recorded 15 outs, right?
Yep.
Now, 7 of them are strikeouts. That's great. He still gets a swing and miss, but it's all or nothing. The other 8 outs, 0 ground outs, 0. 6 fly outs and 2 line outs, 2 hard line outs. There's something wrong with him. He's not fooling anybody anymore. So I don't know what it is. If it's an injury or you know, that WBC, I still think had some impact, but I'm starting to think there is an injury or something. I don't know what it is. What are your thoughts before my third point? But there's absolutely something wrong.
Yeah, well, Newt, I think part of it is that off-speed run value number that I gave you from Baseball Savant. Like, I'm not saying that Baseball Savant is the Bible for baseball here, but I value it. Like, I think there are some key numbers to look at. And when you look at, like, you know, the higher percentile is you know, the better you are. There is a lot of red on Paul Skeens' chart. You know, like, I don't know if that would be great if you were a doctor and you were evaluating it. But if I am, you know, the doctor diagnosing Paul Skeens right now and I see off-speed run value of 22 and the movement and the location is just not nearly as good on his breaking pitches, on his off-speed pitches, that might be a problem. That's why so many off-speed pitches are still being fouled off. He uses the fastball to get ahead in counts and can be a put-me-away pitch, but he's throwing the changeup so much to righties and the splinker's still at a decently high percentage, and he has so many pitches, maybe it's just become too complicated where he's not locating the breaking balls enough.
Fair point, yeah. And the last thing I have is I was really counting on winning that first game of this series with Skeens against the last place Reds, because I'll tell you what, tonight does not bode well with Chase Burns. What is he, 9-1 with a 2.00 ERA?
Yeah, it's a 2 flop.
Against Jared Flyball Jones. I'm very worried about that. And then tomorrow, oh yes, going on record, it's going to be a hot, muggy, swampy day, and Mitch Keller is on the mound. And I'm telling you, until I hear a better explanation of what's wrong with Keller and I haven't heard anything from Matt Clement or Mike Fort McHenry, my theory still, I'm sticking with it until I'm proven wrong. He looked good his last outing, right? It was mild, low humidity. It's going to be swampy tomorrow, and I'm predicting he's going to have a good game. There's a real possibility we get swept by the last place Reds, and which would put us into a tie for last place with the Reds. We're already 9.5 behind Milwaukee and 3.5 out of the third and final wild card, with I think 3 teams ahead of us in that chase. If they get swept here by Cincy, I think we're done. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. So regarding the Keller point, this is insane. Keller in day games this year is a 3.07 ERA. Opponents hit him at a 2.29 average. Keller in night games this year in 9 starts is a 6.46 ERA. I mean, that's nuts. And basically, it's very similar innings. 41 innings in day games, 47 and a third in night games. 269 opponent average, a 150 whip in night games. That's insane. And also, they can't go to last place at the end of the series, even if they get swept. They have 41 wins, and Cincinnati's at 38, so they would still be 1 win ahead. But I thought about this on Thursday driving home after the show. They win that game on Thursday. You're feeling good. They take 2 out of 3 from Seattle, who's a good team. They're right at the top of their division, and I know the division isn't very good, but still, that's a team that was a couple of pitches away from going to the World Series last year. Driving home and listening to the game and then getting home and watching the rest of it, I thought, man, this is great. You've won 2 in a row. You took the series. You're back at 500. You're back over 500. You have Paul Skeens on the mound. And or this was Thursday going into Friday. You have Paul Skeens on the mound, and that should be another win. I feel like we've been trained to think, all right, Skeens on the mound, they'll be fine. They'll win this game. Like, they'll find a way. It can't possibly be 8 in a row that they lose with Skeens on the mound, right? Like, it's just not possible. And yet they do it again. And part of it is because the offense hasn't been good enough for him. But Paul Skeens, frankly, has not been good enough. Like, that loss was on Skeens. That was on Skeens. They scored 4 runs. Remember that stat last year? If they scored 4 runs or more for Paul Skeens in an outing, he would have had like 15 or 16 wins. Like 17 wins. Or I think it would have been actually right around 20 is the number. Don't entirely quote me on that. But the point of the matter is, they would have won significantly more games if they scored 4 or more runs for him in so many outings. They lost so many 2-1 games and 3-2 games and games that he was pulled in the 6th or 7th inning when he'd only given up 1 run or 2 runs. Texter limits. Skeens said he doesn't want to risk injury with the velocity. Skeens is saving himself for his upcoming $400 to $500 million contract. Winning with the Pirates is great, but not his main concern. This is not some mystery. Yeah, but at the same time, there's still 3 years of club control. Like, if this was his final year and he was going into free agency next year, okay, I get it. Or if this was even the year before that, I get it. And look, Cy Young pitchers, Hall of Fame pitchers, like Randy Johnson had a difficult start to his career. Roger Clemens had seasons of ERAs in the 3s. You know, Bob Gibson at the very start of his career wasn't as dominant and as elite. In that second, I think it was the 3rd year I gave you those numbers. But regardless, if you look at Nolan Ryan as well, 3.42 ERA in his 3rd year, 3.97 the next year. Like, before he went to the Angels and he became absolutely dominant, and then to Houston and, pitched until his late 40s. Maybe this is just the reality and that Paul Skeens isn't as great as he was the first 2 years, which is fine, but we just got to tamper some of our expectations and be okay with that reality, which I'm not right now because of how great he was the first 2 years. So that's why I'm concerned he's getting hit up more, and you thought he's the best pitcher in baseball, and we expected him to pitch like Mizorowski's pitched this year with an ERA in the 1.5s. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You can watch the show on Twitter, watch the show on YouTube as well. Love saying hello to the YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube chat. Hit us up on the text line as well. We'll continue to read your texts. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Text line, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Up next, we hear from Don Kelly. We go over the lineup today, and we preview today's game coming up next. Austin Bechtold with you on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good afternoon. I'm Ty Polk with your Fan Headlines. Game 2 of the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds is today. First pitch at 4:05. Jared Jones on the mound for Pittsburgh. Chase Burns for Cincinnati. Our coverage begins at 3:15, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain is the tournament's top seed. A beautifully balanced side built on fluid possession, led by a creative playmaker who unlocks defenses at will. La Roja's depth across every position makes them the team to beat.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly. 724-515-5551.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. There's a chance of rain across the afternoon for the game. That's not going to be fun. Temperatures in the 90s for the work week. Austin Bechtold with you, leading you up to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Dan Zangrilli takes over, and we'll have it for you. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to chime in and join the conversation. Let's continue to hear what Paul Skeens said yesterday after his outing and riff on it for a little bit.
Paul, this is 8 consecutive team losses in a row. Is there anything that you've seen consistent through those 8 beyond the obvious of the result?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, kind of weird.
Yeah, maybe a little.
How hard is it to get through a 38 pitch inning? I mean, I'm guessing you realize that you better get it out or you're going to be running the pitch count too high. How hard is it to get through that stretch?
Just got to get back to execution. Any pitch can get you out of the inning. Any pitch can extend the inning. So just got to execute the next one.
Did that help kind of sharpen everything for the next couple? Just being in that situation.
Yeah. Kind of had to.
Well, we're at the halfway point of the season. Just how would you kind of evaluate what you've been able to do this year?
I'm happy with it overall. I think it's been a little bit odd. But in terms of the controllables, I've been happy with how I've been throwing, and just going to continue to work to get better.
Paul, how do you keep from getting upset at the uncontrollables?
Got to remember what's real. Same thing I've been saying for 8 starts now.
What was it like to see Connor come back in the way that he did with the home run in the first at-bat?
Yeah, it's good to have him back. He's a difference maker. So it's good to see him back on the field.
How much can you appreciate, too, seeing a guy like Valdez and Ozuna, especially with the way the lineup is right now without Cruzy, without Horwitz, especially Griffin, too, just those guys stepping up to try to provide a boost?
Yeah, I mean, we have a really balanced lineup, good top to bottom, and then obviously, some of the depth guys that we've had that probably weren't penciled in at the beginning of the year, they're doing well. So, if you're going to win, you need guys to step up like that.
All right, there's Paul Skeens. After yesterday's loss to the Reds, 6-4, he allows 4 runs. They were all in the second inning of action, and the Reds just beat him around for a little bit. A couple of sac flies were thrown in there, a walk. Skeens walked 2 on the day. It was not ideal, and not a good outing for Skeens. And there's been plenty of that. 8 losses in a row, and he's just basically saying congrats to the other team and good for them, and give credit to them. And no, I don't like it. It's just like I didn't like how Antone, the pitcher for the Reds last night, saluted the Pittsburgh crowd after he left the game after hitting Connor Griffin with a pitch. Like how much of a jackass do you have to be to do that? I mean, seriously. Like he just walks right off the mound. Griffin's looking at him, and then boos ensue, and he just takes his hat off and waves it towards the crowd. I mean, really? I mean, that could have been more that we talked about on the show today too, but just strange, man. But something else that I wanted to get into. The Penguins in the draft yesterday, before we preview the rest of this, before we preview the game tonight for the Pirates coming up in about a half an hour, game this afternoon, I should say. The Penguins are in the midst of the draft. They just picked Parker Von Richer in the 4th round, the defenseman, pick number 111. Penguins acquired that pick from Boston in exchange for 117 and a 4th round pick in 2027 that originally belonged to Winnipeg. They had a really cool thing that they did yesterday. They picked 2 twins. Marcus Rucker and Liam Rucker, identical twins. No, it is Ruck. I'm looking at the. Oh, never mind. I was looking at the graphics that the Penguins put out there. Thank you, Ty. Marcus Ruck and Liam Ruck. Their nicknames. This is why I got confused. They list their nickname as Rucker, but they list the same nickname for both players. So that's kind of easy to screw up, right? And get a little confused. So yes, it was Liam Ruck picked in the 1st round to the Penguins at 22 overall. And at 39 overall, Marcus Ruck was picked. So pretty cool that you draft 2 twins. And it was said before the draft that they really wanted to play together, and that was their goal. They're both forwards, And you wonder, okay, is this just a good story or can they actually play? So Liam Ruck was regarded as the 20th overall player, according to NHL.com and the draft prospect rankings. And he ended up going 22nd. And Marcus Ruck, who was in the original midterm rankings, the 31st best prospect, he moved up to 23rd. And the Penguins got him at 39. So it's a pretty good get. Liam Ruck, a right winger. Marcus Ruck, a center. They are both 6 foot. Liam is actually 10 pounds heavier at 174 pounds than Marcus at just 164. But young players who are going to, it fits right in with the family mode of the Penguins, right? And with Pittsburgh, we've had the Watts, we've had the Haywards, we've had, we'd have Amanda Kessel helping to run the Penguins after Phil Kessel was here. It's a family affair. People loved Mario. It felt like family. It seems like the Hoffman family, as a family, it feels more like family than FSG was. So draft continuing for the Penguins. Bigger story, I think, is that Rickard Rakell, Brian Rust, Erik Karlsson, all still on the roster. No trades were made. No big moves made at all from the Penguins. They made one smaller trade, acquiring a player from Washington. And obviously Ronnie Francis is back in the organization too, which is another cool thing to be able to see. And how, Mario's coming back. Same thing with Ronnie Francis being a part of it is cool. Josh Yohe tweeting, the Ruck twins seem like great kids, but if they ever have legal trouble, I think we know who will be representing them in Pittsburgh. And there's a graphic that Fly Penguins Fly podcast put out there. The Ruck twins aren't coming to Pittsburgh to play hockey. They're replacing Fishman, and there's a Shenderovich, Ruck and Ruck graphic that I saw, which is really funny. People are making jokes out of, so.
Hilarious.
Yohe said, I'm admittedly no draft expert, but the Penguins needed a nice prospect on the left side of their blue line. They drafted Thomas Galvis as well in the middle rounds. Strikes me as a pretty nice pick, all things considered, with their second pick in the second round. So maybe not necessarily a middle round pick, but Penguins also have qualified Archer Shilovs and Igor Chinakhov. They were both restricted free agents. So Penguins doing what is necessary to keep them. And after the Penguins selected Liam, Yohe, and many others indicated that, look, they might as well just take Marcus with their next pick. That's probably what's going to happen. And Yohe said, I think the rest of the league probably realized taking one without the other doesn't make much sense and that they're a package deal. The Rucks definitely have a lot of leverage here in this situation. So Pirates and Reds coming up, 4:05 first pitch. Jake Mangum is getting the start and will be in center field. Brandon Lau will be at second base and will bat second. Brian Reynolds is going to be in left field. And Nick Gonzalez will play third and bat fourth. Ryan O'Hearn will be at first base and bat fifth. Marcelo Zuna, who hit a home run yesterday and has been good this past month. He is starting to find his stride despite not playing every day, just not playing really all that often, really against left-handers, and he homered off a lefty. He did really well off a lefty in the last series, so they decided, you know what, we might as well just keep Marcelo Zuna out there as best you can. He's hitting .292 this month, in the last 7 games. He's hitting .294 over the last 15 games. Last 15 games, 2 home runs and 10 RBIs. Yes, he has 17 strikeouts compared to just 3 walks, but Marcelo Zuna, over the course of the month, 30 at-bats, has 10 hits. He's hitting .333. His average is now up to .208. I think you play him every day. I think you have to. At this point, play Marcelo Zuna every day. Give him some run. Give him an opportunity. You're now without Horwitz, who at times was DHing. You have to find lightning in a bottle with Ozuna now. You have to hope that the stretch that he is on right now is the hot stretch that just came a month late. When last year he figured it out at times with Atlanta, and of course how great he was 2 years ago, finishing 4th in MVP voting. You got to hope that he's found it. You got to hope that this stretch leads into something where you can have him in the middle of your lineup consistently. So he will bat 6th in DH. Andy Rodriguez will do the catching. Tyler Callahan will play right. Jared Triolo will be at shortstop today. Donnie Kelly saying it's a scheduled day for Connor Griffin as they're just trying to work him back. Doesn't seem like him getting hit in the tailbone really has anything with a pitch, has anything to do with this. So it's obviously unfortunate not having Griffin out there. I would love to have Griffin out there. You would. Everybody would. But they're easing him in slow. He's 20 years old. Do you need to ease him in slow? I mean, seriously. Like, I understand why they're doing it, but do you need to ease him in? Like, I'm tired of watching Jared Triolo hit, and I know that Triolo's numbers over the course of the last month have been better than what they were at the start. The bar's not all that high. Triolo, in his last 15 games, is hitting .229, but he's only hitting .190 in the last 7. He's not been good. He's had a couple of stolen bases. He's hitting .204 in his last 30 games. What the hell am I talking about? So that's just what's annoying. It's another part of what's held their offense back. Even though it's an offense that's top 5 in baseball, it still can go to another level. And Connor Griffin being back is a big reason why that's the case. Jared Jones, he needs to be good against Burns. Chase Burns has an ERA of 2 with a 105 whip and 102 strikeouts through 85 and 2/3 innings so far this year. He is 9-1. 9-1 on the year. Chase Burns' last loss, as stunning as this is, came on April 10th against the Angels. He has not taken a loss since April 10th. So the Pirates definitely have their work cut out for them. Ellie De La Cruz, followed by Sal Stewart, Blade, Eugenio Suarez will bat 4th in DH. Lowe, Marte, Myers, Trevino, and Arroyo out there for Cincinnati. Noki Brian Hayes, he is continued to be hurt. He's still hurt with a back injury. So the Pirates will not see him in this series. But Spencer Horwitz and O'Neal Cruz being out, not good for the Pirate lineup. Mangum, Lau, Reynolds, Gonzalez, O'Hearn, Ozuna, Rodriguez, Callahan, Triolo, the 9 for the Pirates. Coming up next, the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangerli. Appreciate you listening throughout the day and for calling in. It was great talking to you. I'd like to open up the phone lines and just talk all day for people that like to call. These Saturday shows treat them a little bit differently. At least I try to. And just talk to you for as long as possible. And I think we had a good baseball talk today. So appreciate that. And we'll talk to you again soon. Have a great baseball Saturday. Austin Bechtold signing off, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Coming up, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch at 4:05. Jared Jones on the mound for Pittsburgh. Chase Burns for Cincinnati. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show begins at 3:15 on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. Everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. There are jobs, and then there are careers that make you excited to get out of bed. West Shore Home is hiring design consultants. Unlimited earning potential, 5-day work week, 20 years of bringing happiness to every home. Learn more at westshorehome.com/careers. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. Call 724-838-9360. Wet, moldy, or musty basement? Call Joe the Waterproofer at Veteran Basement Waterproofing in Bethel Park. 724-217-0677 for a free estimate and lifetime guarantee on all basement repairs. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 Plus plan saved us so much money.
a lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Faygo. Cotton candy. Rock and roll.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple,
orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford in Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at schultzford.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. schultzford.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Plus finance HMFLO APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love. This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
That Mauricio and the U.S. men's national team is built up. All that goes away if they somehow lose to Bosnia. And it's soccer. It can happen. Yeah. I don't think they're going to, but it's soccer. It can happen. Everything we've talked about and the fun we've had for 3 weeks just goes to the you-know-what. I think the U.S., rightfully so, is a minus 255 money line favorite over at BetMGM. If you're watching over on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the odds for the match coming up on Wednesday night, 8 o'clock Eastern. I think the bigger question I would have would be, do we see the same aggressiveness right away against Bosnia to where the feeling that I guess we all wanted to have after the Turkey game, but we didn't get to enjoy? Do we have that feeling of confidence going into a potential game against, let's say it's Belgium? Because we now know if the chalk holds, and maybe Belgium gets upset, maybe Spain gets upset later on. But the U.S. likely will play Belgium, then Spain, then France, and if you got in this dream scenario of a final, then you play Argentina. I don't think anybody's worried about having to play Argentina. It's the damn final at that point in time. I think we'll live with it. Or even the semifinal against Mbappe in France. But it is crazy. Yamal, Mbappe, and Messi could be 3 straight matches for this team if they go on a very deep run. But I think you said it earlier. They're probably going to be favorites, the U.S., in not only this match against Bosnia, but against Belgium. And so with that, I think you will start to see more pressure for the men's national team. And how do they handle that? That's what we haven't seen. Right now, they've been playing pressure-free, I would say, for the most part.
If they lose to Bosnia, it would be brutal. That would be tough. Like you said, with all the goodwill they built, with how dominant they've looked at times here in the tournament and how offensively they've been terrific, that'd be a tough loss. You're supposed to win that game. The Belgium game, I'm not going to lie to you, Alex, that'd be disappointing if they lost. Because even though they'd be a small favorite, it wouldn't be shocking by any means if Belgium won. From what I've seen out of both of those teams through the first 3, I think the U.S. is better. We all know sports is about matchups. Maybe Belgium is a terrible matchup for the U.S. They certainly could be. I don't know enough about soccer to know that. But just watching those two teams play their first 3 games, I think the U.S. is better, and they're on home soil. If you're able to get past both of those 2 games, it would just be so fun. It'd be like, being the fan of a school who's like an 11 seed and you make it to the Sweet 16. And it's like, oh my God, we beat, or you're a fan of like a 12 seed. And you're like, wow, we beat a 5 or a 4. Now we're going up against the 1. Like, I mean, we're just playing with house money. Be like that kind of thing. So beat Bosnia, Belgium should win that, be nice to win that game. They probably should. It'd be disappointing if they don't. And then once they get past that, if chalk holds, man, it's house money at that point. And I think we just all want to see it because this is the best we've felt about a U.S. team probably ever. And we want to see, like, what does it look like against Spain? What does it look like against France? That's the ultimate test. So I really hope we get those games, man, because I want to see, does it look like 4-0? Does it look like 1-0? Does it look like 2-2?
Yeah.
Like, what does it look like? None of us know.
Yeah, I'm just envisioning the watch parties. I mean, I'm sure you and I have both gone to a World Cup match in the last week. You went to one in Philly. I went to one right here in Kansas City with Tunisia, Netherlands. And then I've also gone to some watch parties and fan fest that's been set up here. I can't imagine. It'll probably be this crazy on Wednesday night, frankly, against Bosnia. But can you imagine if it's U.S., Belgium, or if we are fortunate enough to see an opportunity where it's USA against Spain? Can you imagine how intense and amazing the atmospheres at watch parties all across the United States, really the world, but the United States would be for that? That's why I also want it to happen. Not to mention it just would be such a advancement for soccer in this country. The one thing, though, I was chuckling about as you said it, because I agree with you, but I was talking to somebody else about it this week. You were like, hey, you're playing with house money and be a huge win if they just got to the quarterfinal or, certainly if they got to a semifinal. Other than March Madness and what you brought up, like an 11 seed, there's no other tournament where we say, and I know the World Cup's only every 4 years, whereas sports fans, we're like all fine with going into the tournament and saying, yeah, we don't need to win it to be happy. We're good. Like it's just weird. We don't do that in any other really sport. We do it in March Madness. You're right. A team that normally doesn't make the tournament, they get to a Sweet 16. It might be a great year for them, and you could say, oh, it's a stepping stone. But other than that, like we don't do that in the NFL. I don't think. I mean, I can, maybe if you're a complete team out of nowhere with a rookie quarterback that sneaks in the postseason, and you say, oh, you know what, that was a great year. But in a majority of NFL cities, I would say nobody's saying, just, if we get to a wild card game and lose, no big deal. We're fine. We're happy with that. It is just weird to me.
I think for the most part, I would agree. I think if you're a team that, like in the NBA this past year, you had a bunch of teams that were kind of surprises, right? Like Portland was a surprise to make it to the playoffs. I think they were kind of happy to be there. They were hoping maybe they could win a couple games off the Spurs, but nobody was really expecting them to beat San Antonio. Like, there could be a couple of instances. For the most part, though, generally you're right. I would think in Major League Baseball, in the NFL, in the NHL, like we know, I mean, crazy stuff happens in those postseasons, and really anybody can beat anybody. So for the most part, you're not getting it in that. College, I think, is a little different. Like you said, March Madness for sure. I guess college football now with the expansion, right? Because you get that group of 5 team in, like James Madison fans, like thrilled to be there, right? You're just like, can we keep it close against Oregon kind of thing? College baseball, same kind of thing with those 4 seeds that squeak in. Like, can we somehow upset maybe the 1 seed? So in college, you get it a little bit. But certainly at like the professional ranks and all these sorts of things, I would tend to agree. It's pretty rare, especially for us, because we're so used to being good in all these sports. For us to look at something and be like, I mean, we would be thrilled to get to the quarters and lose to Spain like 2-1 in extra time. That'd be an amazing result. It's definitely, that's rare for sure.
Some of the odds over at BetMGM, by the way, for the U.S. men's national team to make the quarterfinals, almost even money, plus 110 to make the quarters, to make the semis, which could be a potential matchup against Mbappe in France, 4.5 to 1, and then to make the World Cup final. Sorry, I almost can't even say it like seriously, but to make the World Cup final, 14 to 1, and then to win it all, 25 to 1. They were 60 to 1 pre-tournament. They were 30 to 1 this past Saturday when we were talking about it a week ago. And they're down to 25 to 1. You know, unless you gave me a free bet over at BetMGM, I'm not making a 25 to 1 bet on the U.S. men's national team to win. I'm sorry. Although I don't know if what you made of who was it? Was it Clint Dempsey? I can't remember who it was that made the comment that said the U.S. has zero chance to win or will never win the World Cup or something like that because they can't string together 3 or 4 wins together against high quality competition like this.
Oh yeah,
I think it was Clint Dempsey.
That was like Dempsey, maybe Tim Howard. It was one of those.
Tim Howard. Sorry, Clint. It was Tim. You're right. Sorry, Clint Dempsey. It was Tim Howard.
Yeah, I think he was on the pod with like Landon Donovan or something. They were talking about that. I remember that. And you know, I mean, to his point, like Belgium, Spain, France, and Argentina. That is brutal. That is brutal. There's no way I'd bet the 25 to 1 for the U.S. to win it.
But you know, PJ, I'm with you. But you know what? You know how we'll do this as sports fans. If the U.S. gets to the Spain match and looks amazing, we will all convince ourselves that they'll beat Spain. And if U.S. somehow beats Spain, we'll say, well, hey, nobody thought we would beat Yamal in Spain. Why can't we beat France? Like, I know that's just what we do as sports fans, right? Although I recognize France is a whole different level. And heck, Spain is a whole different level. And then Argentina is a completely different animal on top of that.
Do you emotionally hedge with any of your teams? Because I'm already thinking about if the U.S. played Spain.
It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spencer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good afternoon from PNC Park, the middle game of a 3-game series. The Pirates home to the Cincinnati Reds and trying to avenge a tough loss last night where the Bucks fell down 4-1 after jumping out to a 1-0 advantage, and then eventually after tying the game, giving up a go-ahead 2-run home run in the 8th, sending the Pirates to their 8th loss when tied or leading after 7 innings. And that sends the Pirates to a 41-41 record, and on the homestand a 2-2 record. This is the 5th game of the 6-game homestand. Again, the middle game of a 3-game series against the last place Reds, who improved their record against National League Central Division foes to just 3-16 and 38-42 overall. Dan Zangrili here from PNC Park, the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. We're on the air for a Jared Jones start today. Weather permitting, of course. The tarp is on the field as we look at the weather forecast courtesy of Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Just looking at the radar, there is some spotty stuff, but that has not
kept fans away. They're coming through the turnstiles right now, settling into their seats, and it's not raining, but again, the tarp is on the field, so weather updates as they come with some of these pop-up showers throughout the course of the afternoon will be sure to pass along to you. I mentioned Jones getting his 6th start of the year for the Pirates. He goes opposite of Chase Burns, and what a year he has had. The Cincinnati right-hander and 2nd overall pick a couple of years ago out of Wake Forest is 9-1 with an ERA of 2. You would think that he's a surefire all-star candidate. The 24-year-old right-hander, 6'3", 209 pounds, has faced the Pirates a few times already this year. We'll get into that pitching matchup here coming up in a moment, but a fast look at the standings, courtesy of Pella Windows and Doors. Visit PellaPittsburgh.com is where we begin. With the Pirates' loss last night, they are now 10.5 games back in the National League Central Division. And the Milwaukee Brewers, they are running away with things. They have won 11 straight games against the Central. They are 12-3 in the division. They are 50-29 and already have a 7.5 game lead entering play today over the Chicago Cubs, who they play tonight. Then it's St. Louis, a half game behind the Cubs, 8 back, and then sits Pittsburgh at 10.5 in 4th place. Cincinnati is 12.5 games back. 50 wins for the Brewers, who've won again 5 in a row. It's the fastest to 50 in franchise history for the Brewers. And meanwhile, on the other side, and this kind of coincides with the loss of O'Neal Cruz, the Pirates, after their season-high 5-game over 500 mark, which wasn't all that long ago, it was June the 2nd, the Pirates have dropped 13 of their last 21 games. And when Cruz was hurt in Atlanta, they were 4 games over 500. 7-8 since, and even more recently, 8-13 since the 3rd of June. That's the worst record in Major League Baseball, tied with the beleaguered New York Mets. So the Pirates have to figure something out. It's a bad time to be playing bad baseball, considering that the Buccos, again, have Milwaukee just on an absolute heater right now. And Pittsburgh really hasn't been able to put together a ton of wins consecutively. Now, they haven't lost, 8 of 10 or anything along those lines. This is, again, the worst that they have played so far this year, dropping 13 of their last 21. They have been buoyed by their offense. Brian Reynolds, Jake Mangum have been some of the hotter hitters, even Marcell Ozuna to a certain extent here in the month of June. But asking Don Kelly what needed to happen, or what needs to happen, I suppose, for the Pirates to try to turn this around, because looking at things a month or so ago, the Pirates were 4.5 games back of first place. So they have lost 6 games in the standings in essentially a calendar month's time. So sports director Jeff Hathorn in the office with us as we talk to the Buccos skipper. Here's what he had to say, Donnie, that is, on how the Buccos get on a heater.
All starts with the starting pitching, offense, and so pitching, defense, timely hitting, and how do we do that consistently? I think that's the goal, is to be more consistent in the second half. We have to find a way to win more games to get to where we want to go. Great being over 500, 81 games in, and we need to continue to push to be better.
And the starting pitching for the Pirates was not good last night. They fell to 6-11 in games that Paul Skeens pitched, including 0-8 in his last 8 starts. 9 came to the plate against Skeens. 4 runs crossed in the second inning. A 39-pitch effort for Skeens, who lasted just 5. And the Pirates dropped Game 1 against the Cincinnati Reds, though they are still 5-2 this year against Cincinnati, including 3-1 this season at PNC Park. Going back, actually, 17 wins in their last 25 games in this facility against the Reds. Even further, 48-23, all the way back to the 2017 season. So in this facility, they've had a chance to take care of business against the Reds, last night being the exception. And, of course, today, an uphill battle against one of the best pitchers in the National League in Chase Burns. So we'll get into that. Plus, Marcell Ozuna is in the lineup as the designated hitter. Connor Griffin, who returned from the injured list yesterday at shortstop after just 1 game rehabbing at AA Altoona earlier in the week. Griffin, who homered to lead off the game, becoming the youngest Pirate to ever do so, not in the lineup today. Don Kelly explains why and maybe what the plan is more specifically going forward. He alluded yesterday to us that, well, it's not going to be every single day that Griffin is going to be run out there. But you can also ask the question as to why Griffin could not DH. Marcell Ozuna, though, is swinging a good bat 11 games, an .819 OPS, and that included a solo homer last night, reaching base 3 times. So he gets the nod, the veteran does, over the rookie. You'll hear what the Bucco skipper has to say about Ozuna of late, plus the plan for Griffin moving forward as they try to be extremely judicious with this forearm strain, the flexor tendon in the right arm of their prize shortstop and the face of the franchise. So do stay with us. That's directly ahead and on tap, courtesy of Hampton Beer Outlet. Be sure to stock up for your 4th of July celebration with the best selection and best prices around on Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. Pirates, Reds, middle game of a 3-game set. Overcast afternoon for baseball. We'll return here in a moment with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Your home for Steak on a Stone. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's nothing like summertime baseball except, well, summertime baseball with a cold beverage. And Hampton Beer Outlet is your summertime beer headquarters. Drive a little, save a lot on all your favorite beers and ready-to-drink cocktails. Hampton Beer Outlet, where they've got over 1,000 beers in stock, all at the best prices around, with great people, great customer service. So drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet for all your summertime beer needs. Route 8 in Hampton.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Robert Pierce & Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pierce & Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pierce & Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Brazil comes in hungry after years without a title, led by a dynamic young striker and supported by a technically gifted midfield. Their blend of flair, pace, and tactical versatility makes them one of the most dangerous sides in the tournament.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pirates home to the Reds, the middle game of a 3-game series. 41-41 Pittsburgh, 10.5 back in the Central, 38-42 Cincinnati, snapping their 3-game losing streak yesterday with the 6-4 victory over the Pirates, as the Reds limping in here with the worst record in baseball since May. Pirates, the worst record in baseball since June 3rd, along with the New York Mets, having dropped 13 of their last 21 games, which basically does coincide here almost with the exit of Cruz from the Pirates lineup. 7-8 since O'Neal Cruz went on the injured list, as the Pirates try to even things up with Jared Jones on the mound. Pirates have actually fared well in games that Jones has pitched this year. 4-1 in 2026 so far. He has not faced the Reds in a little while, lost a 7-1 decision after giving up 6 runs in 5 innings. This was in September of 2024, his only career start against the Redlegs. He's done very well with a 152 batting average against right-handed hitters. Terry Francona will try to wedge 4 left-handers in the lineup, including 2 lefties and 2 switch hitters for 4 hitting from the left side total against Jones. 1-1 with a 5.75 earned run average. It's his 6th start of the year. His fastball velocity, second highest only to Jacob Mizorowski, who was blowing it at 105.5 miles an hour. His final pitch yesterday was at 102, and another dominant outing against the Chicago Cubs in that fun back and forth. The top 2 teams in the division will meet again tonight. But Jones, looking at the day by day, and again, the sample size is relatively small here, he's allowed 13 runs in 20 1/3 innings. However, 10 of those runs have been sort of consolidated to 2 outings. The Minnesota start right out of the gate, his very first outing after his return from the injured list, and the internal brace modified TJ surgery, and then in Sacramento in the bandbox on the Pirates' last road trip. So again, 10 of the 13 runs truncated start for Jones this year. They've been limited to 2 outings. Now, one thing that is interesting, I think, is the fact that the Jones fastball average velocity, if we want to make a whole lot about fastball velocity, we're talking about, Skeens and his fastball velocity coming down, and overall effectiveness, while the Jones fastball is posting up at 98.7 miles an hour, which is better, 1.5 miles more than what he did previously before he was hurt at 97.3. However, some of the inverted break, the stuff plus numbers, some run value against the fastball was far more effective previously, despite being 1.5 miles slower. I thought that was pretty interesting to note. Now we go to Who Has the Ball, brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball. For the Cincinnati Reds, it's Chase Burns. Burns 9-1 with an ERA of 2. He has been spectacular for Cincinnati this year. He's facing the Pirates for the 3rd time this year. Pirates won the game that Burns started here at PNC Park back on May the 3rd, although he didn't factor in the decision. Went 7 shutout innings and punched out 7 batters, giving up just 3 hits and walking 1. Pirates, if you recall, wound up on a Sunday afternoon walking that thing off. It was an O'Neill Cruz RBI single, and they won it. I should say they went ahead on the 8th inning single by Cruz. It wasn't a walk-up, but nevertheless, it was a 1-0 Pirates victory with Cruz proving to be the hero. Pirates lost to Burns at Great American Ballpark after he held them to just 1 hit over 5 shutout innings. So he brings a 12-inning scoreless streak, make it 14 a scoreless inning streak against the Pirates, going back to last year now that I take a look at it. So he's been really good against Pittsburgh, and he's got a 30% K rate. That's 4th best in the game. His fastball velocity is about 98 miles an hour. It is 5th best. So you have 2 of the harder throwers in Major League Baseball in terms of average fastball velo in Jones and Burns. More recently, he's been extra impactful. A 169 earned run average over his last dozen starts. This will be his 16th of the year, and he has punched out at least 7 in his last 7 starts. That's the longest such streak in Reds history, going back to 1963. He has won his last 8 decisions. That is the longest such stretch in Reds history, going back 25 years. Danny Graves last won 9 in a row in 2000. John Franco and Tom Browning won 11 in a row each in the 1985 season. So what he's been able to do is really remarkable. However, he has been, I think, subject to a little bit of good luck. And we were talking about, Skeens last night, and he's got a 440 earned run average over his last 8 games, but he also has a 303 FIP, fielding independent pitching. So looking at some of the things that are beyond the control of Paul Skeens, his fielding independent pitching is better than his earned run average, whereas you take a look at what Burns has been doing of late. He has been the benefactor of, I think, some very good luck, while Skeens has been, I think, on the other end of some bad luck. So Burns, a 326 FIP, which basically shows that he's been quite lucky taking a look at his earned run average of 2. So the Pirates might be able to grind some at-bats out, see if they can provide some bad luck for Chase Burns. Is the, again, second overall pick in the 2024 draft, has been really, really good. 102 strikeouts in 85 2/3 innings. He's walked just 29. He's right up there with guys like Skeens and others, Mizorowski, Nolan McLean. ERA is third. A batting average against is 197. That's fourth in Major League Baseball. The runs that he's allowed, that's tied for first. He's leading the league in wins. And the earned runs, again, third. But you look at some other things, walks and hits per innings pitched. He kind of falls down to 15th slugging percentage. That's elevated a little bit at 342. So, again, go back to that fielding independent pitching. Burns maybe disproportionate with that earned run average that definitely does jump off the page. But nevertheless, somebody that you would love to have in your rotation, a budding superstar, Chase Burns, the 23-year-old right-hander. Inviting you to stay tuned. Coming up, a look at the starting lineups, and we will also hear from Don Kelly as to why Connor Griffin is not in there today. Marcell Ozuna DHing, and he's been starting to ramp up a little bit. So hear what the Bucco skipper has to say to that end as we continue on our North Shore Tavern leadoff show in advance of the middle game of a 3-game series. Pirates home to the Reds on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No shame, no judgment.
Your health matters.
At Central Outreach Wellness Center, we care about our community.
Confidential STI testing, PrEP, and accessible health services for everyone.
Your health, your way.
Visit centraloutreach.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looking like we'll begin in a delay. Bulk of the rain is going to threaten the ballpark here between 4 and 5, and that'll prevent us from starting on time here. We'll pass along updates as they become available, but looking like some rain delay theater as the Pirates and Reds ready for the second of a 3-game series. Hey, congratulations to Seth Hernandez, Pirates' first-round pick last year. First to 100 strikeouts, 7 punchies in his start last night, allowing just 1 run, 3 hits. Again, 7 strikeouts in the Greensboro 5-2 victory over Rome. So, yeah, first minor leaguer to 100 punch-outs this year, Seth Hernandez. That's our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Shape Your Future Minor League report and check out their credit card, earning 5% cash back on all gas, groceries, restaurants, and travel through August at AllegiantFCU.org. Injury update courtesy of Robert Pearson Associates, Pittsburgh's premier injury attorneys. Returning to the lineup yesterday, Connor Griffin. He's not in the lineup today for Game 2, playing the back-to-back days. Don Kelly explains the pathway forward for Connor Griffin.
Yeah, ultimately, him being able to go for the rest of the season is the main goal, and we're really just going to follow what we were going to do on the rehab assignment. I mean, I think we saw yesterday he's in a pretty good spot rhythm and timing wise, and getting on base, getting the legs back into it, playing 9 innings for the first time yesterday on base, from the hit by pitch and the walk, playing day off today.
So Triolo hits 9th at shortstop. In front of him, Mangum in center, Lau at second, Reynolds in 7 in left field on the 16-game hit streak. Nick Gonzalez at third base, Ryan O'Hearn at first base, Marcell Ozuna is the DH, Endy Rodriguez catches and hits 7th with Tyler Callahan hitting 8th in right field. So there you have it. There's the starting lineup for the Pirates from Central Outreach Wellness Center. You can cure your Hep C with no insurance necessary for care. I need a pick to click here from Precision Pointing and Restoration. I will go with, I'm going to go with Ozuna. Why not? 12 of 39 with an 819 OPS over his last 11 games. I think he'll run into one from Chase Burns. Why not? And the key to victory, of course, is going to have to be the slider. Laying off it is 69 of the 102 strikeouts for Chase Burns are on the slider. So that's going to be a devastating pitch for him. And how much you swing and miss at that, I think, could be the great divide in winning and losing Game 2 of this 3-game series. Keys to victory from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Visit SpitzerToyota.com. The Pennsylvania One call system call of the game coming up next. Know what's below 811. That's what you dial before you dig. It'll be block and walk, and then I'll return with more rain delay theater here on 93.7 The Fan.
No shame, no judgment.
Your health matters.
At Central Outreach Wellness Center, we care about our community.
Confidential STI testing, PrEP, and accessible health services for everyone.
Your health, your way.
Visit centraloutreach.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Gone! Swing and a miss! He struck him out! Grand slam for
Network is brought to you by Highmark Health. Highmark is proud to sponsor Pirates everywhere, from home base to home away from home, because Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Pittsburgh Brewing Company. Pittsburgh Brewing, makers of Iron City and Icy Light. Giant Eagle, official supermarket of the Pittsburgh Pirates. PNC, brilliantly boring since 1865. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Number 1 Cochrane, Club 1 Rewards. Join for free today and earn points and save on every service visit. Operating Engineers Local 66. Partner with Operating Engineers Local 66. Join us at IUOE66.org. Allegheny Health Network, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Caring for you through every win, every loss, and every moment in between. Sheets, the official convenience store of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Why the Sheets not? Get a snack after the game. And by Koppers, protecting what matters, preserving the future. This is Pirates Baseball on the Pirates Radio Network.
Baseball greetings from PNC Park here in Pittsburgh. This afternoon, it's the Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds here in Game 2 of this 3-game weekend series. Welcome into the booth. Joe Block and Bob Walk with you here this afternoon. Seth Davis back at our network control center. Doran Check joining us, our producer engineer right here in the booth, getting you ready for some baseball. And we will begin in a delay tonight, expected to begin at about 4:40 with the rain showers moving through the area. We've had some rain here this afternoon here on the North Shore of Pittsburgh. And right now the tarp is on the field, but it looks like the Pirates battery making their way to the bullpens, and will be getting underway shortly. Around 4:40 here, about an hour from now, for Game 2 of this series. Last night it was the Reds winning the series opener 6-4. Despite the Pirates taking an early lead, Connor Griffin with a leadoff home run hit it 435 feet. And he became the youngest Pirate ever to hit a leadoff home run, the 5th youngest in baseball history, and the youngest since the A's played in Kansas City 68 years ago. So it's been a long time since we saw something like that. And then it was the Reds coming back with 4 runs in the second inning off Paul Skeens, who started yesterday. But then Skeens rebounded to retire 9 of the final 10 in those final 3 innings. He gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. The Pirates would take him off the hook, though, by evening the score. A couple of home runs in the 6th inning. Marcell Ozuna homering again, and then Smerlin Valdez hit his 3rd. That knocked out the Red starter Andrew Abbott from the game. But the Pirates did not score against the Reds bullpen. They held it down 3 2/3 innings, and a pinch hit home run by Noelvi Marte off Mason Montgomery in the 8th inning, and put the Reds ahead for good. A 6-4 Cincinnati win in Game 1 of the series yesterday. So the Reds improving to 3-16 within the division. They've won a couple of times against the Pirates so far this year, and the Pirates are now 5-2 against the Reds in the season series. And today they'll try to even this series with Jared Jones on the mound, the 24-year-old, thankfully able to make the start after getting hit with a line drive in the elbow in his last outing. And there was obviously a lot of concern whether he would be able to go or not. And once the x-rays were clear, and his bullpen session a couple of days ago went just fine. Jones in there today. The 24-year-old out of Whittier, California, is going to be making his 6th start of the season. He's 1-1 with a 5.75 ERA. Going for the Reds today is a younger pitcher, Chase Burns, his first full major league season, and he has been outstanding. He's 9-1 with an ERA of 2. He's pitched twice against the Pirates this year and has not allowed a run, just 4 hits in 12 innings. And again, no runs allowed in those 2 starts against the Pirates. He won his first big league game back on March 30th against the Bucks, and now going to 9-1. He could be the first starting pitcher in baseball to win 10 games. The Brewers reliever Aaron Ashby has won 10 games this season, the only 10-game winner in baseball. And Burns, who was born in Italy but grew up in Tennessee, hard thrower just like Jones. A couple of guys that'll be throwing it at 99, maybe topping 100 at times. Burns among the ERA leaders throughout baseball, and he'll go for Cincinnati here today. And right now, raining here at PNC Park. Again, scheduled to start at 4:40, but the tarp is on the field, and beginning today in a rain delay here from PNC Park. We're glad you're with us here on the broadcast today. And coming up next, I'll have a visit with the Pirates manager, Donnie Kelly, and then baseball at some point here, hopefully this afternoon, here at PNC Park. The Pirates and the Reds beginning in a little bit right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
Clean at Clean Express Auto Wash. Enjoy a fast, easy, and clean experience by becoming a WashMart Unlimited member, where you can wash at any of our 130 locations for one low price, starting at just $22 a month. Or choose our absolute best Ceramic Floor Ultra Wash for $42 a month, featuring ceramic treatment that's 4 times the shine and protection, plus free vacuums. Learn more at CleanExpressWash.com, the official auto wash of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I was wondering what you thought of this. I was on hold with customer service, and then they were like, to go back to the main menu, press the star key. And then it dawned on me, what a cool segment.
The star key.
Cool segment idea for no star key. Press the star key.
You like that?
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
I like that.
That's a great idea. We're going to go to that next
push
week.
the star key.
That's beautiful.
Yes, push him in a direction.
Off the ledge. Back him into a corner.
Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PNC Bank prefers long-term thinking just like Pittsburgh Pirates fans prefer long ball thinking. In fact, the longer the better.
The 3-1 is swung on, hit deep to right field, and that ball is gone!
With a Pittsburgh Pirates PNC Bank Visa debit card, your money goes further,
And it's actually still going!
earning you discounts on certain tickets and team merch.
Gosh, John, now it's over the river and headed for the Parkway.
Learn more at pnc.com/Pirates Card. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC. Visa is a registered trademark of Visa International Service Association and used under license.
This Pirates Moment is brought to you by the officers, members, and families of Local Union Number 5 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Our members have lived and worked in the region since 1897, providing all the electrical, telecommunication, and broadcasting needs of commercial, industrial, and residential customers. We offer state-of-the-art training that is second to none and internationally recognized. Local Union Number 5 of the IBEW will be here to stand by you for all your electrical installation needs today and well into the future. Our members proudly show their hometown pride in supporting the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Welcome back to Pirates Pregame. The Pirates try to even the series against the Cincinnati Reds here this afternoon at PNC Park. And Joe Block, along with the Pirates manager, Donnie Kelly. And Paul Skeens, how did you see his outing yesterday?
Obviously, that second inning was tough. Outside of that, I thought pitched pretty well, got some swing and miss. It just seemed in that second inning he had a hard time putting guys away.
Any idea why that was the case in that second inning?
No idea. It's strange, because sometimes that happens in a game and it's hard to recover. But he was able to find a way to get back after it and get through 5 innings after throwing almost 40 pitches in the second.
And in that inning, there was a strikeout that he thought he had the first out of the inning. It gets flipped to a walk on an ABS challenge, and Blake Dunn ends up going up to first base. And you came out and said, hey, maybe that was too much time. But I was wondering if you think umpires need to make calls quicker, because it used to be a style thing. I remember Tim McClellan, I think you probably remember him too, take a little while to make that strike call. Is that maybe a solution for umps? They got to just be a little quicker on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure there. It seemed like it took a while. Yeah. And that's what the home plate umpire, Jeremy, said, was that he thought that the guy had to know what the call was. Well, I mean, he took a good, 8 steps down towards first base and looked directly at their dugout, and they were making signals to challenge, which is totally against the rule. And I think that, I thought we had a couple, Brandon Lau and Brian Reynolds, come to mind that were not anywhere near as egregious as that, and they didn't let us challenge.
Yeah, so maybe just trying to iron things out as we go along with this new rule here in the second half of this season. How do you think the ABS rule has affected Skeens, if at all?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if with Paul specifically, he's got such good stuff. I don't necessarily know. It just, that second inning just looked like he had a hard time putting guys away. And overall, we've had games that we haven't scored when he's been on the mound recently. Had some games, that Paul wasn't as sharp as he typically is, had some games of the bullpen. Mm-hmm. It's just been strange that it's not one thing I don't think that we can point to.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about the strike zone, how it's changed over the years. When we were growing up, you'd watch those Braves and they get a little more off the plate, Maddox or Glavine, a little more. Okay, those days have been long gone. But Skeens has such great command that he's maybe just off the plate. And I don't know if he got those calls last year or not. maybe it's something to pour into. I have no idea, but I was just curious about that this morning. That I was thinking about that he's not getting those calls because the umps are just so resolute to get it exactly right. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't either. It's an interesting take.
Yeah,
I'll have to watch out for.
Yeah, everyone's got an answer, especially go to the grocery store. So what's going on with Skeens? But again, still one of the baseball's best pitchers. Just the Pirates have not won with him on the mound in recent times, and they didn't score off the Reds bullpen last night, but they hit 3 home runs. And Connor Griffin starts the game in an electrifying fashion. No rust for that 20-year-old.
Yeah, no rust, and it was a bomb, too, just to jump right in and hit a homer leading off. He's looking good.
Have you seen a 20-year-old with that kind of bat control? I don't know how to really phrase it, but, be able to get the barrel to the ball like he can. You see power, but maybe not game power like he's got.
Yeah, and he's got it. He's got raw power. He's got game power. Speed. It's. I'm glad he's on our team, and I'm glad he's back.
Yeah, and Esmeralyn Valdez also hits one into the rotunda, and he's 22 years old, and we've seen his power too. But tell us about his bat to ball skills and kind of where they're at this stage of his development.
Yeah, he's continued to get better, and I think the way he's getting better as a hitter, and he's obviously got the power. He's had really good at bats, here in the last few days, coming in. The other day when Spencer got hurt and had some big swings, and then yesterday to tie that up was really cool.
And a lot of times, if a young player like that is sitting, maybe they get rusty or things. But do you think that's helped him maybe watch some of the other guys or do some other pointed work?